go to Rich and see if our phones work. Rich, good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning. Yes.
Excellent. All right, Rich, what type of instrument is being played in that particular commercial?
An Alp horn.
Alp horn. Yes, that is correct. Hang on. Alp horn or an alpine horn, also known as a labraphone.
It looks like a super huge pipe.
Yeah, really, really long. They're like 10 feet long. Since you got it correct, sir, we are going to give you $50 in 10 times cash scratch-off tickets from the New Jersey Lottery. You can play today because anything can happen in Jersey. All right, let's begin with David Halls, who was fired from the movie Rust after Alec Baldwin finally shot Helena Hutchins with a gun he reportedly cleared as safe, and he has now broken his silence. He said Helena Hutchins was not just one of the most talented people I've ever worked with, or that I've worked with, but also a friend. He said, I'm shocked and saddened by her death. It is my hope that this tragedy prompts the industry to reevaluate its values and practices to ensure that no one is harmed through the creative process again. Halls also noticed that he's been overwhelmed by the love and support in the wake of the tragedy, adding that his thoughts are with all who knew that he knew and loved Helena. His lawyer also spoke out, saying that it wasn't his responsibility to ensure the gun safety. Lisa Tarraco said he's not responsible for checking it. That's not the assistant director's job. If he chooses to check the firearm because he wants to make sure that everyone's safe, he can do that, but that's not his responsibility. And according to a search warrant affidavit, Halls had told investigators that he should have checked the gun properly. He did say that.
I was looking at a list of protocols, Preston. I did not see the assistant director as part of the chain. It actually gets down to the last person. When the actor is handed the gun, the actor is supposed to check it or ask the armorer to check it and pull the trigger to see that it's good to go in front of them.
Right.
I mean, all right, so I don't know what a blank looks like. I assume it's a shell,
right? It does look different.
So
okay.
it's the casing, and the end of it, instead of having a lead, what that's called the bullet, that part of it is called the bullet, it's crimped, okay? So it's squeezed, and you can see that it looks decidedly different than an actual cartridge, an actual round.
And so, but those shells go into the clip the same way the bullet would,
and
right?
this was a drum, so it was a revolver.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
To me, I can't believe they still use real weapons that can actively be used afterwards. Do you know what I mean?
So
how is it not disengaged in some way?
Yeah, you need, it fires like a regular
But they're not
cartridge.
using that sound anyway.
But what they might use is the muzzle flare, the actual recoil of the gun. There's some reasons practically it looks a little bit better.
But she makes a point.
But I know, yeah.
They even have guns just generate like a muzzle flash without anything.
Yeah.
And what they're doing more now than ever, Kathy, is in post doing all that CGI.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. So anyhow, that obviously continues and will be scrutinized very, very closely.
All of our gunfights are CGI on this show.
Yeah, we don't do the real thing.
No, we don't.
An attorney for Danny Masterson's accusers says that they should not have to take their civil claims of rape and assault to an arbitration run by the Church of Scientology. Masterson is awaiting a criminal trial on multiple rape charges and faces 45 years to life behind bars.
What possible motivation could the Church of Scientology?
Exactly. His accusers have also sued the church, alleging that members of the church sent by elders stalked and harassed him after they reported him to police, which is what they do all the time.
That's what appears to be the case.
Despite that, an L.A. Superior Court judge ruled that the church could put the suit through religious arbitration, citing an agreement that the plaintiff signed when they previously had joined the church. Their lawyer, Marcy Hamilton, told the court this would be traumatizing for my clients. It would violate their First Amendment absolute right to believe and practice whatever religion they choose, to escape the religion they do not want to be a part of. The church's attorney, though, said that it is a covenant with the church. That is how we accept people into the church, and that's what they do, man. You sign all that stuff, and they
lock
got
you
their
up.
Bases are covered.
They lock you up, and then they also listen. I'm judging by what I've seen in documentaries and the Lisa Rinna show. Not the Lisa Rinna show. The Lisa Remini.
Remini, yeah.
Leah Remini.
The Leah Remini, right? Exactly. The gathering of information in that auditing process that can be used as sort of blackmail information.
Yep. But they sign all that stuff ahead of time, and they get you legally. All right, on to lighter fare.
Yes.
Yesterday, Gwyneth Paltrow dropped her hotly anticipated Goop gift guide.
Oh, I'm so excited.
Oh, yay.
And it is sexier than ever.
It was pretty goddamn sexy to begin with, Preston.
With the usual doses of ridiculous but awesome hyper-priced luxe items. And I think they call it that, ridiculous but awesome.
Well, Kathy and I were looking through it last night. And we were doing each other's hair, and we had our feet up. It was so amazing.
This year, in addition to 11 sex toys, there is a $10,500 Chanel sled.
Oh, wow.
He's getting me that for Christmas.
A Chanel sled.
A $34,000 bubblegum gym for children, complete with a velvet swing, monkey bars, and a slide. A $38,000 mattress. Okay, now I don't know what this is. An $8,300 private yurt.
Oh, like a hut?
Oh, yeah.
They were using yurts out for outdoor dining.
Yurt is a great crossword puzzle clue.
Yeah, I don't know yurt.
Like glamping. People use yurts for glamping. It's a tent. It's a tent.
Yeah.
It's just a tent.
It's a pup yurt.
It's like a Mongolian word for people that for an outdoor tent.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So there's an $8,300 yurt.
Okay, cool.
Just I don't know. Okay, go ahead.
It gets better.
Okay.
Before Casey has a moment.
Before you freak out over the yurt, wait till you hear this.
There's a custom leather bag exclusively for carrying a watermelon that is for sale. Now, it's price upon request, so I don't know how much that costs.
So who's making the bag? Who's making the bag?
I don't know.
Okay.
But it is a custom leather bag exclusively for carrying a watermelon.
Now, I have a watermelon briefcase that has big holes cut in the side so that it can extend out.
So for those on a budget, there's the omakase berry, which is an artisanal strawberry described as exceptionally sweet, cultivated in a first-of-its-kind vertical farm tended by bees and AI robots.
Ooh.
AI robots.
And 11 berries go for $50.
So is this now? So you have like they used to have like was it the Hamlicker Schlemmer catalog and what was the other one? Yeah, right.
I don't know.
The one
Sharper Image,
Yeah.
stuff
So
like that.
and then
Yeah.
there the ultra high end like they would have Arabian horses in the catalog.
Oh, that's Neiman Marcus,
Neiman
I think,
Marcus,
right?
okay.
Yeah.
But
So
this seems
listen,
up in that territory.
they do this on purpose.
Yes.
It's goofy stuff.
Right.
Well, but listen, it's a legitimate gift guide. And before you complain, Case, I think you were going to complain about like the items.
No, listen, I don't
Hold
want
on,
to.
there's a whole list of items under $100, which
Okay.
I guess so it is going to be unique, different things. But I mean, it's not all $34,000.
Well, they also have Yurt and Bernie, which is their
It's
Bernie and Yurt, Bernie and Bert,
Bernie and Yurt,
which
Come
is
on,
their
man.
$10,000 Muppet collection.
All right, Kathy, for these items that are under $100, are they items that should be under $100, or is it like a pair of socks for $80?
I didn't look at the
Probably
list.
that.
Yeah.
I mean, you have these berries, these strawberries for $50.
I was going to go off. And then, listen, I'm trying not to be, super judgmental.
You're going to have a Yurt meltdown.
This is not meant for me.
No,
it's meant for people that can afford it. But,
not meant for you.
I understand that. It's weird and it's a little tone deaf, right? But, again, there are people out there that can afford this, and that's...
Well, here's the deal.
Fine.
As Preston said, this is to get attention.
Yeah.
Because, believe it or not, there is stuff that is a little bit more affordable on the product line. But this is what gets the news.
Hey, when you go to the Oscars and you get that gift bag,
Yep.
Stuff like that's in it.
That's what it is. You get your yurt. Where's my goddamn yurt?
They'll put in outrageously priced things, and it's a gift certificate that you go and eventually get it from the retailer. But
Yeah, there's
Where's my Ernie?
a lipstick kit on here, which is $42, which is completely reasonable.
yeah, here's a couple other ones. Also $100 personal and miniature concrete fireplace for $96. A handy 2022 moon calendar for $39.
What about a tactical electric shaver, Preston?
And the Goop Ultra Plus self-heating G-Spot vibrator for $85.
Oh.
That's great.
Yeah, so these are now available through Goop.
Is the vagina candle on the list or no?
There was no mention of that in the story that I read.
That's
so
the
maybe
product that got him to the dance.
And by the way,
discontinued.
it's not all of her products. It's just a list, and there are other products.
There's actually a butthole yurt, Preston.
Also-
Wow.
For your butthole.
Just-
it's a little tent that
right.
goes on your ass.
Little tiny ass tent.
All right, so I'm going to have to come up with my own gift-giving catalog and call it Derp.
You need to do it.
Do it.
You really need to do that.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do.
It's going to take some work, but you should do that.
Okay, so
All
we
right.
should, well, because I do a gift guide each year, we should do side by side and see what you
Side by
pick
side.
and what I
Right.
pick.
All my stuff is going to be from the Kathy Romano collection.
Or
I like dirt.
TJ Maxx.
Yes.
All right.
It's going to be derp.
I have some other stuff. Jason Momoa is on the mend after testing positive for COVID-19 right after the October 15th premiere of Dune, in which he co-stars, obviously.
My tummy hurts.
On Instagram stories, he said, there was a lot of people I met in England, and so I got a lot of alohas from people. And for now, he is quarantining with friend and pro skater Eric Ellington, and he posted several videos of him skating.
Doctors recommend that if you do get COVID, you need to quarantine with a skateboarder.
He is also finding time to promote the Take Action, Give Hope movement against climate change on Instagram as well.
Did you liked Aquaman, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a fun movie.
I enjoyed it.
It's-
It got a little outrageous.
yeah, there were some times when you said, hey, no one has seen the light from this crap under
Yeah,
the water.
exactly.
But, yeah, I enjoyed it. I'm looking forward to the second one.
Kristen Stewart is getting married to Dylan Meyer after 2 years together. Stewart said of Meyer's proposal, I wasn't specific at all. It's not a given that I would be the one. You know what I mean? With two girls, you never know who is going to fulfill what weird effing gender role thing. We don't do that or think about it in those terms. She just grabbed that bowl and made it happen. I don't know what she means by bowl.
Maybe like a chip bowl?
I think she meant balls.
Grab.
She said it was so effing cute. So
It sounds effing cute.
yeah, the couple first met 7 years ago and were first linked in August of 2019. So I don't know what
Is she an
their
actress
plans
or
are. I know nothing about
yeah.
her partner,
Right.
but I just know that they're apparently gonna settle down. So we'll see. Josh Brolin is celebrating 8 years of sobriety.
Nice.
He posted a shirtless selfie of himself, writing, "Sobriety is finally loving without every thought being about how it affects only you. Sobriety is a moment of being able to love and be consumed by the glee that it brings someone else. Sobriety is knowing the difference between selfishness and integrity. Sobriety is knowing that God is in everything and that it is made up of every color and mixture of color that exists. Sobriety is knowing the moon late at night when she was there for you in your toughest hour, and now again, her witnessing your greatest joys." Okay, he lost me at the end there. The moon and
That
her.
I don't know.
I don't understand that part.
The hell are you talking about?
Yeah.
It's a little too poetic
A little
for me.
too poetic, but good for him. 8 years. How can you not like Josh Brolin?
Yeah,
you know?
he's awesome.
He used to be really volatile. He used to have all sorts of issues. When he got sober, that all reversed. He seems to be loving life. Between Thanos and Cable and the characters he's playing, it's tremendous.
And he's great in Dune. He plays Gurney Halleck in Dune, and he's great for that part. So I'm digging everything that he does. Let's see here. Keke Palmer's new food competition
Keke.
series, Foodtastic, is going to bow on Disney Plus on Friday, December 15th.
This is awesome.
Yes.
This is awesome for
That's why
me.
I brought
I'm
it
a
up.
huge Kiki fan.
The show follows artists creating extravagant food art from everything from butter to veggies.
Okay.
It says
You
butter to
had me
veggies.
at butter art.
What do we know Keke Palmer from?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I know the name.
Oh, was she a bachelorette or
no.
was she on the Food Network?
Isn't she related to somebody famous?
Wasn't she just in the story you mentioned?
Was she a
up on the
professional
show.
wrestler known as Kiki Beware? No, that was Coco Beware.
Yeah, I don't know. All right, how about this? I don't know this guy either, but some of you guys watch Oz, right?
Yeah, you used to watch it.
All right, alum Dean Winters.
Oh yeah, you know Dean. He's Mayhem.
He's mayhem. Oh, that the actor on the commercials.
insurance commercials.
All right, well, listen, he contracted a bacterial infection in 2009 that led to cardiac arrest, multiple operations, and the amputation of 2 toes and half of his thumb.
Do you remember, Preston, you reported on, he was in a crash, right?
I don't remember.
Yeah, I think he was in a crash. He might have been on a bicycle. He got in. It was an accident, and then all of this started to happen after this, and he's been in basically pain ever since.
So he says, I haven't taken a step since 2009 without being in pain.
Oh, okay.
He says, I've got neuropathy on a whole different level where I can't feel my hands and my feet, but if I stepped on a pebble, it's like I go through the roof.
Oh, is that neuropathy? Is that what they call that?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Neuropathy? Okay, I said neuropathy.
there's someone I know, Preston, who has that, and it's what you just described. Any sort of pressure, everything is uncomfortable.
Wow, that's horrible.
Yeah.
He says he has learned to live with it.
You know, I was reading an article about this, Preston. He said he found out that that mayhem, the actual derivation of the word, in some way pertains to someone who's undergone amputations.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah.
I've never heard of that.
There's a show I think you guys would all enjoy on Amazon Prime that he's in, and God damn it, is it called? Somebody help me out here. It's not called Dwayne, is it?
Nobody knows. Not
We
one
do
person.
not know, Casey.
No, man. Well, it's the main character's name.
Okay.
And
all right.
I got to find it. So just do an IMDb search for.
Is it good?
Dean, dude, it's great. So Dean Winters plays like Dwayne's girlfriend's father. It's really, really good. I watched the first episode.
Palmer?
What's that?
Palmer?
No.
Kiki?
Is it about Kiki Palmer? I'll have to give it a.
Brooklyn Nine-Nine?
It is not.
He was on.
Brooklyn
He was
Nine-Nine.
on 30 Rock. He was Tina Fey's
Yes.
ex-boyfriend.
I found it.
He was
Casey,
a peeper cell.
It's called Law and Order Special Victims.
That's
There we
it.
go, yeah.
That's it. That's the guy's
Wayne.
name.
Wayne.
Wayne.
Yes.
I said Dwayne. I was thinking Dwayne Wayne is what it was.
Dwayne,
No.
remember my trainer. Yeah.
You're true.
Who is
You're from
also
Vertex.
dating Kiki Palmer.
Yes. Wayne.
Yeah.
Give it a go.
Okay, back to you, Preston.
Back to you, Preston.
Okay. It's my turn.
I have the floor now.
When
Thank
the
you.
light goes on in front of your microphone, talk.
Someone has changed their hair.
Oh my God.
I would like
Oh,
to share
my
that
God.
story with you, but not before we hear this first. Florence Pugh did a thing.
Okay.
And by that, she means she chopped off all her hair. Not all of it.
No, I love Florence Pugh.
I do too. She's gorgeous. She's talented. She's great in Black Widow. Pugh posted a photo on Instagram of her brand new super short haircut that looks like a cross between a mullet and a pixie cut. The Black Widow actor is no amateur when it comes to drastic hair changes. She recently dyed her signature blonde hair a dark brown shade. And this haircut is her biggest transformation yet. Pugh's pixie mullet haircut is longer in the back with shorter wispy pieces in the front,
Shorter, wispy pieces.
though the entire style doesn't extend past her shoulders.
Have you seen Midsommar yet, Preston?
No, you know what I'm meaning to get to.
Yeah,
now.
you will dig that movie. That will very much feel like a Stephen King story to you.
She didn't tag the hairstylist responsible for the switch up, but she did include hashtag chop chop chop.
Hey, what was the last big hair change on our show?
Well, I
Kathy
mean,
did bangs years ago.
Nick
I was going
has
to say
been.
when I cut my hair for Kathy's cuts.
It's not a change. I've just been growing it for a year and a half.
It's just been changing as we speak.
It's a slow change.
long, slow changing
But that's
process.
a drastic change.
Yeah.
from
Would
what
you go
said.
full redhead, Kathy?
I tried to do that and I destroyed my hair, so I will never do it again.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Did you have to try to strip it first?
No,
and
I
then-
didn't have to strip it, but going lighter for somebody with dark hair, I think that there might be bleach involved. I don't know. All I know is it literally destroyed my hair, and my hairstylist was like, "I told you."
That stuff is painful. Remember when I was doing that, Preston, for a while? I had the short cropped Roy Batty sort of peroxide blonde hair that they'd done for a makeover show for me.
Yeah.
Whatever the hell they put in that stuff burns the hell out of your scalp.
Yeah, the dye can
Yeah.
it can be pretty corrosive to your skin, especially if you have an allergy to it. That's why I stopped dyeing my beard.
Yeah.
All right, and then one last story. Sony and Marvel have released the second trailer for Morbius.
Oh, it looks great.
Fans will get a look at Jared Leto's transformation from biochemist to vampire. It also reveals a connection to the character Venom. Morbius is set about on January 20th. I don't know anything about Morbius. What's it about?
Well, just from the trailer, and it's really like it floats in that realm of comics that I was aware of but never really paid attention to.
It's in the Spider-Man universe.
It is because actually Michael Keaton's character from the Spider-Man film, Preston, is in the trailer.
Oh, Vulture?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm on board then.
Yeah, it looks cool.
All right, we're ready for clips. Where is it? Oh, that's right there. It's very, very loud. All right, so the big red dog finally comes to the big silver screen.
Clifford?
In Clifford. Here, John Cleese, who appears in the film, discusses his take on dogs and cats. Roll the clip, please.
Well, I didn't grow up in a very rich family, so we lived in very small flats, so we had space for cats. But I think that I quite like dogs. I just think they're Nazis. They want to bite someone and you to get your approval and move up in the hierarchy, whereas I like the attitude of cats, which is just kind of screw you.
Big dogs running, big dogs out.
Clifford comes to theaters and Paramount Plus on November 10th.
Were you a fan of that?
Yeah, as a kid.
Series? Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. Next clip. In Great Escapes, Morgan Freeman, the legendary actor, recounts some of history's most famous evaders. And in this clip, Freeman shares his thoughts on the fate of some Alcatraz escapees. Hit it?
I'm curious, like everybody else. Number one, did they in fact beat the current? It isn't like a river or anything like that. Those currents in San Francisco, they used to live up there. They don't just rush in and rush out. There are all kinds of swirls and eddies and sinks and stuff. So, and that water is really, really cold.
Anyway.
Great Escapes with Morgan Freeman premieres November 9th on the History Channel.
They did a show one time where they were talking about the Alcatraz escape or the attempted escapes, and they basically through CGI drained the San Francisco bay around Alcatraz, and they show that it's just a nightmare for cross tides and all that stuff, and the likelihood of being able to swim to the mainland is almost non-existent.
But they do. They will. They do races there.
Right,
I think. So it is possible, but I doubt for the people that were escaping. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in your entertainment report this morning.
And there was a hair change, too. I mean, what else do you want?
I don't know, man. I
get it. For the camp out.
If you didn't like that, you can suck it.
Go to hell.
No. Anyway, we want you to come and see us. We want you to donate to Phil Abundance Camp Out for Hunger. It is happening as we speak, and we have a lot of guests that are going to be joining us this morning. So why don't we take a break and come back with some of that right here in the Wells Fargo Center parking lot. Yes, it's Camp Out for Hunger. We'll be right back on MMR.
Preston and Steve.
Mr. Frank Callahan to the show.
What a great entrance. I walked in and I met old friends from the hallway.
Wow.
It was somebody from another station down the hall was like, wait a second, are you Frank Caliendo? I'm like, yeah. He goes, okay. And then he walked away and didn't let me in. And then I'm just standing there with these other guys, and which we became great friends. No, yeah.
And sometimes you just know.
And then, and then I was like, "You're not gonna just let me in?" I would have left these guys here in a heartbeat. I have no problem with that. And they're like, "We would have done it too." They're like, "You're just stuck here with these two creepy guys." I'm like, "You have no idea what my life is like. You're 0 on the creepy meter. Creepy meter doesn't even come close to get." They were very nice.
I feel like it's gotten to a point where we should just give you a key fob so you can get in.
I would take it. I have stations where I have that.
You do have the key fob accessibility?
Yeah, I've had that, and entry codes like in Arizona.
But now here you have construction going on, so you'd be
so I also have a key.
Peril.
I have a key to a crane.
You do? They gave you a key?
How do you think I got in?
Oh my God!
I didn't take a door. I was dropped in.
It's why when you come up here, so a lot of people don't know, they're actually going to add an atrium onto the building that's going to go up 4 floors. It'll be right outside our window here. So they're actually digging up the whole front of the building. And so we haven't heard it as of yet. But
Nick let me know in advance.
Did you walk over here?
Yeah.
Okay.
What do you think? I think I Ubered from across the street?
I wouldn't put it past you.
How lazy do you know that I am?
But your hotel's literally a block away.
Let's just tell everybody where I'm staying. That's great.
Room 472.
Then you want to see some creepy factor, guys? I want to tell you guys because I was so excited this weekend. I shouldn't say never. I hadn't been to one of these in a while. It was a comic convention kind of thing.
Yes. Yeah. You're a comic book nerd.
I like comic books. I'm getting into them. I'm getting back into them. I liked them when I was a kid. I'm more into the stuff that my daughter's into. Barbies, My Little Pony. No,
you're into
more into just looking for a joke.
It just got creepy again.
Yes, no problem. I like to comb their hair. My Little Pony.
You know what they call those bronies?
Yeah.
Is there such a thing? I'll get into it. I got no problem.
It's a legitimate fetish. They're called bronies.
Not that there's anything wrong with that. So, hey Jerry, what I was going to do there was going to get real creepy. So this one was called Ace Con. All right, and
Arizona?
No, it's a national thing.
Okay.
I think they might do one in Philadelphia too eventually, but they go all over and they do major celebrities from the movies.
Yeah.
So Tom Hiddleston was at this one, who was
cool.
Loki.
Yeah, we love Hiddleston. Yeah.
Oh, and he's nicer in person than he is as Loki. First of all, but he's so nice. But he comes up. I don't know if I can never tell this because he was so smooth and so incredible and so British that he comes over and he knew who I was. And that was one of those moments I'm like, well, this is pretty awesome because my daughter's like, huh?
Well, he's an impressionist as well.
Oh, he was
so
great.
he's got to know your stuff.
Very, very good. Because he comes over and he's talking about, but he has the one-up. Like, he's friends with Jeff Goldblum. So he's talking about Jeff Goldblum. Yes, he's doing this. He's like, he'll come over and he'll be like, how are you? Good. You look great, Tom. You really do. And that's when you meet people, too, it's like that. So we're going back and forth, me and Hiddleston. Tommy, as I like to call him. Tommy and I are going back and forth doing Jeff Goldblum. We're doing some Pacino and stuff like that. It's like, whoa, he does more of the Scarface kind. But so we're doing that, and my daughter's like thinking this is the greatest thing in the world.
Awesome.
And so that wasn't even the end of it. So I want to tell you about this thing too. So they take pictures with people. Like, you can pay. It's expensive.
Like, it can be for, like, you know, a couple $100.
Yeah,
but you're gonna get a frameable quality
More
photo.
than that,
Yeah.
it was incredible. People were bringing props. People were bringing birthday cakes, fake birthday cakes, and he was doing all of it because it's an expensive thing.
It's like Wizard World here, and the same
it's
deal.
very similar. I think it might be from the people who created
It
Wizard
probably
World.
is. Yeah.
There's something. I'd heard that as a rumor. So they're doing that kind of a thing. We keep running into him. And Hiddleston walks up behind me at one point. Who towers over me? I'm 5'6", he's 6'2". He's like, I heard you do a Tom Hiddleston impression. I'm like, no, I don't, but I do the Beatles. That's what it turns into. So then a guy comes in and he goes, Frank! And we're in the back area because originally I was just going to stalk everybody with my daughter. But try and be nice. You know, you guys know what that's like. But
he's looking at his stalkers here in the studio.
No, you do that thing where you respect everybody's space and stuff like that. You do. So we didn't ask for any extra pictures or anything like that outside the times we were supposed to. And this guy comes and he goes, Frank! And it's Todd McFarlane.
Oh, wow.
Spawn.
Yeah. And baseball collector extraordinaire.
Yes. Yeah. And he sits down and he starts talking. Who's this? This is Juliet. Hey, Juliet. And he starts talking to my daughter. He starts saying, so I actually have this on video. I'll show it to you. I never asked him if I could share it with anybody to play. But he says, I created a character called, you ever hear of him, Venom? So I was drawing, and he tells the whole story of how he created Venom, which is basically, they wanted him to, and I've never heard this story before, they wanted him to draw the black costume Spider-Man. That was where it was at that point.
Right.
He's like, I don't want to draw Spider-Man. I can kind of do his voice. I don't want to draw Spider-Man. I don't want to draw him in a black costume. Red and blue, right? And my daughter's like, yes, it's red and blue. And he's like, so he starts drawing it there, and he starts going to, he's like, so the reason Venom's created because I was stubborn. I didn't want to do what they wanted me to do. I was like, and
that was the genesis of the character.
Yeah, that's what it says. He's like, we'll make a villain. He'll be the black character, and then the red and blue will be Spider-Man still. We'll all be happy, and that's how it turned out. Oh. Yeah, it's surreal.
Did you watch The Family Guy this past weekend or the weekend before with Peter goes to the White House and works in the Trump administration?
No.
Oh, it was a funny episode, but as you can imagine, it skewered Trump a lot. I thought that it was you. I had to watch the credits because it sounded like your impression of Trump, which is a relatively easy impression, I think,
I don't think it's very hard.
I think that and because of how easy it is, people think that just doing the impression is funny. When that's not the case.
It's not.
Right.
You've always done this.
And mine is tremendous. It really is. There's a lot of people that are talking about my impression. Here's the thing. You guys do a great job. This is probably the #1 show I'll be on right now. And let me say this: the ratings going through the roof. Not even just the roof, through the stratosphere, and Space Force will probably find them. But we'll talk about this for a second. What were we talking about? Doesn't matter. It just got better.
My stuff is silly. My stuff is silly that people who are like on one side or the other, they go, oh, that was great. I had that happen years and years ago in Texas. I was doing George W. Bush. Yeah. And they're like, you do, the people on the same show, people go, you must really love him. That was great how you did that. And other people walk out and go, you hate him, don't you? And I was like, you decide. You decide. That's what you want. If you're listening to me for politics, in this venue, you're in the wrong.
But if you're able to nail it both ways like that, then you hit it.
That's how I want to do it. Yeah. And for me, like, there's enough out there for the people that are pro this or anti this that. What am I going to do? Add to one of those sides?
That's our philosophy.
And I don't even believe that I would go. There are things I think that happen that are okay, that are good, and that are bad and awful. And it all happens, and it's
whatever. I feel like eventually it's going to work itself out one way or another. But if people just scream and yell from the rooftops, it just makes other people mad.
Yes.
And that's where I come from. And then
Besides that, Preston and I are big fans of dystopian future movies. So those are cool. Well, however it breaks, whether we're fighting vampires or zombies,
whatever it is,
or whatever, or maybe we're a mailman, Preston, like in the Postman.
Yeah. Listen, my friend Rick and I met up with a lot of people. You just stab them in the brain. That's what you do. You don't grab them by the you-know-what. You stab them in the brain. When you hear that sound, it's tremendous. It gets really, really great.
So, interesting story from the Nick McElwain camp. Your son had to have a medical procedure, nothing serious.
Yeah, he's totally fine. But this was something that I'd never heard of before, and I thought maybe bring it up on the air because of that. It's called an epidermal inclusion cyst. So I'd never heard of that. I obviously know what a cyst is. It was about the size of like a Mento, and it's kind of like a flat disc, about the size of a quarter, but no thicker than a Mento or a Spree or something like that.
Did it have breath freshening attributes to it?
Did it have Retsin?
It didn't have any Retsin, no. Okay. And but removed quickly, easily, 3 stitches, sewed them right back up.
It's funny that you mentioned, Steve, the Mentos and did have the scent to it. When I had a different, and I've talked about it in years past, I had a completely different kind of cyst. It's called the pilonidal cyst in our tailbone. And I got that thing lanced.
Oh, God.
Most painful experience of my life. Not only did it hurt, Kathy, you're really going to be disgusted by this.
I heard it. I know.
It stunk up the room.
Awful.
Really?
It's awful.
Did it come flooding out? The stench?
It just smelled like rot. It just I couldn't believe it that I was in that much pain and I was still able to notice the putrid smell of that.
Bonus.
Right? Exactly. So let me ask you this. When they removed this from him, did they put him under? Was it done in a
local anesthesia? And but the interesting thing, and I guess one of the differences between the cysts is this one was this sac developed around the infection, and
cyst sac,
and you could see it. So it was encased in this thing, and so it was almost like a solid just pulled right out of his body. So this protective sac that formed around the cyst sac. Was there. It's what the body does to protect itself from an infection.
It's amazing what the body does in those cases.
Come by and hang out in our broadcast tent this morning and say hello and drop off your donation to Phil Abundance. That's what we're doing. Camp Out for Hunger returns into a kind of semi-normal version that we're doing. We're trying to get back as best we can.
Yeah, and it feels good. It feels good to see people coming by. Again, it's not the super huge tent, but there's enough room for you to come down and watch what's going on. And that holds true during Pierre's show and Jackson and the whole thing. So you can come get a little more one-on-one time.
Absolutely. So we have several people stopping by today, and we have our rides from Skelly's Amusements. We'll see if we can use those at some point. But we have a donation, and that's one of the things we do several times, actually, throughout the course of the morning. And today, our first donation on air is coming from a representative of Planet Fitness, and we want to welcome Vanny Wen to the show this morning.
How are you guys?
Wonderful. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Excellent. So I don't have your title. What do you do with Planet Fitness?
So I'm a community relations manager. I actually just got promoted 3 weeks ago.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you.
That's awesome. How long have you been with the company?
So actually 3 years. Started out at front desk and worked my way up.
Look at you skyrocketing up.
Thank you.
A go-getter. That's awesome. Which location are you working out of?
So our office in the Philadelphia area is actually in Springfield, Delaware County. And then
you have a big fan here, by the way.
For our franchise group, National Fitness Partners, we're actually based out of Camp Hill.
Okay. And you have, there's Planet Fitnesses all over the place, right?
Everywhere, over 2,000.
Casey was just raving about Planet Fitness the other day to me.
Yeah, I was, because you guys have like a nice little section for circuit training.
Yes.
So if you just have like a half hour to kill, or not kill, but you only have a half hour to work out, you can go in there and bust out a really, really good workout in a half hour's time.
Nice. Manny, did you ask for your what's the word? So not subscribers, members, I guess, to donate, or how did you guys go about your drive?
So we actually are still accepting donations. So through the month of November, if you donate in club for each item that you donate, it's an entry to win 6 months of a free Black Card membership.
Wow.
Nice.
That's pretty cool.
All right, and so you're here to make a donation. What would you like to share with us?
So we're actually here to donate 20,000 pounds.
Hey! Oh! That's one of Macy's heavy workouts.
I mean, she kind of said it like nonchalantly, matter of fact, like
20,000 pounds.
That's only 10 tons of food.
Yeah, it's pretty freaking awesome.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Wow. And so, is that being delivered directly to Fellow Abundance? You guys dropping off here? Do you know how that's working out?
Yeah, so we actually dropped it off here today, and then throughout the month of November, we'll still continue to drop off.
Oh,
excellent.
And
And
doing
also,
it all month. That's amazing.
to remember that there are people out there, volunteers, who help take all this stuff and everything, which is great. Always working till we shut down around 8 o'clock at night. So, but that's awesome that you did that. We didn't realize it's going to be that much.
Thank you.
Anything you want to mention about Planet Fitness before we let you go?
Just to say that Planet Fitness, we really strive to be part of our communities. It's not just being a business or a gym for you guys. It's just giving back and being part of what we exist in.
And also wipe off the equipment after you use it, right?
Yeah, do that too.
Always.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. Nice to meet you, and we appreciate the donation. It's amazing.
Thank you, guys.
Let's hear it for Vandy Wen of Planet Fitness. By the way, I'm going to do a shard out real quick for a friend.
All right.
I can actually do a real shard. I think I could actually crap my
you
pants.
could blow a hole out the back of your
on
pants.
the air this morning. But I want to say shout out to the guys and gals at Seaman Network, and they had brought in 670 pounds of food and $220 in donations. So they just gathered it all together. And
Wow.
my friend John Hedrick, who had wanted me to pass that along. So a shout to those guys.
That's
Thank you, guys.
awesome.
We do appreciate it. All right. We have another guest we are welcoming to the mic, and we're excited because it has been an exciting week. They just clinched a playoff spot. The Philadelphia Union. We had the head coach, Mr. Jim Curtin, with us this morning. All right, we're going to get Jim in place. Wait, he brought some gifts for us.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, yes.
That's awesome.
Sons of Ben over there that are screaming, I guess. Hey, Jim, how you doing?
How you doing, guys? Thanks for having me. We have gifts for everybody. I just could only carry those two.
That's awesome.
Dude, these are great. These are sweat jackets. These are, what do you call these? I would
Jackets?
Jackets.
Or warm-up jackets.
Warm-up jacket. Thank you. I don't know what.
I think the technical term is anthem jacket. So when they wear when they have the national anthem, they wear those during that. Then they take them off, and then it's ready to go.
Preston, I got an evening gown. Yeah.
I got to admit.
Beautiful.
When I saw them come up to the stage, I was like, wow, those are gorgeous. And then when they only had two of them, I got super jealous because I really love the way they look. So I'm now super happy.
All right.
Thank you, Mr.
We got you.
Head coach.
Nice.
That's what charity is about, being covetous of what others have.
Hey, listen, I'm not a perfect person.
No. No.
I am far from it.
You know who's a good person? Jim Curtin.
Yeah.
Good person.
Sometimes.
When did you come to Camp Out in years past? Because I know you've been here several times. I mean, not as a coach, as like a person who grew up in the area. You came to Camp Out.
That was back in my days at Bishop McDevitt High School, which is no longer, just shut down, which is sad. But yeah, back then we, I'll just say, left school early a couple times and came down.
Yeah, I think it was when you first came to town, you came on for the Camp Out for Hunger. And
yeah.
It's been a good relationship since.
And you guys do amazing things. It's incredible. Obviously, just thinking of others at this time of the year is something that's very important. And again, what you guys have done for the city, gosh, for how many years now? What are we going on?
24.
24.
This is the 24th, yeah.
24. It's amazing.
Can we talk about Ted Lasso real quick?
Yeah, sure.
Have you watched it?
Of course.
Okay, so Preston's wearing a Roy Kent shirt right now, and I want to ask if you took exception to one of the things Roy Kent said when he talked about having to perhaps maybe take his career into the United States where he would dominate.
He goes, where I would dominate. Yeah.
They take some backhanded compliments at soccer. We're still growing as a sport in this country, as you guys know. But that show actually, I reluctantly watched it because as a coach, you're going, all right, how close are they really going to be to what a locker room is like? But I'll just say.
Did they nail it?
Not in my locker room, but there's lots of Roy Kents out there. I'll just say that.
All right. And listen, it's promoting the sport. It's, it's getting in ways, in an indirect way,
totally,
into everybody's lives, and I love it. I think it's one of the best TV shows I've ever seen.
I think they nail. Obviously, the sporting side is a part of it, but they really nail the emotional side of things and the highs and lows, and that people are just normal. At the end of the day.
So you as a coach, I mean, so you have Ted as this figurehead on the show, and he's got you speak about the emotions. He needs to tread lightly, where possible, insert himself into maybe some personal things that goes on in some of his players' lives. Is that part of a role in that a coach plays?
Absolutely. I mean, look, you can talk about tactics and substitutions and all the X's and O's, but what it really comes down to as a leader, are you able to create relationships within your group? You know, are you able to empower people to become the best that they possibly can? So it nails a lot of those. And again, you don't have to be perfect with the X's and O's, and it shows that. You know, if you can really relate to your players. I have 15 different countries represented in my locker room, age 15 through 35. So it's
crazy.
It's all over the place. You better get to know them as people.
But I mean, 15? Wait a minute. Age 15?
Age 15, yeah.
Explain
We're signing.
that.
What are you, child labor law?
Yeah.
No, you can sign kids now from our academy, and it's happening younger and younger. They get paid very well and to kick a ball. And
Wait,
they
so
do a
what do
great
they
job.
do about school?
We have a school set up. No, we actually have.
They're incredibly dumb.
That's a great question. No. We have a YSC Academy, a school that's set up. Their education's taken care of. Even kids taking college classes as well that are accelerated.
That's a great opportunity. Listen, if you have that ability and you're able to do that and it works, that's cool because, and I assume that's the norm around the world, right? Where you can have, I mean, because this for many around the world, this is a life dream. You know, the kids are like, they're born with soccer balls, basically.
For sure. And look, I'd say though, in our setup here in Philadelphia, there's so much soccer talent here. YSC Academy, where they do have an education, they do put a focus on education, whereas I'll just say over in Europe, education becomes secondary once these kids turn pros, and there's a lot of sad stories of kids ending their careers early and not having anything to fall back on. But here we do take care of the education.
Sure.
piece.
Jim, you mentioned all the different countries. Are there language barriers that you cross?
There are. Fortunately, I have a guy, Aurelian Collin, who can speak 5 different languages. So he does help me with whether it's Portuguese, French. He can go to everything pretty quick and give translations.
Jim, if I can help you, just say it in English but louder, and you'll understand.
I know all the bad words. I know all the bad words in every language.
Good. Let me ask you about one of your international players where I believe he speaks English because he grew up in Jamaica. Andre Blake has had an incredible season.
Awesome.
Your goalkeeper. And I was at the Flyers game last night, and I was talking with some friends about Carter Hart.
I was there, too.
Were you? Yeah, a great shutout by Carter Hart last night. And we were talking about the mindset that a goalie in any sport has to have. And they're just different. You know, like they have to think differently than anybody else out on the ice, and I would assume that's the case for a goalkeeper in soccer as well. How has he been so effective this year, Andre, I'm talking about, and how has he had so many shutouts?
Yeah, you nailed it. The laser focus of a goalkeeper is something that's unique because, again, you cannot be involved for the majority of the game, and all of a sudden when you're called upon, you better be ready. You know, and just like last night's game, like you said, to keep a clean sheet, to keep a 0 was incredible from Carter Hart. Andre Blake's done it for us countless times.
I've seen him make some saves this year that are unbelievable. And you go to a soccer match and you think you've seen everything, and then he'll pull out some kind of a save where he's flipping in the air and all of a sudden, like just a fingertip to get the ball off the goal, off the crossbar and then out. It's really remarkable.
Yeah, we're really lucky to have him here in Philly. He's goalkeeper of the year again last season. So again, special year. Hopefully he wins the award this season as well. He's been amazing.
That's why, to that point, Nick, I'd recommend if you can get out to see a game because you begin to appreciate just how much space he is guarding.
Yes.
Right.
It seems like, how can you possibly protect that? But when you see it, again, the length of the field, the amount of running that takes place, all you got to do is go out and see it once, and then when you watch it on TV or whatever the deal, obviously you hope that they come out and see it as often as they can, but it gives you a new perspective and appreciation for the game. To be honest, before I started seeing it in person, I was like, now you realize how grueling a sport it is.
I appreciate you guys. You guys have been with us for a long time now, coming down to games and supporting us. And you're right. They run up to, some guys, 10.5 to 11 miles per game at a pretty high rate, with a lot of sprinting involved. And like you said, Andre's covering a goal that's 24 feet by 8 feet high, and there's 70-mile-per-hour shots coming at him quite often. So it's impressive.
Who runs the most in position?
So right now we have Alejandro Bedoya, our captain. Even though he's getting up there in age, is still up around the top. Our midfielders usually cover the most ground.
Okay, that's what I figured.
Jamiro Montero, the young kid Paxton Aronson, can run. He's a baby. He's just turned 17, so he can run forever. So again, it's a special group, but they do a lot of sprinting, a lot of ground to cover out there.
All right, so clinch the playoff spot. What's the story on the playoffs? What happens next?
So we are in second place right now, which means the next game has to come through Subaru Park. We have one game left. We could finish anywhere from second to fifth. If we take care of business, though, we'll hold that second spot, and then teams got to come play us in our building, which we favor ourselves in that building with our fans behind us.
You got a regular season game coming up this week?
Yeah, New York City FC, final game of the season at 3:30 up in Yankee Stadium. They still have a baseball stadium up there. That's where they play, so you can make fun of New York for me. You guys can do that.
Nice. Listen, Coach, we know you only have a certain amount of time because you got to get going, but I wanted to try something today. We're actually gonna hook you up with our next guest.
Great.
We're going to play a game with you guys, and then we're going to let you go, and then we're going to interview our next guest.
Great.
Because you got to get out of here. So,
awesome.
Marissa, if you're ready to bring our next guest in, yes, she is one of our all-time favorites. She has been joining us for years and years. Ladies and gentlemen, from The Office fame, Kate Flannery is here with us this morning. And she brought, what is that, a case of beer with you? Rolling Rock!
She's so charitable.
You're the best. Okay. She's always talking about Rolling Rock, her favorite beer. So she brought a case of it. Oh, my God. So let's have her. You can, if you want to remove your mask, you can.
You're more than welcome to, whatever you want.
Or you can keep it on.
My stunt double.
Kate Flannery.
Yeah.
How are you doing, dear?
I'm better now. I got some ponies, hon.
Ponies.
Pony. Walking to ponies.
I love
you
it.
guys, right? You're not driving. Am I right? I mean, I saw the RV. Nobody's getting behind that
That's
thing,
right.
Not
Yes.
going anywhere.
Awesome.
It is great to see you. Why are you in town? You here for?
You know what? I'm in town always to see my dad, but I'm speaking at Muhlenberg College last week. For some reason, they wanted me to speak to the students, and yeah, we had a great Q&A. And
nice.
Doesn't it always stun you when they invite you to talk in?
Always.
Like one time they had us come out and talk to it was some sort of kids at risk or something, and I'm like,
God.
And they hated us the second we walked.
It was a detention center that we went to.
Like,
oh my
what
God!
Are we doing here?
I was terrified.
Yeah, right by the Granada Mall. Do you remember that place?
Yeah. Oh my God!
Scared straight, you guys.
Yeah,
right?
we ended up never.
we
wanting to
terrified.
They were scared straight.
Yeah,
That's what I mean, right?
We're terrified. All right, so Kate, here's what we're gonna do. This is Jim Curtin, by the way, coach of Philadelphia Union.
We were hanging backstage.
We were,
Excellent.
yeah.
So we're gonna. He's got to get going. But I wanted to play a game with you guys. We always like to have a contest of some type with our guests. So we're gonna play. Case, do you have the music for the contest?
I should.
I didn't even think about that. But you know the classic game, the $10,000 pyramid, or
you played
$25,000.
Yes, I played it with Strahan a couple years ago.
Exactly. So we're gonna play a game of pyramid this morning on the Preston and Steve Show. There it is. All right, and so the way this is gonna work. I am going to give you guys some categories. We will start with Jim. I'm going to name these categories, and then I will feed you guys the clues. It'll just be easier that way. So I'll be your clue giver. I'm a decent clue giver, and then we'll total up the points, and whoever has the most points will end up being our winner. And we'll give you a bottle of water or something. I don't know. Right.
Yes.
Here are the categories. All right, they are as follows. And Jim, you'll get to choose one. That's a big bush you have there. How about a pearl necklace? We also have, we've got a squirter.
And they're not what you think. They're all sexual.
No. I love oral. Let me show you my nuts. He can bang all night, or probe to penetrate your anus. Which one do you want, Jim?
Poor Jim.
Which one stood out to you?
You're both talking about going to Catholic school, so continue.
Yeah,
Jim.
exactly. Yeah.
Everyone's listening.
Give me those again. No, I'm just kidding. I'll take the last one.
All right, the last one. Probe to penetrate your anus. Penetrate? I like it.
Penetrate is a NASA term.
All right, so these are things that have to do with the space program.
Okay, I'm going to struggle
See
here.
what we did there?
It's not sexual at all.
Not at all. All right, 30 seconds on the clock, Casey.
30?
It's 30 seconds. All right, are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, and on your mark, get set, and go. This is one of these exploded one time. It was
asteroid?
No, it was a rocket that they sent up, and then it was
spaceship.
It was the space. You know,
SpaceX.
Looks like a plane. No, it exploded. Next
shuttle.
One. All right, shuttle. I got it. All right.
Thank you.
This is what takes the astronauts up into the air.
Rocket.
Yes, you got it. All right, and when you go around the Earth, you are in
orbit.
That is correct. This is where they actually take off from.
The launching pad.
That's correct. Yes. These are things like a GPS is on it. It circles.
Satellite.
Yes, you got it.
He got it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5. That's not bad.
Right.
And
that's not bad.
one for Kate.
All right, Kate. That's a big bush you have there.
Hey, my father's listening.
How about a pearl necklace? He can bang all night. We've got a squirter. I love oral, or let me show you my nuts.
Pearl necklace.
Pearl necklace.
I'm a lady.
A lady.
All right, so how about a pearl necklace? And that category is things that have to do with jewelry. Things that have to do
See, I knew it.
with jewelry. All right, 30 seconds on the clock, and let's begin. These are the most expensive gems.
Diamonds.
That's correct, yes. When you give someone you want to marry them, you give them a...
Engagement ring.
That is correct. This fits around your wrist.
Bracelet.
That is correct, yes. You wear these on your lobes.
Earrings.
That is correct. And you measure diamonds in...
Carats.
That's correct, yes. This is a green gem.
Emerald.
That is correct. And a small diamond earring would be called a...
Stud.
Yes!
Wow! Destroyed me.
That's how it's done.
Anybody at Jewelers Row, if you want me to promote your business, I'm happy to represent.
Steven Singer. Yeah.
7-5. Are you keeping
Yes.
score over there, Nick? All right, thank you. All right, so back to the categories, Jim. Here we go. That's a big bush you have there. He can bang all night. We've got a squirter. I love oral, or let me show you my nuts.
I'll do he can bang all night.
He can bang all night.
That's
All
what
right.
I would have chosen.
That'll never be taken out of context, Jim.
That category is things associated with drummers.
Oh no, I'm in trouble
Nah, I
again.
think you'll be all right. These are easy. Things associated with drummers. He can bang all night. 30 seconds, and let's begin. So they hit the drums with...
Sticks.
Yes, correct. All right, this is metal, and it goes ting, ting, ting. You hit it.
Cymbal.
An animal. No, that's not it. An animal might wear it around its neck out in the field.
Bell.
Cowbell. We'll give it to you. All right. This is the thing you said before. You hit them. They're metal.
Cymbals.
Yes, that's correct. You keep the...
Rhythm. Beat.
Beat. You got it. All right. And you go to a show. It's a... Where everybody attends.
Concert.
Yes, that's correct. These you hit with your hands. You
Bongos.
Yes, absolutely. This is the big drum you hit with your foot.
Snare. Oh shoot. The bass.
Bass drum.
Well
How
done.
did that just come to you at the last minute?
Sign language.
7 for Jim.
Sign language that you speak. It's the best, most effective.
All right. Let's go back to Kate, and this will be the last one we
All
do.
right,
We'll do two
it's tight
categories each.
now.
All right. What's the score, by the way, Nick?
It is, Jim currently has 12 and Kate has 7, so we'll see how she does in this round.
To be honest,
better
Jim,
than 5.
you got to stop helping Kate on this. Because
I will.
All right, so the final categories. That's a big bush you have there. We've got a squirter. I love oral, or let me show you my nuts.
Let me show you my nuts.
All right, let me show you my nuts. And that is varieties of nuts.
Oh, it's not
Varieties
sexual.
Of nuts. All right, you ready?
This is going to be hard.
Let's begin. All right, these are kind of a crescent shape. They're small.
Cashews.
That's correct, yes. These are sometimes a red shell.
Pistachios.
That is correct, yes. These are large like this, and you put two in your hand, you can crack them together.
Walnuts.
That's correct, yes. You eat these at the ballpark all the time.
Peanuts.
Yeah. These are like Nutella is made out of these.
Hazelnut.
Yes. This is a southern nut. You make a pie out of it.
Pecan.
Yeah.
Pecan.
And these you find in Hawaii. They are
Macadamia.
Yes.
Wow.
Hey,
I'll
you
tell you
guys-
what.
You must have rocked Strahan's world.
Preston is really good at
You
giving.
guys.
Yeah.
And also, I just did an episode of Magnum PI, so
You were just in
I
Hawaii.
had macadamia nuts coming out.
There you go.
Wazoo.
I had nuts coming out my ass.
Actually, that's how I was paid. I was paid in nuts.
All right. Well, with that, Jim, you're a good sport. We want to thank you for being here this morning at the Camp Out for Hunger.
Thanks so much for having me, guys, and keep up the great work.
Head coach of the Philadelphia Union, Jim Kirtley, is doing a round of applause.
He's a good man.
I appreciate this.
You want me to mention Bimbo?
Well, yeah, because that was a Camp Out for Hunger game. So this is a read for the Camp Out Hunger Games.
And Bimbo was a longtime sponsor of the Union.
are.
as well.
They still are.
And it's brought to you today, by the way, Sara Lee Artisano with their thick slices and irresistibly soft texture. Sara Lee Artisano bread makes the sandwich, always baked without artificial flavors, colors, and preservatives. Artisano is a delicious way to make the routine remarkable. Kate was just telling me all this stuff. Visit your local grocery store to pick up Sara Lee Artisano bread today.
This is my favorite freak. Nick, are you a fan of this bread?
Love
this
it.
bread is so awesome.
And it's
not
made
even
locally.
kidding. I love it.
All right. With that done, Kate, how the hell are you?
I'm fantastic. I got a case of ponies. We haven't even cracked up the Rolling Rock.
Will you tear into it? Go ahead.
Now, you know what? I'm driving, but
Are you?
You guys are staying put. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, when you come around, you don't get a car service. You don't have like you're sitting in the back of a Rolls or something.
I'm driving a 78 Impala. It's been in the family for years.
78 Impala.
No.
Kate, I love following you on social media. You've had a really eventful last few months, and I'm so glad I reached out to see if you might be around for Camp Out, and here you are, which is fantastic.
I know this is my first time I'm actually technically here, because
And
last year I was here with Jenna and Angela, but
Yeah,
it was only virtual.
Instagram Live with you last year, but I want to ask you right off the bat, what was Alaska like? Because you got to tour there with Jane Lynch, and that looked so cool.
It was really awesome, and luckily, thanks to global warming, it was snowing already in September, and it usually doesn't. And then I actually got to shoot an independent film in Homer, Alaska, which is where all the Alaskans go for vacation. And it looks like every place you look, it looks like a storybook. It's fantastic.
I'm familiar with this. I was just watching a documentary about that area, and it is, no matter where you look, it looks like a classic postcard shot of Alaska.
And there's one great bar, the Salty Dog. Tell them I sent you.
They know you there.
Actually, I was working so hard. I cannot party when I'm on the road. Like, I'm getting so old. Like, I have to keep it together. Jane Lynch will kill me if I don't have my shit together.
There we go. There we go.
There it was.
Yeah.
The
There's
Flannery
our first
switch
curse.
back at the radio station is being pushed as we speak.
Alaska, by the way, my wife and I took a trip years ago when we first got married to Alaska, and I still contend it may be the greatest vacation we ever took. It is, you've got to get to it to really believe, because you just said, no, that place, that can't exist.
Right.
It can't look that way in real life, and it looks even more amazing.
It does.
Yeah.
The 49th state, baby. I'm just saying, if you're on your way on the Black Horse Pike to the shore and you're at the diner and you get the placemat, check it off the list. Right? Check it off the map, right?
Exactly.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Hey, so Jane Lynch, you and the crew are doing a swinging little Christmas.
Yes.
Back here in Philly. I'm so excited about that.
Yes, we'll be in Wilmington December 2nd at the Grand Opera House, and then we'll be in Philly at the City Winery on, I think it's Sunday, December 13th.
We finally get the chance to see it.
2 shows. Yeah, we're doing 2 shows. Yeah, we're doing lunch and dinner.
There we go. Awesome.
That's excellent. And so it's the two of you. You have a piano accompaniment.
We have a 5-piece band, the Tony Guerrero Quintet. They're awesome. They're jazz band. They're great. But you guys, it's not a hostage situation. I promise.
So wait, that's Jane Lynch is going to be here too?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so December 12th is my daughter's sweet 16.
Hey.
And she loves Glee, and she loves The Office.
Is she 21? I don't know. Maybe you don't have to be 21 to be in.
I'll just get her a fake ID.
Okay.
Yeah.
What am I saying? Right.
Honestly.
I know a place in Seattle. That was back in the 80s. I'm sorry.
I may have to bring her to the show.
Were you a fake ID user back in the day?
I was. I got caught too.
All right,
Oh, you did?
All right. So how did you use someone else's ID, or did you try to doctor it?
My older sisters, and I still tried to doctor it like a dummy.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we had, and I actually didn't do this because I had a different fake ID, but there was a guy who came to our campus with New Jersey IDs, and like everybody in my fraternity house had it was like $100 or whatever. They had to stagger when they would go to the Tavern because everybody had the same address in New Jersey. Like, that was the only thing.
Jersey was the easiest way to get a fake ID because you could actually take somebody else's birth certificate over to Jersey. So all of my friends had legit Jersey IDs just with somebody else's name.
Isn't that crazy?
I had somebody that looked like me, Dawn Durr, and
Dawn Durr?
Yep, that was her name.
Dawn Durr in Preston.
My boyfriend found it at a bar and handed it to me. He's like, you could pass as this girl. I used it for years.
Dropped from the heavens into your lap.
Yeah, your boyfriend just found it?
Yeah, it was like the girl probably dropped it on the floor or whatever. He picked it up.
Another responsible drinker in New Jersey. That's fantastic.
God.
These poor kids in Jersey could never get into a bar.
Well, there was someone, and we've talked about this before, and I didn't get one of these, but they actually made a placard, which was huge, and you would stand in front of it, and it was a Missouri driver's license. You would stand in front of it and take a picture, and then cut it out and laminate it, and because it was back when they was laminated driver's license. And that was what they would use. I didn't have the balls to do it. I didn't want to get in trouble.
I understand.
You know?
But you probably wanted to get in trouble, Kate.
Actually, I'm the youngest of 7. I watched all my older siblings make all these stupid mistakes. I'm like, never doing that, never doing that. You could have gotten away with that, but you didn't think ahead of time.
Right.
I'm thinking.
Didn't your dad have a bar anyway?
Yeah, Flannery's Tavern. Although he was very strict about, he was strict.
Did you work in the bar?
I never worked in the bar.
Never
no,
worked in the bar.
Yeah, I was in Germantown, Flannery's Tavern since 1933, and it was a big LaSalle University hangout in the 70s.
So it was a college bar.
Only on Thursday nights.
Oh, okay.
Otherwise, you had to be an old man or like one woman at the bar.
I know the type. Oh my God.
What's your name, sweetheart?
That's right. My dad had a code. If you cursed in front of any, like if there was a woman in the bar and you cursed, he would make you apologize. So I'd get like, "Excuse me, Miss Flannery." I wasn't even listening, and I'd get like an apology.
So you never worked there by choice, or he wouldn't let you, or?
Yeah, my brother worked there. I think my one sister Arlene worked there for one summer, but other than that, and then my brother had a bar on 21st Street between Market and Chestnut, T.A. Flannery's.
I remember that. That's it.
And I filled in a few times. Yeah. And
Okay.
my dad worked there. Yeah, it was right before my dad stopped working 10 years ago at the age of 87. He's 97.
Oh my God, it's amazing.
The plan was to drop dead behind the bar. That didn't happen. I'm glad he's still here.
Right.
Thank God. But yeah, I know. I think that's what keeps people young. Right?
Yeah.
I just got a text from my friend Jen. She's African American. She said her fake ID was from West Virginia, and it said that she was Caucasian on her ID.
But was it a picture of her?
It was a picture of her.
But it said Caucasian.
That's amazing.
Well, you don't want to, you can't just presume.
Oh my goodness. When you were growing up, we were talking about you and being around the bar and all that.
Yes.
But how did acting enter your life?
I always wanted to be an actress. I wanted to audition for the TV show Zoom. I'm totally dating myself.
We love Zoom.
I actually had an audition, but my mom's like, "We're not going up there, and you have to live there." I'm like, "I could live with my piano teacher's cousin." I had like this whole plan.
Can you sing the song? Can you sing the theme song?
Zoom, 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 zoom. We're gonna zoom, zoom. Okay,
that's it.
But then I worked at Riverfront Dinner Theater when I was a senior in high school. I was in the show Bye Bye Birdie, so I felt like a child star because I got to leave every Wednesday after fourth period because I had a matinee.
Who did you play in Birdie?
I played Ursula, and they gave me a song for the movie, the theme song Bye Bye Birdie, because that character didn't have a song, so I got to sing.
That's awesome.
Yes, and we were entitled to the buffet when we had a matinee, but none of the cast members were entitled to the seafood Newburgh. Thank you very much.
You got that because, of course, yeah.
Yes.
Well, so musical theater and all this, and this show, obviously, with the Christmas shows, is right in your wheelhouse. It's what you...
It is, although I didn't do it for years. I just did things that made fun of it. Because when I got to Second City, we used to make fun of musicals, which was a blast.
I'm a massive fan. I do love musicals when they're done right.
Yes.
Of the recent crop, what musical has rocked your world?
The recent crap. Well, I mean, obviously Hamilton. It's very catchy, you guys. It's very catchy. No, it's amazing.
Did you see the movie Sing?
I did not see Sing. I got to see Sing. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I'm inconsistent.
Okay.
I'm always watching Turner Classic Movies.
Well, what's your favorite?
90-year-old woman.
What's your favorite classical musical?
Gypsy's one of them.
Singing in the Rain?
Singing in the Rain.
American in Paris?
Sure.
There we go.
Why not?
All right.
Yeah, any of the Fred Top Hat. Any of the
yes.
If they're funny, they have to be funny, right?
Yeah.
None of this Les Mis stuff. I'm miserable enough. Can't we just lighten up the mood? It's true.
Right. We just went to the touring Hamilton came through town a couple weeks ago.
So great, right?
Went to that. It was amazing.
Yeah, I'm friends with the guy that plays the King in the national tour, and I as an Irish guy, Rory O'Malley, great guy, and I think I did a benefit with him, so I got to. Anyway, that show it's beyond. I mean, I just love when they actually, they turn Philadelphia into a cool place, you guys. Hey,
right.
In the room where it happens.
Right.
You all want to be in the room where it happens, right?
Can you pull that off? Can you pull the real dramatic vocal stuff off if you?
I can, but please, it's so early, and
I'm not going to have you do it.
I have not had enough ponies.
You got to have a few beers first. So what was the biggest production you've done, musical wise, on stage? I mean,
you know what?
Besides Bye Bye Birdie when you were Ursula.
You know what? I did some shows in college, but I feel like theater. I mean, the only I did in New York, I did Love, Lost, and What I Wore, the Nora Ephron show.
Okay.
I actually did it in Philly too for a couple weeks. But other than that, I haven't done like big productions because I was in Chicago doing all the things that made fun of that
Sure,
stuff.
but it sounds like
at the Really Brady Bunch.
Sounds like you're being underused a little bit here. Yeah.
Well, you know what? I could not sing without a wig on until Jane Lynch asked me. I swear to God, I was always in character. So she actually was like, "Be yourself," kind of. I mean, whatever.
Yeah.
Be your dorky self, and we're going to do this.
I've always loved musical theater. My favorite is it's Annie, but close
love
second
Annie.
for me is Grease. And I always wanted to be in Grease, and I wanted to be Danny Zuko, and now here I am. I'm 46 years old, and that will never, ever happen.
How do you know?
But I was thinking, wouldn't that be funny to have a production of Grease where everybody's just old, right?
Wasn't that the original though? Weren't they all like?
You're right. You're right. Stockard Channing was
like 42.
61. Yeah.
Not a 61. Unbelievable. They brought out the ghost of Eve Arden and Sid Caesar. They're like, let's unbury him. I don't know.
Yeah. Who was the most talented musically on The Office? Was it Craig Robinson? Was it Ed Helms? Or you?
It's a toss-up because Craig Robinson is super he is a musical genius.
Yeah,
he can play anything. Yeah, he has a band called the Nasty Delicious, and they are both.
They were just here. The Hall Notes.
I heard. Yes, he opened for Hall Notes, which was one of my favorite bands in high school. So I think I would have exploded if I was there. Yes.
I love when Ed Helms would bust out the banjo.
So he's a great musician. He's a great banjo player. I've actually done a lot of live shows with him. A lot of benefits. He's amazing.
Does it amaze you again? We've talked about this a number of times that the Office juggernaut still continues.
It's insane. We were the #1 show watched during the pandemic, you guys. You're welcome. But seriously, I mean, I get recognized. I still get recognized by the back of my head. It's like, even with the 47 masks, I'm hiding. Can't hide.
It's crazy. And also the voice is very recognizable, so that's got to be pretty...
I'm so shy. But no, it's awesome. And I feel like the fandom has only grown, and I feel like between things like Cameo and a lot of... we've done like some charity stuff through Zoom and some fan stuff, and it's just amazing.
Yeah, your Cameo's very, very popular. I was reading an article about best bang for your buck, like who gets the most requests, but who doesn't charge an outrageous amount.
Right.
And you were in that list of top 25 in the country.
I know. I'm really proud of that because a lot of times people relate to our show, and I feel like sometimes people go through really hard times and they want a message from somebody from the office, and I'm really happy to represent. So because I know comedy is the best medicine. I mean, that's but it really is. It really heals, and I'm so proud to be a part of something that people actually give a crap about.
It's funny, because honestly, when you do get that, it's a way to sort of reach out and get a little video from somebody, and some people phone it in, and you don't, which is cool.
No, I actually learned to play the theme to The Office on the piano during the pandemic, and sometimes I play it just because I'm sick of the sound of my own voice.
Right.
Let's just let the piano do the music for you.
Do you keep in touch with Creed Bratton, because he's a musician as well?
I do. He's actually on the road right now.
Is he? Yeah, he has a new record out, I think.
He does.
And it's Grassroots or something like that.
Grassroots was the original band that he played with in the 60s.
So, again, he's taken what he did on The Office, but he continues to tour, and now he's a musician who's on the road. It's really impressive.
I love the way he's kind of manifested. We were both in the same episode of the Bernie Mac show. I don't think he had any lines. I played
wild.
an annoyed mother that was yelling at Bernie through the whole episode. But
well, let me ask you: Does the incredible popularity, even at this point, does that put the nail in the coffin of there not being a reunion, or
I don't know.
Because
Steve,
it's the perennial question.
Dude, you got to ask Steve Carell. Seriously, I feel like there's this sacredness to it that people don't want to ruin, and I kind of understand it.
Is he the Roger Waters of this whole thing?
I think so. I think so. But you know what? I'm going to bring him a case of ponies. Maybe I'll loosen him up, you guys. Come on. Who wants it? Hey.
Oh my God. No, I was impressed with how good The Office was even after Steve had left.
Yeah.
Right? Then that just goes to show what a great ensemble cast it was.
He was actually holding you guys back.
No, and what was great is I think the writers were really generous in making sure that everybody had something to give to
that's true.
the show.
Although I will say, I like the fact that Meredith did not. We didn't really change the chess match during the game because sometimes they kind of ruin characters.
Right.
And they start talking too much, and it's like you're not even funny anymore. You're giving all this exposition. I feel lucky that Meredith did not really go there.
No,
they had 1 or 2 episodes where I talked a lot, but less is more. You guys,
right? They had the meter on you. Yeah, it was absolutely great. So I love to see the. By the way, the outtakes of the series are just as great as the series.
A lot of deleted scenes. Meredith. But you can watch them on Peacock. There's a lot of super fan episodes that they plugged a lot of our old stuff. So it's like walking through a door through your, like you have an extra room in your house. You're like, what's happening?
It's tremendous. It's awesome.
Crazy. I don't know if you guys know this, but Melora Harden is doing Dancing with the Stars.
Yes.
Who played Jan.
We had her on. We had her on to promote it. She's awesome.
She is awesome. I went to visit her at the back of the ballroom.
Yeah, the episode.
It was nice to see everybody.
We talked about the episode that takes place at the house with the small
of course,
TV.
The dinner party.
The dinner party is
the best episode.
One of the absolute best.
Nice. Well, I want to remind you that Kate is going to be back in town, and that will be with Jane Lynch. It's a swinging little Christmas, and I've got it here as December 12th.
It is December 12th. Sorry,
City Winery. 2 shows is a 3 o'clock show and 7:30 p.m. And then you're going to be in Delaware before that?
Wilmington, Delaware, December 2nd.
Excellent.
Yeah, I think it's a Sunday. Yeah. At the Grand Opera House.
Nice.
The Grand
Well,
Opera.
that'll be a lot of fun. It's so wonderful to see you. We're so glad
you
you were
guys,
in town for this.
nobody's having a pony. Nobody. They're cold.
We'll have our ponies later.
Have your pony later.
Yeah.
You guys are the greatest. And thank you for doing this. And you guys give what you can because it really does make a difference. And we're not just buying beer with the money, I swear.
Yes. Let's hear it for Kate Flannery, ladies and gentlemen. We love you.
I'm selling one.
We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. This is the Preston and Steve Camp Out for Hunger, our third day. Come and visit us, won't you? The Wells Fargo Center parking lot right next to Xfinity Live. We'll be back in a moment. Bizarre File is coming up next. Stay.
I'm a pearl?
Maybe.
I have one in my cheek. I've had it for years since I was a kid.
A cyst?
Yeah, and
from chewing tobacco?
No. The doctor said never to remove it, that I don't ever have to, just because it would be like a surgery to
inside or on the outside.
What do you mean? It's like under my skin.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know what? If
I can feel it from the inside.
You could have something protruding on the inside of your mouth and not be able to see it or feel it from the outside.
So you wouldn't be able to see it or feel it. You kind of have to push down. So it's almost like hidden between the inside of my mouth and my skin on the outside. But when I get sick, if I have a cold or my immune system is compromised, it gets a little bit bigger.
Would I be able to feel it if I touched it?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd have to
go all the way around the room.
Yeah, I'd have to show you where it is and direct your finger.
There we go.
We got it.
Don't be scared. I'll lead you. It's okay. Don't be scared. I'm gonna let you caress my inner mouth.
I hate
my inner mouth lump. It's all right. It happens to lots of guys.
You'll guide my finger?
I'll guide your finger. And when I quiver, you'll know you hit it.
Listen, I thought, too, about different ways I could say that, and that's what came out, because I knew you were going to make something of it.
Oh, I'll quiver when you hit it.
That was my best option.
Money shot.
Oh. Yep. Wow. Okay. I've been given the wrap-up sign. We have to take her. I know. Marissa just brought the full list of cysts, Casey.
Oh, hey, because your cyst
is on my list. Because your cyst,
I can't resist.
All right.
I got my finger to your cyst.
And I'm feeling you quiver. All right, well, we'll come back to these.
Yeah,
because we got to break and come back, and we got to get Lou Diamond Phillips on. But maybe we can run down the list of cysts. The cyst list. A tourist in Gatlinburg, Tennessee, faces a couple of criminal charges after firing his gun 6 times at a bear outside the door of his motel room last Thursday night. Gregory Sapp was
Are you enjoying your stay at the Westin?
Gregory Sapp was cited for illegal discharge of a firearm and reckless endangerment. Police said Sapp claimed the bear was outside his room on the second floor breezeway of the Motel 6.
Dude, I'm just trying to get some ice.
Sapp was not injured. Officers with the Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency were unable to find the bear on Friday. They did not know how many shots hit the animal. It is unknown if the bear is dead or alive.
Was there, in fact, a bear?
A neighbor, Anthony Gunter, said, I had heard several shots ring out. It turns out this fellow was shooting at a black bear that he claimed tried to attack him and his wife. He exclaimed that it was a 300 or 400 pound bear, which is the exact size of that bear that's been in our neighborhood for a while. It's a big bear, but like I said, I've never had a problem with that bear.
Sounds like that there hotel bear we've been hearing about.
He said it just goes about its business.
Oh, he's a big fella.
He said I'm quoting you, he was a really friendly bear. He would just walk over here, leave us alone, go over there. I hope he's alive, he says. Police
let me describe what he would do. He'd be over there, and then he'd be over there. I never saw him over there, though.
But he was over there?
I don't recollect.
But he was definitely there in there.
Yeah, 4 times. Well, 2 times there and 2 times there. I keep a diary. That's that book that says there on it.
That's the name of the diary?
Yeah.
It's the bear over there.
That bear over there.
Police said they're still investigating the case. The Motel 6 has several cameras visible on the exterior of the building and the breezeways.
We'll leave the bear on for you.
Neighbors said they take a wait-and-see approach on whether the animal was aggressive toward the motel guests, but they admit that the animals roam the breezeway of the motels.
No reason to be afraid. The bear was over there.
He said those bears will go up and down them ramps of these hotels searching for food, whatever they can find. If the bear was truly aggressive and threatening, the man may be justified for shooting in self-defense. But you are not allowed to shoot a bear just because it's close to you.
Just because it's there.
Yeah. Where was he?
There.
Firing a weapon should only be used as a last resort when there is no other escape option, according to them.
I don't know how fond I would be of a hotel where there was a robust bear population.
On the second floor.
On the second floor.
He was able to make it up there.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Without a key.
All right, another fact that we learned from
the Just Saying Institute, located over 200 sprawling acres in West Virginia.
The last decade from researchers. If your ex wants to be friends, they might be a psychopath.
If your ex wants to be friends, that's sign of being a psychopath, possibly?
In 2016, researchers from Oakland University in Michigan found that people with the so-called dark triad personality traits like narcissism and psychopathy, I guess is how you say it.
He's a member of the dark triad.
Like Cobra?
I'm going to have to take him out.
Often keep their exes.
He's the disease. I'm the ex-boyfriend.
No, they often keep their exes around for calculating, self-serving purposes.
Okay.
A desire for continued sexual access, financial help, or a need to still exert some control over a former partner were among key reasons for maintaining contact, especially for men. These are facts, yes, from the Just Saying Institute.
From the Just Saying Institute.
That
we end up just saying things at the Just Saying Institute.
That we have found out over the last 10 years about relationships and
That's a decade.
love and sex and all that stuff. So how about this one? Speaking of sex, that sexual afterglow that you feel after sex will last about 48 hours.
Really?
Yeah.
You mean
longer for you, Kath? Or?
No, it seems to diminish pretty quickly.
Are you sure? Because you have to clean up right
Get off of me. Get it off of me. But the glow, get it off.
It's like it's like you've sat in the bedroom with me.
Get it off. You have this glow. It's the light refracting off of it.
It's shimmering and shiny.
Get it off!
It's glazy.
I look like a Krispy Kreme.
So you're generally in a better...
Get your blanket and pillow. You're sleeping on the couch.
You're generally in a better mood after sex thanks to a flood of endorphins and other feel-good hormones released post-climax. Positive effects of getting laid last up to 2 days. And
Wow.
That the feeling can help couples bond over time.
I always let out a big sigh when I close the laptop.
Says there might
clear
history and
there might be
erase the history.
What's on Google News?
There might be an evolutionary reason for the 48-hour shelf life. 48 hours is roughly the same amount of time that A, conception is maximized, B, it takes sperm concentrations to be restored to peak levels.
Do we have to guess which one?
And C, no, these things all happen.
All the above.
And C, sperm remain maximally viable in the female reproductive tract. So all that happens over 48 hours, and it's all
You're
apparently.
the semen. I'm the afterglow.
Just let him be here.
All right.
Let him be here. That's Cobra.
Rambo,
That's Cobra.
I apologize.
He's a professor at the Just Saying Institute.
I didn't know.
Oh, my God. All right.
Just Saying Institute. I'm a professor teaching classes daily.
Meghan Markle is opening up about the pressures of being a new mom in the public eye.
Thank you for asking, because not many people have asked if I'm okay, but it's a very real thing to be going through behind the scenes.
And the answer is, would it be fair to say not really okay, since it's really been a struggle?
Yes.
Wow. Says a new mom?
Yeah, she's dealing with being a new mother. Well, you let her tell you.
All right.
Look, any woman, especially when they're pregnant, you're really vulnerable, and so that was made really challenging. And then when you have a newborn,
It's a long time ago, but I remember, yeah.
And especially as a woman, it's a lot. So you add this on top of just trying to be a new mom or trying to be a newlywed.
I know this is probably inappropriate, but I would love to kiss you.
Wow. Excuse me?
I'm just watching you speak, and with your tone is very inviting. I would love to kiss you.
He's the Joe Namath.
Of the British press corps.
I'm sure that this is inappropriate, but in that first clip, the British guy says to her that it's really been a struggle to her, and to me, it sounded like it's really penis struggle.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys caught that clip,
Really,
but
penis struggle.
Go back to.
You're right. I have struggled with many penises, depending on girth and other factors.
Wow.
But I have a perfect fit in my current husband, and it's good. Sometimes I don't even know it's happening. Thank you.
Wait, let's hear that clip. Hold on.
Would it be fair to say not really okay? As in, it's really been a struggle.
Yes.
In fact, the other night he rolled over and he said, God damn, that was great. And I said, what? And he had actually completed a sexual act. And I was wholly unaware. I didn't even miss. I was reading a book at the time. I had literally no idea, but that speaks to how quiet he is and how small.
She's turning it into him.
I've had things that were very painful, and I felt, I don't know, in a way, the word would be, I guess, build up, and I don't feel that. I feel as if I don't know. If a person of short stature would have wandered through the Carlsbad Caverns. I think perhaps that's what his penis must feel like.
Oh, my God.
it's a penis struggle.
So this was kind of interesting. Jodie Foster almost played Cindy Brady when she was a kid.
Wow.
The Brady Bunch cast
As
revealed
Nell.
on Watch What Happens Live. Yeah, instead of a lisp, she can't communicate at all. So Cindy, Susan Olsen had a little bit of a lisp, and yeah.
Cindy, you can't go smearing your feces on the attic wall. I know it's comfortable for you to spread your spore around the house to chase away predators.
Mr. Brady could even communicate. He could have a moral lesson for Nellie, who wouldn't understand him.
Gaya fla bla takla. Fuego tapa.
That's Nell.
Where it all gone what?
No. I got talk clock.
That's her version. That's her version of Mom always said, "Don't play ball in the house, Steve." Play it one more time.
Where it all gone what?
Yeah, Mom always said, "Don't play ball in the house." You know that. But apparently, it was on Watch What Happens live with Andy Cohen, Maureen McCormack, Eve Plum, Susan Olsen, Barry Williams, Christopher Knight, and Mike Lookenlamb were all reuniting there. This is ahead of HGTV's Food Network crossover special, a Very Brady Renovation Holiday Edition. Susan Olsen had said that
James Gandolfini was supposed to play Bobby.
That Jodie Foster was up for Cindy. So
entirely different cast, right?
Yeah, totally different. Something new from Hershey's. I have. You guys like Hershey's Kisses, right? I mean, pretty much.
I do. I do. They're especially on the holidays too. You get those cookies with the big single Hershey's Kiss right in the middle of it.
Right in the middle, yeah. Hershey's has created a new flavor, and they arrived. No, I'm sorry. They arrived in 2019, and now they're back for Valentine's Day. It is the Hershey's Lava Cake Kisses.
And is it made from actual molten lava?
It burns the inside of the interior of the mouth. Yes. The kisses are dark chocolate with a gooey chocolate center.
This seems very
Jewish chocolate center.
Bill Weston loves
Is that a Jewish thing?
Is that a Jewish thing?
Gooey.
This has a very Jewy taste to it.
Mazel.
They're so moist and Jewy.
Mazel, mazel. Of course I would say that.
Is that a Jewish thing?
Oh, my God. And there goes the second.
It's a wonderful cookie with the taste of Israel.
The Kisses are dark chocolate with a gooey chocolate center.
Not a Jewish thing.
Not a Jewy chocolate center. And I just said Jesus under my breath, too. Jeez.
Well, he was a Jew.
That's right. The limited edition holiday flavor is available at Target, Walmart, and other retailers.
I like this concept. Do you like the chocolate molten cake?
Yeah, I do.
Oh my God,
I very much do. I bought this for my my wife and I's last anniversary. Wee's anniversary. And by the way, if chocolate has a discolored look to it, does not necessarily mean that it's bad. Yeah. Yeah, I did read that a while back. That doesn't mean that.
So what does it mean?
It's bad. Somebody look it up.
Jewier.
It's kosher.
Okay, all right, that's what it means.
Yeah.
So Preston, just a quick thing on these candies, the ones that have the molten, is that a soft center?
It's a gooey,
center.
Chocolate.
I like that idea.
Yeah, I do too. Here we go. It says when you see white or grayish film on the surface of your food, it normally. In our endless pool that we have here, the actual you can swim and do laps and continue to not row.
You could
actually, they do have rowing apparatus that you can do in those things. But yes,
so we are doing this Wells to the Shells swimming challenge, which is cumulatively trying to swim 82 miles, which would be the length from jumping in the Delaware River here and swimming all the way to Cape May.
Yeah.
And as we speak in there, adding up miles, the Villanova swim team is here. As Casey was saying, these are Division I.
It's insane.
These are elites.
So they're going to cover a lot of ground today, or water today.
Yeah.
Right now, Brenna McLaughlin is in the pool. She's from Connecticut.
She's from Connecticut. I mean, this is a D1, Division I program, so you have swimmers from all over the country that swim for that team. And right now, Brenna is in the pool. I was talking with Ryan Maher, who is he's a local guy, but he swims at Nova. He's from Malvern Prep. Luke Greiner, who's from Greenville, South Carolina. He's going to hop in a little bit later on. And then you have Gracie Weiler, and she's from Virginia. These guys, like, it's no joke. I was doing a 140 pace, and I was struggling last night. These guys are at like 108. So swimming at
I don't know what that means.
So that means to swim 100 yards or meters, they're doing that in 1 minute and 8 seconds.
Oh.
And to hold that pace for a half hour at a time, for me, that's absolutely insane. But this guy's is like it's like a stroll in the park.
How are we doing though, distance-wise? Are we on pace? Or
These guys are going to get us over. Right? So I think we were on or just off pace just a little bit. But having these guys, these 4 swimmers here this morning, are going to get us on and over pace to get to Cape May.
So we got to get to 82 miles by the end of the broadcast on Friday, and then Endless Pools will donate $15,000.
$15,000
to Phil Abundance, which is awesome. All right, so before we get to the Bizarre File, we have a guest who's returning here to the Camp Out for Hunger. We are happy to have him back. He is the Attorney General for the state of Pennsylvania. Please welcome Mr. Josh Shapiro.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Good morning.
Sir. Good to see you again.
Good to see you in person.
You are in great shape. I can tell by looking at you in that suit. Would you jump in there and swim a few miles?
I don't know that you want me swimming. I play some hoops for you, but I don't know that you want me swimming.
Is that your game?
That's my game. Yeah.
Yeah, we do have the Papa shot over there.
Yeah. We'll hit that after.
Were you a collegiate basketball guy or?
True story. I was pretty good in high school.
Okay.
I walked onto the college team. Same day in college, within a few hours, got cut from the men's basketball team, flunked out of pre-med, and ran for student government and won. Boom, there you go.
Hey,
all in one day.
I guess I'm doing government.
Yeah.
There you go.
Batting 300, that's not too bad. Where did you go to high school and college?
I went to Akiba Academy on the main line, went to University of Rochester undergrad, and Georgetown for law.
Nice.
So you started off medical was what you had in mind.
Yeah, I mean, I was just inspired by my pop. He's a local pediatrician, took care of a lot of kids. Just loved seeing what he did in the community. Thought I wanted to help people that way, and quickly learned that the way I could help people most was making government actually work for them and delivering for them. And so we kind of veered off the exit ramp after that day in college, and I've never looked back.
Well, no, it's a good thing you did. You followed your passion. I went to see Dr. Mike last night because I've been a little under weather, and Dr. Mike was working till like 7 o'clock last night. He's going crazy. There's nobody else in the office but him, and I'm like, you're insane. Yeah. I'm like, you work so much. And he's like, but I love what I do. He's like, some people get into med thinking that it's the right idea because financially it'll work out for them, and they don't really love it. And you need to love what you do.
Gotta love what you do.
Yeah.
Gotta love what you do.
It's a big difference, and a lot of people are not, able to do that, but we always try to advise people. You're a perfect example. We tell our interns a lot of times, leave the door open on other options. You'll be surprised what comes out of left field, catches your fancy, and sets your life path.
Totally. I tell people all the time, there's no class you got to take to get a job. There's no job you got to take to get the next one. Follow your passion. Whatever you love, follow that. You'll be good at it, and you'll change the world that way.
Yeah, so you and I have one thing in common. We were both pre-law when we went into college. And then you talk about passion. I did my first beer bong, and I said, you know what? I think radio is the direction that I need to take.
People tell me I've got a face for radio, so maybe I should have gone there, too.
You seriously went pre-law?
I went pre-law for 1 semester.
Wow.
I took my first politics course. I was like, man, there's a lot of reading and writing.
You'd be the only lawyer who would end up getting a death penalty.
Listen, my uncle was a lawyer, and he was a partner in a law firm here in Philadelphia, and he drove a Jaguar. Yeah. And I was like, well, then I'm going to be a lawyer because I want to drive a Jaguar as well.
Well, I remember it was like in my brief college moment when I took astronomy. I was like, I'm like, yeah. Nobody said there was going to be math involved in this.
That's physics, brother.
What is this?
That's what killed me about pre-med. Yeah.
What's with
It's always the math.
What's with the math?
Yeah. Gotta get stoned and look at the stars, man.
That's what I thought it was all about. Yeah.
Well, thankfully, there's a safety net called communications.
Right. There you go.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I found it.
Yeah.
So you have recently announced a run for governor in Pennsylvania.
That's right.
And how long has this been in the back of your mind?
Yeah, look, what's been in the back of my mind is how can I help the most Pennsylvanians?
Mm-hmm.
Look, as Attorney General, I've been fighting these big fights, delivering real results for people. Y'all are here doing great work to help hungry people. I'll give you a concrete example. My work as Attorney General, the last administration in Washington, they cut SNAP benefits, or what people sort of think of as food stamps. I sued the former president, won, and protected those food stamps, those SNAP benefits for over 80,000 Pennsylvanians. That's a concrete thing I've been able to do as Attorney General. That's the kind of actions I want to take as governor. Take on big fights, do what I've done my whole career, bring people together, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, and deliver real results. People are frustrated by government, man. They want us to shake up government and actually have it work for people, and I've got a long history of doing that. So I'm not sure that it's been in my mind a long time, but it's been a continuation of the kind of work I've been doing.
I'm amazed. I don't know how people in your business, in your line of work, can prepare yourselves for campaigns, because it just seems... I don't know how physically. I mean, I would just be wiped out at the pace that someone has to undergo to run for office, and then after that, do the job.
Well, look, I'll tell you. First off, I'm blessed. I got a good life, so I'm not whining about it. But here's what you do. Number one, you got to stay physically fit.
Yeah.
Number two, and this has been true for me my whole life, you have to be grounded in something. And for me, I am grounded in my family and my faith. Lori and I are blessed with 4 children. When I am not doing this work for the people of Pennsylvania, I'm playing basketball with them, I'm at their games, I'm watching the Sixers, I'm doing whatever I can do with them to keep things grounded and keep it real. And I've been with the same girl since the 9th grade. We got married. So she keeps it real at home, let me tell you.
Well, just to be clear, she's not in 9th grade right now.
That is, thank you for clarifying that. And we didn't get married in the 9th grade either.
I just want to make sure that you know how these things get contorted.
That's right.
Can we call upon you to ask, because it's part of the deal here. We always ask people to come in and give their best pitch to the... You know how generous the people in this area are.
Amazing, yeah.
When they rise to the challenge every time, can you impart some words of encouragement for people to come and or go to the Acme or whatever way they want to do it, to donate for the Camp Out for Hunger, and how much it means to the people who will receive this food?
I want to say to Pennsylvanians listening, Philadelphians listening, there are 1.5 million people who are dealing with food insecurity in Pennsylvania. 28% of children in the city of Philadelphia are going hungry. think about that. In our community, people we see, a serious number of them, how do we expect these kids to be able to learn when they're hungry? How do we expect them to be able to engage and grow when they're hungry? We all have a responsibility to one another to get off the sideline, to get in the game and do our part. And what is so great about Philadelphia, what's so great about Pennsylvania, is we look out for one another. And this isn't government coming in with a heavy hand or some big program. This is everyday Philadelphians, everyday Pennsylvanians stepping up like we did here today. Bring your food,
right?
Help people out, and know that you're helping those people have the potential to achieve the ability to deal with these challenges that they face. And what you all are doing here is just incredible because you're highlighting the need. You're encouraging people to step up. And so I'm calling on everybody. I don't care what your politics are. I don't care what you do for a living. You should care about the people in your community and step up and help them with the most basic thing, and that is having a full belly at night.
Thank you. Yeah, it's great.
Josh, have you spent time with John Fetterman?
I have.
Are you able at all to bring him around to Wawa being better than Sheetz?
And I try. And I am someone, believe it or not, I have on many days, given the pace we keep, I've eaten all 3 meals at a Wawa and a Sheetz.
I believe it.
And I'm sure this will kill me elsewhere. I am on Team Wawa. But I do enjoy a Sheetz. But I'm on Team Wawa.
It's a fine. It's like I say this way. Godfather 3 would be pretty good if there wasn't Godfather 1 and 2. And so that's how it works.
I love it.
But it's perfectly respectable, but let's be realistic.
There you go.
Yeah, great.
There you go.
Josh, thank you so much for coming by here today. It's great to see you, and we appreciate the support. Good luck with everything, and we'll see you another time for sure.
You guys are awesome. Truly, all of you, thank you. And to the team behind the screen who makes this happen for all of you, the producers, the staff, they're doing great work too. So I just want to thank everybody in this program. You guys are bigger than this program. You're having a huge community impact. I'll just leave you with this. Scripture teaches us no one's required to complete the task, but neither are we free to refrain from it. What's that mean? We all have a responsibility to get off the sidelines, get in the game, and do our part. Preston and Steve and the whole team here, y'all are doing your part, and I'm grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. Pennsylvania Attorney General Josh Shapiro.
Thank you, everybody.
Appreciate that. Excellent. All right, and with that, we need to do the bizarre file, I believe, correct?
We do.
All right, and Jason, if you would, please.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, it is brought to you by DraftKings Sportsbook, America's top-rated sportsbook app. You can download the DraftKings app and use the code ROCK to get in on the action. Well, this is tragic, but a little bit weird. A man wearing a Fred Flintstone costume was hit and killed while he was harassing traffic in Texas early in the morning on Tuesday.
What were his final words? Yabba dabba doo.
Even think about it. No, it was yabba dabba don't. The driver told San Antonio police that it was dark and he didn't see the man dressed as the iconic cartoon character.
How can you not? He's orange.
Until it was too late. It was shortly after 6 a.m. when the collision occurred. Police received calls from several motorists concerned about a costumed man in the middle of O'Connor Road in northeastern San Antonio swinging at passing cars with what appeared to be a spear.
They found his car in the parking lot, and it had tipped over because there was a large rib.
Oh, my gosh. Was it a brontosaurus?
Yeah. Oh, jeez.
Investigators said that he may have been wielding a broomstick or a similar object as a weapon.
Wow.
Steve, the emergency vehicle came by. It had a giant bird that was screaming on top of it. After hitting the man, the driver stopped and tried to help him, but he died at the scene. That's terrible. The police said that the driver won't face
The defibrillator was an electric eel, Preston.
Wow. The man who reported his car was stolen with a 7-year-old boy inside is in custody after detectives determined there was no child in the vehicle. James Reyes had allegedly reported the child was inside the red Ford Mustang when it was stolen Sunday, apparently to expedite the police response.
Well, that's pretty cheap.
The Mustang and the 17-year-old car thief were found 4 hours later, about a half mile from where the vehicle was stolen.
His name is Bam Bam.
Police searched for a boy with special needs who was reported to have been inside the Mustang. So
man.
The kid
special
had special
needs. Yeah.
The 17-year-old car thief suspect said that he didn't know anything about a carjacked boy, and detectives soon determined that there was never a child in the vehicle.
That's a cheap trick.
Reyes was charged with filing a false police report, so he's facing charges. The 17-year-old suspect was released into the custody of his parents. Neighbors were baffled that all the manpower that the two locations around 11 p.m. on Halloween night was all because of a hoax. Let's see here. Halloween. A Texas woman allegedly marked the occasion on Sunday by pointing a gun at a young child. Monica Ann Bradford is charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. According to authorities, Bradford was yelling at nearby trick-or-treaters despite deputies did not explain how this escalated to her pointing a gun at a 7-year-old.
Is she aware of what Halloween entails?
And they didn't specify why she was mad in the first place, but that is
what is this?
And she did. Investigators took her into custody and booked her into county jail on a $10,000 bond.
There's ghosts and goblins everywhere.
And a similar story, and we'll wrap with this one. A man was arrested on Halloween night after allegedly pulled a gun after a fight with parents of trick-or-treaters. According to police, a man was driving a silver Saturn. He allegedly drove too close to kids walking along the road trick-or-treating, and police say the parents of the trick-or-treaters confronted the driver, claiming that he nearly hit the kids with his car, and that situation became heated. The driver, identified as Robert Corey, and one of the parents began to fight. Corey and the other individuals involved in the fight gave conflicting stories to police. The parents say that after the fight, Corey pulled out a gun, racked a round into the pistol, and held it over his head, causing the parents and kids to run. Corey said that the gun fell out during the fight.
Of course, yeah.
Police later found Corey and recovered a Glock 9mm pistol loaded with 15 rounds. He was also found in possession of 7 plastic bags of cocaine.
So these stories make the guy who was flashing the kids seem a little bit better yesterday.
Yeah, and there you go. That is what we have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right.
Yes.
Now we have our next guests that are ready to go. Before we wrap, we are going to talk to these gentlemen. We just had a Wawa discussion a moment ago. And we would like to welcome from Wawa, Mr. Michael McLaughlin, who is here today.
Yay!
Michael. Michael's got fans. How you doing, Mike?
I'm doing well. How about
Excellent, wonderful. And with Michael is from 2SP, Mr. Bob Barrar.
Yay! How's everybody doing today?
How you doing, Bob?
Excellent.
Good to see you, man.
Good to see you. It's been a while.
It has been a long time. I didn't even recognize you. My God, your beard has gotten out of control.
Yeah, you know.
Bob goes way back with us. I mean,
absolutely.
Back to the Y100 days.
In fact, what's interesting about Bob was that Bob was he helped build the Wells Fargo Center, and that is where he actually found his love of brewing beer.
Right.
Yes. And what was the name of the brewery that they had in there?
That was Red Bell Brewing Company.
Red Bell, and you were just so amazed and intrigued by the brewing process. You were a construction worker at the time.
Exactly.
And so what's the story behind that?
I mean, I was just at the right place at the right time in '96. A brewer asked me if I learned how to make beer. I was 24 years old. I was like, no-brainer. I'm all about it. So I've been making beer ever since.
You've been making award-winning beer ever since.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, you know,
Mr. Humble.
Yeah. Right, and real quick, but so Michael, you're with Wawa. Just says Michael McLaughlin with Wawa. What is your position at Wawa?
So I'm the concept development manager for all Wawa branded beverages. So my team oversees anything that's Wawa branded. So packaged goods, open cups, so full serve beverages, coffee. Coffee is my background, and.
So you're a big deal.
Luckily.
All right. So we're here to announce this. Could you roll this out with us, please, and give us the full deal with this?
Sure. So we are very excited to be here today to announce the release of our 4th annual collaboration with 2SP. We put out a coffee stout every year. This year we're putting out the Winter Reserve Mocha Latte Stout.
Ooh.
Yes. That is pretty cool.
I'm a mocha latte fan. I am a stout fan. I'm not a big beer guy. I'm pretty generic with my beers, but I do like my stouts and porters. I like those a lot. So a mocha stout is right in my alley, man.
Yes.
I love that.
It's amazing how popular these have become in such a short time. So I assume this is going to be a forever thing, correct? I mean, the response has been great.
Yeah, we've been doing it for 4 years.
Yeah.
And we've done something different every year. This is the Mocha Latte Stout. It's a very complex beer, very chocolatey. So there's chocolate nibs in here. There's the coffee, vanilla sugar. Rounds the beer out so it's very, very crushable. 6.7% alcohol, so very easy drinking.
Did you say crushable?
Yeah, in other words, you could knock put a six-pack away.
I've never heard crushable before. That's awesome.
Yeah.
I like that.
I think all beer is crushable.
Who doesn't love a crushable beer?
All right, so what's the story on purchasing this beer, Mike?
So this will be available. We're here to announce the release, but it'll be available starting tomorrow at, give me the exact location, but 6 locations currently in Pennsylvania that sell beer. So that's, Chadds Ford, Middletown, Emmaus, Blakesley, Horsham, and Penrose Avenue, our newest one on Penrose.
Right.
And we're opening on Friday. We're opening one on Frankfurt Avenue, which I believe is like Frankfurt and Academy.
Nice.
You're the first person I've ever seen who's had to take their glasses off to read.
Yeah, I know.
What was that?
I'm fighting the getting readers or getting bifocals put in.
Never seen someone do that before.
Is there a chance? No, pre-existing. So how many locations? You said 6
So I
currently.
think it's 6 currently, and it's 7 as of Friday.
7 as of Friday. And are there plans to expand the availability to other Wawa locations?
I believe there's always a need to or a look to expand.
We need beer.
Yeah. But I don't know the time. So I know that from the packaged goods side, they are working on licensing and that type of thing.
Okay. On my way into camp out on Monday morning, I stopped at the new one, the Penrose one, right off of the Platte Bridge, and noticed the beer section. And it's an impressive Wawa in a cool spot. Used to be like the trash facility or whatever.
Like burning tires.
Yeah. But it's cool as a lifelong Pennsylvania resident to walk into Wawa and see beer made available.
And beer made from 2SP.
2SP?
Wow. Yeah.
Hey, will it be exclusively available at Wawa?
No. So first week, yes. As of Sunday, the 7th, it'll be a 2SP release. And then the upcoming weeks, going into next week, it'll be released everywhere in the
Philly 5 County, Jersey, Delaware.
And limited batch here?
Yeah, a limited batch. We like to get it to the shelf and then off.
Yeah. You guys have a very mellow approach. We'll make you some more if you want.
I think the idea was to keep them wanting more. So we do it annually.
Yeah.
When you mentioned the Penrose location, that's where we released a summer beer this year. Keep it small. Keep them wanting more.
Right.
Keep anticipating.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Excellent.
Awesome. Well, I love it. And you brought some for us to try?
Absolutely.
Hey. All right. It's the Mocha Latte Stout. Anything else to mention before we wrap? You got something there, Bob?
We actually brewed this beer earlier in the year as well, aged in bourbon barrels. And then we also do the same batch of beer is aged in rum barrels as well. So that's also available.
And what are those called? What's the name?
Rum barrel aged reserve.
Okay.
And bourbon reserve.
That's pretty cool.
Oh, and they have a donation.
He just crushed some beer. Right
They have a donation, too.
Oh!
And, Mike, you going to reveal
Yes,
that
I
for
am.
us? Take your
Yes.
glasses off.
So we are very pleased and happy to announce the donation of $10,000 to Phil Abundance. Also wanted to mention, so always a pleasure to be here. Always a pleasure to partner with WMMR, Phil Abundance. We also have our Change for Hunger, which is Check Out Hunger, which is our donation boxes at stores, which will be available to the end of the year. Over the past decade, we've donated $3.5 million to Phil Abundance.
That's excellent. That's wonderful.
Well done.
Keep up the great work. It is great to have you guys by here. Mike, thanks for coming by. Michael McLaughlin and our old friend Bob Barrar from 2SP. Huge donation. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right, excellent. All right, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment. We got more guests on the way. Camp Out for Hunger on MMR. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Butter, fats, and chocolates separate from the cocoa mass and rise to the surface. It results in something called fat bloom. You gonna eat your fat bloom?
Are you gonna eat that fat bloom?
Listen, if you're not going to eat your fat bloom till I have it, it looks really good.
Did I have
So if it's white, it's
Could I please have your fat bloom? It looks extra delicious.
it might not be bad, but it's called fat bloom. I'm
Right.
gonna pass
Yeah.
on it.
Okay.
So let's just make a dessert, cut right to the chase, and fat bloom.
One last thing. Marissa sent this to me. It involves booze, so thank you, Marissa. Red Lobster has added a specialty cocktail to their menu. Red Lobster is now offering a Bloody Mary, but with a twist in line with their brand. It comes topped with a lobster claw and one of their famous Cheddar Bay biscuits.
Wow.
And it does look quite yummy. So it's made from Tito's vodka, Marissa's favorite, and Bloody Mary mix that apparently is custom made by Red Lobster. The glass is then garnished with an entire lobster craw. One shrimp, an olive, a lime, a Cheddar Bay biscuit, and spicy seasoning on the rim of the glass as well. My mouth is watering.
Really? That's working it for you, huh?
Oh, man, a good Bloody Mary. Jeez.
Murray.
You and the Jewish thing.
Jeez, oh, man.
Listen, can I have a Bloody Mary and some of those Jewy candies?
Bloody Murray. We should make a Bloody Murray.
We should. Cream soda, gefilte fish, it's a Bloody Murray.
Manischewitz.
Yeah. Right? Do they make like a raspberry Manischewitz?
Manischewitz.
I've only seen blackberry.
Have with your Jewy candy.
I want to try a Bloody Murray.
A Bloody Murray. Bartenders, come up with a Bloody Murray.
I'm coming.
Oh my!
He said he wanted a Bloody Murray.
and it comes with calamari, which looks like
calamari.
It looks like it's been from a bris.
Sure.
You know?
I'll have some calamari, a Bloody Murray.
Anyway,
we need to make that drink now, Preston.
Yeah.
I know. That's why I said let's put it out there to bartenders.
Yeah, bartenders, come up with a Bloody Murray.
Bloody Murray, and we'll try it out. Anyhow, but I did have a series of stories that all have food in common, which means I think we need our jazzy music because,
It's time for the Connoisseur, a collection of food stories. He gets the best tables. He knows all the best places to eat. He's Connoisseur. Let's go.
Yeah. So there's a thing on TikTok called the Cereal Challenge. Yes, it's another social media challenge. This one is interesting and disgusting all at the same time.
In your butt?
Not in your butt.
Okay.
But here's what happens. Takes two people to do the cereal challenge. Okay. So the first person lies on the floor with their mouth facing the ceiling.
Oh, I saw this movie.
They then open their mouth as wide as possible. The second participant pours cereal into their horizontal friend's mouth, followed by milk. And then all you have to do is make sure that it's in there long enough for the second person to take their spoon and dig in and have a mouthful. And apparently it's very hard to do. It is hard for you as a human being to open your mouth and have and lay in that position and have liquid and substance in your mouth. And
This video we're watching is dripping out of her mouth and into her ears.
Yes.
I'd rather do the Tide Pod challenge.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So you're telling me you guys want to try this? You want to send somebody down to Joe's to get cereal and milk?
We can try it.
Marissa just brought the cereal in. Do we have milk? We could use water. But who's going to do it?
You know what?
That's gross.
No.
Oh, what do you mean? I'll do it.
You know what? How about piss?
We have cream. Casey, I'll eat it out of your mouth if you want to do it.
Yeah.
Really?
You guys are so gross.
Sure.
All right.
I wouldn't even do that.
No?
No.
Oh, come on. What's going to happen? Is there germs in there?
Oh, man.
You know what? So we're seeing a video. I wouldn't do it because it's almond milk in this one.
Oh, yeah, that's just gross.
Do we have any milk?
Yeah, we got cream.
Okay.
I mean, we could.
Let's do it.
Do we have a tarp? Let's put it down and do it.
Yeah, we got it. I think I have some.
Yeah, Casey's got something we can lie down so Bill won't freak out if we get our disgusting carpet a little dirty.
Let's just keep getting it dirty so they replace
They'll
it.
replace it.
That's phase 3, apparently, where we're going to get...
Okay, yeah, Casey's got,
All right.
he's got a little trash
Nick, you
maker.
ready?
Yeah.
Where do we want to do this so we can get good
On
video?
the roof.
All right, so Casey is he's putting on his makeshift poncho.
I'm worried about choking. Does anybody here know the Heimlich?
I do. I've done it before successfully.
I know of it.
Yeah, Case, I'll take care of you.
I'll get you.
Thanks, Captain.
So he's now, I can't see. Hang on.
All right, come on around, Press. You can get on my mic if you
I got, no, it's okay. Oh, man.
All right.
Here, you want to use mine?
Come on.
Well, I need my
I'll just
headphones
be
still.
screaming in disgust. So.
All right, over here,
All right,
Casey
I'll
is
come
now
over.
down on the floor. His head is on sort of a makeshift tarp. He has his shoulders covered. Nick, are you supposed to do it from a standing position or?
Well, that's why I wanted him up on the counter. I don't think it matters.
No, it's okay. It's okay. All right. So Casey's got his mouth open. Nick is pouring the cereal, the Cheerios, by the way.
All right.
In his mouth. That's a lot of Cheerios.
There's one in his nose.
That's too much. There is one in his nose. He just shot him all over the. You okay? Oh, you're doing that for fun.
That was
okay.
just the excess he shot out.
Open your mouth.
For milk.
Here comes the choo-choo train. Wait a minute.
This is one of the stupidest.
All right, just a little bit. But Nick, that's too much.
Sorry.
He's trying to get some of that out.
I've never done this before.
I understand. All right, so here comes the cream.
Open your mouth.
All right, now get ready, Casey, because this is if you're going to choke, this is when it's going to happen. You need more in there. All right, Nick's he's doing it. Yeah. More milk. More milk. He's eating it, and
it's in Casey's eye.
It's in his eye. It's really good. All right, Case, nice job. You did it.
Oh, gross.
I'm impressed.
I done good.
You done very good. You held everything intact.
Wow, and now they're going to hug it out, Steve.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Now
That's
finger
sweet.
it out.
Wow, okay. Well, there you go. We did it.
I hadn't had any breakfast.
I love Cheerios, by the way.
Yeah, it was good.
I just prefer a regular breakfast bowl.
It says here, yes, some people wear protective clothes when they do it. It's pretty likely that milk will get everywhere no matter what. He didn't put much milk in there, though.
But I was good either way. I mean, you totally could have loaded up.
I was more afraid of choking you with the milk than I was with the Cheerios.
What about the spoon? How deep did you go?
To the tongue?
Yeah.
Back of the teeth?
Ew.
Well,
yeah, I know it is. Yeah.
Somebody's saying just to piss Bill off, we should do it with soup sometime. No. I have a variety of stories, and I would do the connoisseur. I have like 3 food-related things,
But there's not enough to fuel it,
but
right?
that's it.
And you don't want to be dishonest with the
No,
listeners.
I don't want to do that, and I don't want to, I don't want to just flip things all of a sudden. But I did see this, and I thought it was interesting. Cheetos has given a name to the cheesy residue left on your fingers when you eat the Cheetos. So they have a name for it now.
And it is?
Cheetle.
Cheetle?
Like Don Cheadle.
Huh.
Yeah. Yeah, the official term is called Cheetle.
I'd call it Chisholm. Right, Preston?
Yeah.
Much better.
Yeah, what's that on your face?
Chisholm. From eating cheese doodles. I'm sorry, I misheard you.
To celebrate the newly coined...
Peter North is the spokesman. Just sitting here watching TV.
Unrelated sound to anything from Pearl Jam that I've ever heard before.
I agree. I knew it was going to be different. I found that very surprising.
We shall discuss in just a moment. First thing Casey said to me before I listened to it, he goes, "It's Talking Heads." He said, "It sounds like Talking Heads," and you nailed it, Case.
Yeah.
Spot on with that, because there are parts in there where he sounds a lot like David Byrne, and they're using a lot of synth elements in this particular song, which of course the Talking Heads did a lot of.
And he says, "This is not my beautiful Pearl Jam."
Oh, I missed that part.
Yeah.
Some people were texting in saying they hear a Chili Peppers vibe in there as well. And a lot of negative comments on the text message. Let me give you my first impression on that. And I'm not a one-listen guy. I've said that many, many, many times, that it takes a lot of listens for me to warm up to a song. Casey and I listened to about the first minute and a half of it in the Q speakers here in the studio earlier this morning. I thought it was terrible. I didn't care for it. By the last 30 seconds here of that, I think I like it. So that's how quickly it turned around. I'm not a big fan of Eddie Vedder's voice in general, meaning the vibrato that he does. It's very choppy. But I think it fits well with the grunge, heavy, distorted guitar thing, and it kind of slides in there well. That's why I didn't like the beginning of it, because you can really hear his singing. But by the end of it, the melody kind of got me. I've always been a sucker for synth pop. It's interesting that Pearl Jam's going that route. You can hear Matt Cameron is clearly using electronic sounds in his drum kit. There's a keyboard thing going on there as well. Who would be playing that, Nick? Is Eddie going to be playing keys?
I don't know.
I mean, they got 2 guitar players, so somebody could step up and play that.
Eddie can play piano, but it's probably the producer, I would think. He does some growling in this video or in this song too. I heard like kind of angry Eddie, which I haven't heard in a long time. time.
Right.
So there's the vibrato stuff, which you don't care for, but then this is like some. Yeah, like that. He's pretending to be a dog.
Casey, play the.
Yeah.
Let me play it again.
Yeah,
let me see.
isolated.
Let me see if I can. Hang on a second. It's just a couple seconds in. Hang on. Listen. Now I heard.
You heard it that time? Yeah. It's subtle.
Steve, that fit perfectly.
That was so good.
Rhythmically, that was perfect.
I'm a master on the growl.
Oh my God! One more time. You.
I missed it. You cue me.
Here we go. Wait. 1, 2, 3, and there it is.
You sure you want to do this, Ed? It's an expression of the animals in the world suffering from the glaciers.
Casey had a poster and a wristband from a fish show that was important to him. And
it was a fishing tournament, right?
Yeah.
Or the band?
Well, both.
Okay.
The wristband was from the tournament, and then the poster was from the concert.
Regardless, both very important to you.
No, but the reality is they were both from a concert.
Right. So much so that he wanted to have them framed and, immortalized for at least a period of time while he's on this earth, and took it to a place that was going to frame all this for him. So you have the wristband, you have the poster. I'm sure you had a frame picked out and matted and everything the way you wanted it.
Yeah.
Goes back to the shop to retrieve it, and they've lost the wristband.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, exactly.
So the
right?
poster is done, and you wanted the wristband in the same display.
It was like a ribbon across the bottom corner.
Go Center, grab yourself a cup of Dunkin' coffee. We got that out for everybody who stops by and spend some time. A little pep in your step, if you will. Oh, and you know what? I want to make good on something yesterday because I didn't mention it until the very end of the show, but yesterday DeBruno Brothers had supplied breakfast for us, and Case had some left over and had some this morning as well.
Those were lifesavers.
The avocado toast. I ended up having that for lunch, so that was great. Yeah. We thank those. And serving up lunch today, actually breakfast.
Yeah.
Primo Hoagies.
Yes.
I was wondering. I saw you got a hoagie there, dude.
Yeah, I love a good hoagie for breakfast.
You know what?
Smells like victory.
I'll take them for breakfast.
Yes.
Yeah. And by the way, it mentions. Oh yeah, the Pilgrim is available. It says turkey stuffing, cranberry sauce, and mayo. A meal best served cold.
Hang on. Did they bring one of those?
I don't know.
Let me tell you something.
I haven't looked.
Let me tell you something. You can replace your entire. If you're saying, "Oh my God, there's going to be you can't find a turkey anywhere." Just hand out these things.
Pilgrim.
It's a whole damn meal.
You're right.
It is, it's good.
Yeah, so good.
I would order it without the mayonnaise. That's me.
Okay.
Oh, really?
I don't see mayonnaise and cranberry mixing, but some people
I drink
like it.
that.
You can go to PrimoHoagies.com for the nearest location. It's not just a hoagie; it's a Primo. You can order how you want it, of course, which is awesome. So we thank them. You know what? While we have a little bit of time, we have some guests coming up in a little while. But you know what? I did notice.
Are you kidding?
Today that I thought might be worth mentioning this morning. Yes, it is time.
I even have the effect here, Preston.
Ooh.
The noticer on premises at the Camp Out for Hunger. You can't come into the tent. People are finally noticing that.
Yes.
What have you noticed for us? And by the way, the noticer's not feeling his best, and yet he still has time to notice.
Yeah, I try to.
He notices things so you don't have to.
I pull it together.
That's what makes the noticer so great.
Even when
His unrelenting ability to notice in the darkest of times.
Can I go?
Like a candle in a hole.
Okay, all right. Listen, men with college degrees have become so cocky that they're ruining romance for their female counterparts. This is according to one leading expert alleges. Wait till you hear what this is.
I have to hear this absurdity.
Wait till you hear what this is called, what the name of this ism, if you will,
Cocky
is.
college grads?
No, it's better than that. It's called golden penis syndrome.
Golden penis? Oh, because of a potential earning?
No.
What?
So just 40.5% of college students in the United States are male, according to the National Student Clearinghouse, meaning that they're in short supply and high demand when dating on campus. There are more men than women on campus, so men are developing what they call golden penis syndrome.
Well, there are less men on campus.
Yeah, the 40%.
Meaning an arrogance that stems from the assumption that a steady supply of females will be sexually interested in them.
Wow.
So since there's fewer, there's more women.
Right.
Clearly,
penis, yes.
I got I'm getting laid. I mean,
Ladies,
there's more women than
yeah.
guys. So it's called golden penis syndrome.
I
or
can believe
GPS.
that. Yeah.
I remember people in high school thinking that about when they went to college and applying at certain schools. Bloomsburg around here is notable for having the
ratio.
Yeah, the ratio when I was in high
Their
school.
mascot's a golden penis.
I have no idea if this is accurate or not, but the ratio was something like 70% women, 30% men. And the men who applied to go to school at Bloomsburg, that was part of the reason why.
Is that right?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Absolutely.
So I had a friend who was like the only male student at Immaculata because it's an all-female school.
Right.
And his aunt was like an administrator or a professor there, and so he was able to
date his aunt.
He could go there, yeah. And you talk about great ratios.
Yes.
But I remember that for every school. Like, I
Yeah.
went to a state school as well, and I remember it being like, oh, yeah, well, the ratio is...
There were schools, absolutely, when college selection was taking place in high school, you would check those odds. I didn't because I'm an idiot.
Yeah, but you know, girls go to college to get more knowledge, and boys go to Jupiter to get more stupider, as they say.
So this is a national picture. Taking a look at this. So nationally, just 40% of college students are men. So there's a little bit of an edge there. So they're developing this golden penis thing.
I wonder if it's because like trades. You know, you talk about like there's tons of trade positions. That going to college after high school isn't the only thing to do for a male in order to have a well-paying job.
Nor should it be. As was pointed out, I forget who was talking about it. Maybe it was Mike Rowe or whatever talking about, a lot of times teachers will tell you in school, do you want to end up a garbage man? Well, listen, they're probably making more than the teachers who are warning you.
Yeah.
So it's something to consider.
I mean, I wonder statistically speaking how many women there are out there that are plumbers, electricians, roofers.
When I was flying flying across to Chicago, I actually sat next to a young woman who was a contractor. She just got into it by happenstance. She loves it. She says there are not that many in the area, but it's building, and why not?
There's a female mechanic shop somewhere in Delaware County, and it's all females that work there, and they encourage females to bring their cars there. So
good.
Basically saying you can trust us, like, we're not going to rip you off because you don't know anything about it, and when you bring your car there, they teach you the things to ask for.
I'm sorry. It's like literally to avoid mansplaining. And as a man interrupts a woman sitting right next to him. Yeah,
right.
But,
tell her what mansplaining
Here,
is.
Kathy, let me explain what I'm trying to say.
Let me explain it for you.
Here's how a car works.
It's called the woman that
Why
owns
are we
it.
listening to this dumb broad?
The woman that owns it, her name is Patrice, and I believe it's called Chicanic.
Okay.
Chicanic?
I love that.
And
I
they
love
work on vulvas.
Oh, stop it.
That's funny.
Stop it.
Like my wife runs into this all the time, and it pisses her off because like my wife is super smart. So when some of these guys are explaining things to her, she's like, I can tell you how it works. Like, you don't have to tell me how it works. I know exactly, and as a result, like, there are places that we won't go to anymore because of the way she's been spoke to.
All right, hold on real quick.
Spoke dad.
Spoken.
I want to give the correct information. So it's called Girls Auto Clinic Repair Center.
Right. Chic Mechanic.
Well, Chicanic is Patrice Banks. This is the girl that owns this, and she has a whole.
So she's the Chicanic.
She's the
okay.
Where is this?
It's right next to Chicountant.
She's an all women accounting firm. It's on Westchester Pike in Upper Darby case.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay. That is a good question, though, about how male-dominated professions. About women that might be out there, you had mentioned a few.
Yeah, I'm seeing
trades.
I'm seeing more and more female landscapers. Not many, but I do see more and more. Oh, do you really?
Yeah.
Sheescaping.
Sheescaper. We call her Sheescaper.
Sheescaping. There's a she mower. Yeah.
And then so a guy I know, he's concrete. He does concrete. He's not actually concrete, but he owns a concrete company, and so he was running into staffing issues, all spring and summer long. And he told me, he's like, I hired this girl. woman, and he didn't. And he's like, she is just running circles around all these people, and he was reticent to do it. He just, because listen, that's
Could you stop running around?
Could you start doing some work and stop running circles around everybody?
Rochelle could be a plumber.
Oh, she
She could definitely be a plumber.
Michelle could be an electrician.
Yeah,
Michelle
she could do
be
all
a
that stuff.
contractor.
Yeah,
She could do it
she
all.
loves
She cleaned out your pipes, right?
What do you mean?
The anima.
It's a sexual joke.
Oh, the anima.
That was not sexual.
No.
That was definitely not sexual.
Okay.
Wow, you guys are on a roll today.
Yeah.
Defending women. That's great.
It's good, right?
Man.
How did I
Thanks,
offend a
hon.
woman?
Kathy, these men, right?
By the way,
Yes, Steve.
so back to this. This journalist, John Berger is his name, believes that many college-educated men in their 20s, 30s, and 40s have also developed golden penis syndrome because they're similarly in high demand when it comes to dating. He said the sex ratios among college-educated hetero singles in Manhattan is approximately 3 women for every 2 men. He said, I've interviewed a lot of men who were continuing to take advantage of that imbalance. He penned a best-selling book called Date-onomics, How Dating Became a Lopsided Numbers Game, and further explained, we're seeing a generation of young men who think that they're Adam Driver or Michael B. Jordan.
Right.
He said, of course, it's not about them, it's the ratio.
Adam Driver is not attractive.
Well, I don't know.
I
Yeah.
mean,
Maybe he's popular with the ladies, though.
Yeah, I guess.
I think he is. He said not only are men with golden penis syndrome more likely to treat their dates badly,
Which they shouldn't do.
They may also be less inclined to put effort into their physical appearance and their sexual performances because they don't think they have to, really.
Well, eventually they're gonna find out that they're wrong.
Yeah.
You got it. That's not the way to conduct your behavior.
Yep, I thought that was kind of interesting.
Or she-havior.
One of the things I noticed. Hang on a second. Hang on. Let me go to. Let me try a call here because Mike is a steam fitter and wants to comment on women working in that industry. Hey, Mike, are you there?
Hey, Gadzooks, guys.
Yeah, Gadzooks, buddy. All right, so you're a steam fitter.
Yes, I am a steam fitter out of Steam Fitter Locals 420. Shout out to all my brothers and sisters.
Nice.
Just wanted to call and let you guys know that there are women in the trade. We do a lot of work, on job sites where there are multiple trades on the jobs at the time. And there are women that do the work. It's not a very, not a very high number, but they're just as capable as the men, and they go through the exact same training.
Yeah.
And they're required to do the exact same job.
I think it's cool, and also to have that option where to not just totally dismiss that, and then some people just say, "Oh, I don't know about that," or the trades. They are absolutely valid. It's a valid way to make a living. You're doing something that, like this woman I talked to on the flight, she loved that her job was different from day to day, and that was an aspect of the job that really spoke to her. So why not?
Yeah.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate the call.
Yeah, I was watching on HGTV. There's one of the shows, I believe it's called Chicago Rehab. And
Chicago.
Chicago.
That would have been good.
Yeah.
But the star and I guess general contractor of the show is a female. And I watch it with my wife, and I have to comment. I'm like, these people don't talk to her the same way they would talk to a male general contractor.
What are you going to do about it?
Well, us talking about it right now, I think it does something.
All right.
His text says the landscape company I work for is 50% women, and this is a female text.
There you go.
There you
Nice.
go. Not that surprising. All right. I did notice something else. This is a weird little story. I don't know if you guys caught this, but a billionaire is donating $200 million to build a much-needed dormitory at the University of California, Santa Barbara. But the 97-year-old, his name is Charlie Munger, is stipulating that the design he helped create for the dorm must be used. And that design has led a consulting architect on the university's design review committee to resign in protest, calling it more of a, quote, psychological experiment than a residential hall.
So how old is this guy?
He's 97.
He's 97, so he's got this weird sort of architectural plan that no one wants to build.
So he's the right-hand man to Warren Buffett at Berkshire Hathaway.
Yeah.
And is an amateur architect, but without formal training. And his design is for an 11-story dorm housing 4,500 students, most of whom will be in interior rooms without windows.
I don't like that.
They would instead have virtual windows modeled after those in Disney cruise ship cabins. As part of his reasoning, Munger has said that he thinks these rooms will encourage students to spend more time in communal areas, instead of in their rooms.
Right, yeah.
But the architect who redesigned, Dennis McFadden, noted that the dorm would qualify as the 8th densest neighborhood in the world. He cites ample evidence that interiors with natural light, air, and natural views improve both physical and mental well-being, and said that he objects to Munger's plan, quote, as an architect, a parent, and a human being.
So that's what I want. So tough. So he's holding fast. He won't.
Yeah, he says they have to use his design.
I've got to see light. I've got to see some natural.
Yeah.
I need it.
Yes.
I will go into a depression.
So do these students. I don't know what this guy thinks. And
well, he's like they're saying, it sounds like like some sort of bizarre social experiment.
There was a Black Mirror episode. It was one of the first ones that came out where these people live in this weird existence, and inside their rooms, like the walls are all monitors.
Right.
And it would have, like when day would come up, the sun would rise, and so on and that. So I think it sounds kind of like that.
I don't like it.
I don't like that.
I don't like it.
Sometimes those fake environments can be interesting and cool.
Yeah.
But after a while, you need the real thing, I think.
So those expensive, those subterranean, end of the world protective enclosures that multimillionaires and billionaires purchase. A lot of them have those sort of faux electronic OLED windows, that are supposed to give you that same thing. A, it's not real, and B, it doesn't have that same effect. You just, again, I would lapse into a depression.
So if you're the school, do you take this billionaire's money and build it the way that he wants to build it, or do you pass on it?
I guess you'd pass on it, probably.
That's
4,500 people in an 11-story building.
But how much did you say it costed? Like $200 million or something along those lines?
Did you see the movie Dread?
What, Dread?
Yeah. So they live in these complexes that are exactly like what you're describing, that are just, like thousands and thousands and thousands of people in these buildings that go like a mile high. And it's like a dystopian nightmare. That's what this sounds like.
Nice. All right, well, listen, I have another thing I noticed.
Notice away.
And I will notice, heels, okay? Women
heels as in high heels?
Yeah, Marissa was wearing, when we went to the Sixers game the other night, did you see those white heels she was wearing? Those are monsters. I don't know how she walks in those things. Well, let's talk about something that's a little more reasonable, like 2-inch heels. Kathy, is that very tall, 2-inch heels? No, okay. So researchers at Shanghai's Fudan University polled over 1,200 women on their choice of footwear, and they found that 2-inch heels tilt the pelvis in a favorable way, causing pelvic floor muscles to repeatedly contract, which can help women to orgasm during sex.
Great.
It's going to be my regular Saturday night thing, baby.
So 2-inch heels.
A 2-inch, kind of like a block heel, a thicker heel is what I will wear. Like, I'll wear that to work.
Are those the ones that give you the most orgasm?
Well, that's what I was going to say. I mean, I wear those mostly every day, so...
Ooh. I sit right next to you.
Higher heels and flat shoes do not have the same effect. So it's not like if you went even higher than that, it would give you be even more orgasmic.
Heels are to die for.
It's just 2 inches.
I guess also as a presentation, your posture might become more.
Well, yeah, I feel like if you go higher, you're just in you're trying to save yourself from not falling over.
It's funny. I was talking to you about this, Kathy. My wife can rock heels like thin heels like nobody's business. But it's been so long since any event required getting dressed up. We went to a wedding. And she's like, "Dear God, get these off me."
Steve, in Chicago, I think that was the first time that I put heels like that on, like a stiletto thin heel. Because even I did an event the weekend before, and I even had a thicker boot on, a thicker boot heel.
Yeah.
So that was the first time. I did pretty good. Pat myself on the back.
Well, she took her heels off. We walked through the casino in Atlantic City, and she was in her bare feet. I said, "No one cares here."
Well, that was the reason that Marissa and I almost took a cab ride 1 block away, because we both had heels on, and we were like, if we do that 1 block walk, that's going to probably ruin the night.
In Chicago?
Oh, I thought it was because of the rain.
Yeah.
I thought it was because of the rain,
too. It was partially because of the rain, but if it wasn't raining, I still would have contemplated.
You could have walked.
Ride.
You could have walked through the Marriott and out the other side.
We did walk.
Okay.
We took a cab.
Good for you. And I don't.
I booked a commuter flight.
Well, it was my girlfriend had heels on,
and she got her hair done.
And she got her hair done, and so
and she could hold your weight.
Yeah. Well, it was a block away, and I was like, "Are you serious?" And then she looked at me, and I was like, "Oh, she's serious." Yeah. And this is an argument not worth having.
Oh, her mic's not on. If you could turn her mic on, Rodney.
And my
Never mind. Try it again. One more time.
My shoes were suede.
There you go. That would have been a
But
real
I did
issue.
it for you guys.
Yeah. Well, you look great. You all look great.
So you ever see like old ladies like jacked up feet? Yeah,
I'm actually on jackedupoldladyfeet.com.
I go there all the time. That's my main search engine.
Look at the claws on this harpy.
I just wonder, like, what kind of toll wearing these types of shoes takes on a woman's feet over years.
Yeah, I bet you it does.
Yeah.
There have had, like hammer toe and stuff like that?
So listen, just for a second, you were like, old ladies jacked up feet. What is this guy talking about? And now you're engaged because I made sense.
Well, yes,
Yeah.
I don't think that old lady jacked up feet is caused specifically by wearing heels, but I would
over time?
imagine over time.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's what the physical look of it, but
You're talking about
it can't be good.
OLJUF.
It can't be.
It's
can't be good to wear those.
OLJUF. Old Jeff.
Old lady jacked up feet.
Yeah.
It's a common condition, Kathy.
It can't be good to wear those super high heels all the time.
That was my grandmother. My grandmother gave me 2 pieces of advice. One of the best one was wear heels until you can't anymore. Because one day you're not going to be able to, and it's because her toes were jacked up.
Oh, serious?
Yeah. She wore them as long as she could. And they were orthopedic shoes.
You don't see Maud at the Target there in stilettos.
I can't wait till the Preston and Steve Show 50th reunion, and we'll all jacked up.
Right,
Just
yeah.
me.
We'll have walkers with tennis balls on them.
So, for the best results, the study showed that the biggest effect was seen in those who wore them for at least 8 hours a day. Wearing 2-inch heels can also reduce the risk of urinary issues. But researchers warned that wearers should still always take care, as heels can result in falls and various musculoskeletal disorders.
You roll your ankle. You see it all. Preston, that classic footage of the runway model who cannot get it together.
And the anchors just cracking up. They can't get it.
Yeah.
I love it. All right, that's what I noticed for you this morning. I noticed so you don't have to.
We love it.
It's what I do. So even here at the Camp Out for Hunger, making it happen.
That's been the noticer, ladies and gentlemen. How about a round of applause?
Thank you. Thank you. Hold your applause. So we're going to take a break. We'll be back in a moment. We do have a few guests that'll be joining us, and we start rolling out the sports stars here at the Camp Out for Hunger. Make sure you come and see us. We're in the Wells Fargo Center parking lot next to Xfinity Live. We got our carnival rides. We got the free Dunkin' coffee, and we're having a good time with you guys too. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Explanation. Inside, I'm fuming. I have been to 60-plus Fish concerts. I have never purchased a poster, went and had it framed, or So this. And
so you want to climb over the counter and kill them?
So and the wristband I had like really carefully taken off of my wrist, so there were no because it was like it was like a cloth wristband, right?
Carefully preserved.
Carefully preserved. This was. I was going to give it as a gift to a friend.
Oh, no.
And then the more I thought about it, I'm like, I think I want this for myself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
So now I'm like fuming. So I had gone from this place.
Right.
I didn't blow up, but I had gone to this place, and I went to a drive-through, a quarter of a mile down the road. And I got my money back, and I'm pulling out, and I noticed that one of the quarters is a Canadian quarter. I stopped my car. I put it in park. I went into the store. Now, I didn't raise a stink.
25 cents.
For 25 cents, I go, you guys gave me a Canadian quarter here. And they're like, oh, okay.
Let me ask you something. What country are we in? Do we have provinces like, I don't know, Ottawa? What is this?
Yeah.
Is this legal tender?
I in my life have never returned a foreign coin before. I've never even
considered that.
What did I order? Poutine? What did I come in here on a moose? What am I, a Mountie? Where the hell are we?
Does it say Tim Hortons outside of this
Come on, for
establishment?
Christ's sake! What am I, Trudeau?
Did I drive here 35 kilometers per hour?
Jesus Christ!
I didn't make a big stink about it, but I go, hey, this is a Canadian quarter.
I couldn't help but notice that there was a ridged potato chip in my bag of regular potato chips.
Oh my God!
Parlez-vous English?
I would be raging. You're better than me. I would be raging out of control at those people. And
why not give me the right change? Eh? Eh?
It's Shirley Bassey's birthday today.
Bingo!
Yeah. Love her.
Pretty girl, beware of his heart of gold. His heart is cold. He loves only gold. He loves only gold. Only gold. Only gold. He loves gold. He loves gold.
It's the only reason I bring the birthday up every year. That, and actually, we had mentioned that she was on the Oscars, and they had her come out and sing that song, and her voice was outstanding.
Hasn't lost a bit.
She's 83 years old. She's still a gorgeous woman, too,
Yeah.
at 83.
She also sang the other Bond song for the movie Diamonds Are Forever.
Okay. Diamonds are forever. I don't know how it goes.
Sparkling round my little finger. Unlike men, the diamonds linger.
Wow.
Men are mere mortals who are not worth going to your grave for.
So she's 83 today.
We have that as well.
Oh, wow.
Diamonds are forever. They are all I need
to please me. They can stimulate and tease me.
They won't leave in the night. I've no fear
that they might desert me.
Nice.
I could have done those parts. I could have sung those songs.
Easily. All right, and then we have Rachel Nichols, who is in...
Rachel Nichols, jingling in your pockets.
Nichols. I noticed a piece of audio that I never notice audio, but I noticed.
Notice who never notices audio, but on his birthday, he notices audio.
Rent is going to be live on Fox on Sunday night.
I love these shows.
Yeah.
I love them all. There was one or two that I thought were substandard. I think the Rocky Horror Picture Show was not really worth a damn.
Yeah.
But I loved Grease.
Grease was great.
Still have it on my DVR.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to this, to Rent.
The music in the show is so good. My wife and I went to see it without knowing anything about it other than this is the show to go see.
Right.
And we were just like sitting there with our jaws on the floor just because the performances were so great.
Do you guys want to try it? River Valley Vocal Band? Do you guys want to try it?
I think it's something we should set as a goal. We've already did Afternoon Delight.
I think we should do it right now.
Yeah, we can do it.
Yeah.
Do you have the lyrics? I don't know the.
You know,
I mean, I don't know the lyrics.
On the monitor, if you will.
All right,
this is a.
We really don't. This is morning voice. You got to understand our concerts are always at night.
This is a very rare performance of the River Valley Vocal Band. Those of you here in our studio, what a treat.
This was like when Sonny Bono and Cher sang on the Letterman Show impromptu.
All right, Kathy, you're the bass, right?
Yes.
Yes, I think I could handle that.
No.
Oh my God, we're harmonizing.
That was crazy.
That's it. We did it.
One more time. Oh my God.
That's it. Go
Walk
on
away.
from there.
We're done.
Walk away.
We can't do any better.
We're not
But
gonna
we're
sing.
going to. Let's do it.
We are?
Yeah.
Yeah.
2, 3, 4.
525,000.
One more time. Wait,
You're trying to harmonize? God. It's supposed to be in unison.
All right, let's do it. Ready?
We got 6 syllables in.
And I almost fell out of the
Hey,
chair.
we aced 5.
Started strong.
One more time.
First
One more
syllable.
time.
2, 3, 4.
525,600.
Should I go low or high?
You know what? All right,
Try high this time. Try high this time. 2, 3, 4.
525,600.
Nick's choking.
All right, I can't. Hang on, I need to drink water. Hang on a second.
Have some water.
Have some water. Let us know when you're
All
ready.
right. I think maybe we should just get to the How About Love part, guys. What do you say?
All right. That's the toughest part.
How does that go? I don't.
How about
All right, you got that?
I got it.
All right. This time I'll only count to 3.
Okay.
Because it leads
On
into
3
the
or
ball.
after 3?
I say 1, 2, 3. How about?
Okay.
Ready?
Okay.
All right.
Oh, that was bad.
All right, everybody get the sillies out.
Okay.
Seriously. Guys, this is about AIDS, all right?
All right. That's true. 1, 2, 3. How about?
Love. Wait, no.
You just said get the sillies out.
I choked on my own spit, though. Maybe I shouldn't have drank
No,
water.
I get it. You find AIDS funny.
We should have stopped it.
Should we call Justin?
Oh, God.
How much you drinking over there?
Not much.
Okay.
Not much. Just enough to clear out all the phlegm.
A man died performing Rent today.
All right, here we go.
Casey's crying.
We're going to do How
Look at
About
him.
Love?
It's so emotional.
Okay.
This song.
All right, count us down again,
All right,
Preston.
1, 2, 3. How about love? How about love?
We got one in.
How about love?
Measuring
love. Seasons of love. Okay,
we got it.
Wow. Nailed it.
Nailed it. That was a success for sure.
I'll tell you what.
Sunday at, I forgot what time, 7, I think.
Our 5 was perfect.
Why even tune in? You just heard the whole thing right now.
Our harmony before that was pretty solid, I think. Don't call Justin. Are you calling Justin now? I see the hotline.
I texted him.
Oh, no.
He's calling us.
I don't want to say it.
He will.
I don't want to talk to him.
There was an
There's
alarm
a guy
that went
who can
off.
sing with such ability. Yeah, he's like Batman. Whenever there's horrific singing, there's a musical note that starts flashing.
Everybody's agreeing on the text message. The beginning was good.
Yeah.
Somebody said, "Let's move on."
Yes. All right, let's move on. Okay. I noticed other things.
So this is the hottest Christmas toys for 2019. I found the article on CNET, and it's a long list, so I'll just go over like some of the big ones.
Yeah, hit some highlights.
Okay, the Spin Master Wild loves Juno, my baby elephant. I had no idea what this was. It's an interactive toy for like little kids, like ages 3.
Wow.
It's $70.
$70.
But apparently this is like a hot toy that the babies want.
You know, obviously, I think what probably one of the most lucrative jobs in the toy industry is coming up with these incredibly long names for these toys.
I know, yeah.
I played with G.I. Joes.
Yeah.
You know, this is the Dr. Spindoculus.
Yeah.
Floating platform of goodness.
Micronauts are what I played with when I was a kid. So these little,
Aren't kids supposed to be able
little action figure things.
Oh, say, because this is sort of a responsive little pachyderm.
Yep, that's exactly
pretty
what
cute.
it is. Yeah,
It actually is cute.
Okay.
But
And I
Kathy,
want it.
kids, babies don't know what they want. I mean, even if they're 3
Well,
years
I don't.
old.
Yeah, I guess I didn't mean what they want, but they're going to love it if you get this. It's
Sure.
one of the things that moves in.
If they know what's good for them.
If they know what's good for them, the little brats.
Dude, okay.
Okay.
It is
that
cute,
looks
isn't it?
really phallic, though, with the
Yeah.
trunk thing.
Yeah, well, so you can use it. Adults can use it for other things.
All right, I'm
Okay.
moving on. Paw Patrol is also big again this year.
Mommy, I want my toy
that
back.
was the best gift ever.
You tried so hard.
It's so hard.
And the
Best part is I'm never gonna forget. Just like elephants.
Well, who could have ever foreseen that Gene Simmons putting ice cubes in his cereal would wind up with us having Lenny Dykstra in our studio? But it came to pass. And we welcome Lenny to our studio this morning.
Yeah, I gotta say that news you just did, like, that was unbelievable. I'm sexually aroused. You know? I mean,
Wow.
it's impressive.
That's all it took, yeah.
Impressive. And then you open up with the Stones, right? Like,
Yeah.
So I'm gonna give some inside info that like no one knows.
Please.
So when we played baseball, like in the Phillies, we had to have when we did like blow.
Yeah.
You couldn't call it like who's got the blow. So we made up like I came up with it and I said, let's call it Keith Richards because he looks like a line of blow.
So there's the nickname for
So
okay.
it's legendary around the National League now. Like Richards got the greatest out hits in there now. Is like, Anyways, thought I'd throw that in there.
So that was the code word you guys used
Yeah,
for
it's
Coke.
kind of tough around the cage to say who's got the blow.
Right.
So, hey, is Richards in the house?
Right.
That's when I was a lot younger, though. A lot younger.
I had friends that used butter was the word.
Butter was the
Everybody
word?
comes up with a name for, whatever illegal substance you might be throwing around. But Keith Richards, I like it.
That is cool.
Richards, yeah. And the thing is, because he's cool without trying to be cool,
Okay. Yeah, that's
Well,
true.
I was reading about, Lenny, and doing some of the research once we learned you were going to be on the show. And obviously, we've had some Twitter action back and forth. I think the last thing that we had that came up on our radar was when the teeth, the dentures at the restaurant, and we're like, what in the F? And he's rooting around in the garbage. And then we heard there were $80,000.
Yeah, look at them, man.
They're damn good.
Well, the thing is, it took 4 years to get them done because I had to have bone marrow redone. I had to. So it was a guy in South Dakota that did. Is Sioux Falls in South Dakota? Or North Dakota? Okay,
South
so
Dakota.
he did Doc Gooden's too. He's just a huge fan. But I had to go in, and it was such a process. And then the fact that I have they're not dentures, they're implants.
Okay.
So are they locked now?
They're locked.
Okay.
Yeah. But I unlock them for when I do my work.
Okay.
We'll get that later. But so I'm a man of many
talents. Yeah.
So,
We've heard. Yeah. So but you.
So wait, did you found them in the dumpster?
Oh yeah, I wasn't leaving until I got them, and there was some other guy who took some credit, some guy with a weird twinkle toes or something.
Like a wrestler.
Yeah, but he was there 2 seconds. I dove in there. I went through food. I started eating some of it actually. But then when I found my teeth, it was like I found gold, man.
Yeah.
So they're back in. Look, perfect.
They look great. They look great.
You were at a Jersey Mike's. You'd finished your meal. You'd put your dentures on a napkin, and you'd done something. A lot of
not dentures, implants.
Implants.
Because my guy in Sioux Falls would kill me.
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
And then you accidentally throw them out. So you go, but it took about 9 hours, right, before you found them.
See, what happened was sometimes if I eat something again, I think Jersey Mike's got mad because I said the bread was kind of hard. But if something's hard, I don't want to disrupt them, so I just take them out and I put them to the side. But and then I forgot, and it was closing time, so I left and I said, "My teeth, where's my teeth?"
Yeah.
And so then I go back to the store, they're closed, and I say, "Dude, my teeth, they're in there. I got to get my teeth." And they look at me like I'm crazy.
Yeah.
So they said, all the trash is out. And they said, wait a second. I said, which is the last trash can at Bun Dumpster was in? They showed it to me. I just dove head first. I dove into second base. And I just started grinding. Finally got it. It was like finding a hidden treasure,
Well, 80, and we thought, no, there's no way. And then people started to call in and back you up and say, yeah, if you get a really well done.
There was so much work involved.
So much work.
Because there was not enough bone, see? So he had to build up bone and so I did all that on ibuprofen, because opiates are like the devil.
Yeah.
And so I just grinded it out.
Yeah, prosthetics of any type are made specifically for the individual, and they're really expensive. And I can understand why you were. It was a diehard situation. You had to
let's
get
call
it
it like it is. I mean, I didn't have the money to pay for that. This guy was he's such a great guy. He did Doc Gooden's teeth too.
Yeah.
He didn't leave that gold thing in there though.
No.
But
Doc did a lot of Richards back in the 80s, didn't he?
And Doc knows Keith well.
I was looking at a picture of you. So, Lenny, I became a fan when you were playing on the Mets. I was up in New York, and I remember that team and the whole vibe. And then I was always also a fan of the Phils. So your trajectory has been one that's been very, very cool. But I'm looking at House of Nails. The book you wrote came out in 2016, and I'm thinking you have enough material for another book at this point.
Yeah.
Are you? Because you are, as they say, a colorful character. People, people are gravitate to you because.
Much, Kathy. Two of our favorite people are sitting right here. At this
Absolutely.
table. I love it. We love having them by. We've had them at the Camp Out for Hunger and always have fun. Please welcome from your Philadelphia Phillies, Mr. Ricky Metallico and Mickey Morandini.
What's up, guys? First of all, by the way, congratulations to you guys.
That's so kind.
Radio
Thank you.
Hall of Famers, huh?
We did it.
Congratulations.
Thank
How
you.
about that?
Appreciate it, Mickey. Thanks, man.
Well
Rick.
deserved.
We appreciate it. You know what? We mentioned that you guys have been here before. Although, Rick, have you been down here for this event? Mickey's been down a couple of times.
Years ago.
Years ago, okay.
You know, sometimes you have to make a decision.
Just decision, yes.
Well done.
In front of it. That's a good idea.
Yeah,
my God.
figured.
That was
decision.
That was after Game B, I think, right? Or was it after Game A?
It was
that
clincher.
week. Yeah.
It was I want to say
because the question
I
about
didn't sleep.
the question
You were going, man.
That clip of Ricky, the question was about when do you call the game due to rain?
Right.
Yeah.
And he said, when do you make his decision?
Yeah, I ran out of gas.
Dude, well, you do enough broadcasting, you guys, you know that at a certain point, and you've been in those moments where you're talking, you're like, I don't even know what I'm talking about.
That was one of them.
That was one of them.
That was one of them for sure. And then I don't know if you remember the Roy Oswalt when he had a bulging disc.
Oh, yes.
Ricky made a boo-boo on that one.
So what was bulging then?
Well, whatever you want.
I'll just let that go.
That's a tough thing to have anyway, so.
I want to point something I love about Mickey Morandini, and I think it may have been Brazier, or I don't know if it was you, Mickey, but you're exactly like me. Unless somebody tells you who they are, you don't remember them to save your life, probably.
I am horrible with names. And now that I've got this ambassador job, I meet, thousands of people.
My God.
So everybody's either buddy or pal.
Well, Mickey, let me ask you, are you good with faces? Can you recognize someone?
Faces are better than names. I'm horrible with names.
I'm with you.
And I got to learn to shake hand and repeat the name kind of thing, but I don't do that enough, and it's
tough.
embarrassing.
And you don't want to hurt someone's feelings,
Right.
and it's the worst. Well, now you have no option but to get good at it, right?
Well, I'm trying.
I'm trying, all right.
I was walking up to, I don't want to say who it is, but I was walking up to a favorite politician once, and I heard his assistant go, "It's Kathy Romano from the Preston and Steve Show. You've met her a number of times." And I was like, oh my God, she's prepping him before I walk up.
Dude, so people at a certain level do have the senators and stuff like that. They have those people who, Kathy, that's their job.
Oh, yeah, it was part of her job.
They've got the clipboard, they've got the pictures, the whole thing.
I'm surprised Ed Rendell didn't remember your name, though. That's great.
That was before I started working with him.
They do it for everybody.
Yeah.
I mean, when let me put it this way, we've met presidents as ball players.
Yeah.
And we were in Baltimore, and you could hear whoever was with President Clinton at the time saying each one of our names. But then he would remember, I saw you pitch here. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
So Braves won the World Series.
Yeah, they did.
You
guys are all saying, they're a good team.
I mean, they're a great team, but obviously it's hard to watch what happens as a fan of local, your local team and watch the rest of it, unless you just baseball is absolutely what you love, no matter what, when your team is out of it. But I mean, you guys have a different perspective.
Kind of watch it for a different reason. I mean, you look at what the Braves did at the trade deadline. I mean, with Soler, Peterson, and Rosario.
Yeah.
I mean, those guys. That's why they won the World Series.
They had an entirely different outfield, I think, on July 1st than they did with that started last night. And
and
a ton of injuries. I mean, it was impressive. I can't root for them. I can't say that I'm happy for them, but they're a good team.
I'm sure you guys have the same kind of Twitter account I have, where you go on after the Braves won the World Series, and everybody's saying, well, if Rhys Hoskins was healthy, we would. Well, guess what? If Acuna was healthy, it wouldn't even have been close then.
I know.
I mean,
you're right.
If you want to do that.
Well, you live, and we've always talked about this, Preston and I, concerning sports, color commentary, all of that. So much of it is a post-mortem, and everything is armchair, guessing what could have been. And it's the nature of the beast, but it's a weird world to live in. Like, oh, well, if. And after a while, it just rings hollow, right? I mean,
Well, I don't think the Phillies, even though Rhys was out, I don't think Rhys was the answer to catapult. I mean, we had a lot of holes this year, and it was more than just not having Rhys, that's for sure.
Right.
Well, let me ask you, because the Braves won yesterday 7-0, right? And so fans will go, oh, man, the Astros just rolled over. And that is so far. Does that get on your nerves when fans who don't play the game and have never played the game at that level will say, oh, they just rolled over? Why? Because they didn't put up any runs? You think that every single player on that field just didn't give it their all?
Well, the thing that bothers me is when they say the team didn't have any energy.
Yeah.
And when you don't have anybody on base, you get 2 hit and you don't have anybody on base, where's the energy supposed to come from? Because usually the energy is when you hit singles, doubles, triples, home runs. That's where all the energy comes from. And when you don't get anybody on base, I don't understand where they want the energy to come from.
And I think going with what Mickey says, I think the things you look for are what type of at-bats they're having. I mean, are they having long at-bats? Are they grinding out the at-bats? Or are they just going up there swinging at first pitches and getting the game over with? That's not what was happening. Right. I mean, they took a whooping the night before. What they give up 4 in the first inning in Atlanta, they fought back from that. You can't keep, it's not the way you want to play the game.
I have a Phillies-related question because, we mentioned you coming to visit in 2008. It boggles my mind that the Phillies won the World Series 13 years ago. We haven't made the playoffs since 2011. They've had some good teams, especially over the last couple of years, but they just can't finish the season. What's missing? What do they need? If you could wave a magic wand and bring in something in the off. Ricky's laughing when I ask that. But, there's something missing just to get to the postseason. I want playoff baseball back here in South Philly, and we haven't had it in a decade.
I mean, in all honesty, I think it's a lot about fundamentals, especially the last 2 years. I mean, when you look at the teams they've had defensively, these teams have been a disaster. When you're giving up more and more runs because of your infielders aren't picking up a ground ball or they're throwing the ball in the stands, that's not helping anybody. And when it comes down to the long run, let's say you make Aaron Nola throw 20 extra pitches in an inning. That adds up over a season, which towards the end of the season is going to have him have withdrawals in September. And that happens a lot, too. So I think it all starts with fundamentals. I think they have a lot of issues here right now.
You don't think about that. It's a very salient point is that the whole collective, one player can set in motion something that is going to, and we're not just talking just the loss of a game in general, but over time the erosion of another player's capabilities because of their inability to do something. It's a chess game of sorts.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's been, like Ricky said, the fundamentals, especially defensively, but it's been the bullpen for me. The last 2 years historically have been two of the worst bullpens in the history of the game. When you blow 34 saves in 1 year.
But they thought they answered those problems in both off seasons.
They thought they did, but they obviously did not. Yeah. We need a closer. We need a legitimate guy that can go out there and shut the door 99% of the time.
I'll do it. Fine.
Go get him, kid.
Get a little bit late, but he can get out there.
By the way, to put those 34 in perspective, I pitched for 11 and a half years, 44 total blown saves.
Wow.
They did 34 in 1 year. That's hard to do.
Yeah.
It's not even like it's sad.
Yeah.
It's not bad. It's sad.
So I want to 2 days ago in your seat was Brian Dawkins, right? And so professional football.
Pretty good seat.
That's a pretty good seat.
Yeah.
And you talk about somebody who had to grind it out for 16 games a season. And then yesterday in your seat was Tyrese Maxey, who has to grind it out for 82 games in the season. You guys had to grind it out for 162 games. And so do you think that there's any comparison to what a football player does in 16 games, what a basketball or hockey player does in 82 games, and what you guys do in 162?
Mick, since you played a lot.
That's a really good question. Well, 16 games for football, obviously, I mean, they're pounding and pounding and pounding, so it's really hard. They do get 6 days in between to try and recover, but I don't know how football players do it. I really don't. Now, the NBA, the thing that bothers me about the NBA is these guys can't even play back-to-back games anymore.
Oh, yeah.
Especially the superstars. They got to sit out the second game. That really bothers me. But to play 162 games, 30 spring training games, if you go to the playoffs, you're playing another 15, 20. That is a grind of all grinds. And you get about a day or two off in a month and all the travel. Now, back when we played on a lot of turf fields. And that was even more of a grind because a lot of the turfs were horrible conditions. So
and they promoted injuries, didn't they? I mean,
absolutely. Hamstrings, groins, and that was awful.
Yeah,
Pittsburgh was
concrete,
awful.
Was it not? It was
for the most part.
Yeah,
for the most part.
Separate.
So I don't know if you can compare baseball with anything else because it's 200 games.
Yeah,
I mean.
What was the highest temperature that you can remember, Mickey, on the vet surface?
Oh, about 145 probably. Oh, yeah, they used to put thermometers out there for day games in July and August. The thermometer at 1 o'clock would read 140, 145 degrees.
That's inhuman.
You could see the steam coming off the turf. I mean, we used to have to go into the dugout and have ice buckets in there because we used to wear metal spikes. Your feet would be on fire, so we'd have to go in and put our feet in ice buckets.
That's insane.
Speaking of feet on fire, did anybody ever pull the old hot foot on you? Because
yeah, Roger McDowell did it to me my rookie year.
Roger McDowell, star of Seinfeld? That's unbelievable.
Yeah.
I would love to see, I would love to, you would have to hire somebody to count the amount of times through practices and everything that one player throws a baseball from the start of spring training to the very last game. I mean,
I can't even give you a number.
I mean,
hundreds of thousands.
Hundreds of thousands,
yes.
right?
Oh, absolutely.
Ridiculous.
Wow. I want to know how many times a bullpen pitcher throws, warming up in the bullpen pitches and doesn't even get into a game.
Those are the worst.
Yeah.
When you're sitting there warming up and they never call you in?
Yeah, the dry humps. Yeah, they were
dry humps.
Dry humps. I love that.
They were. That was probably the worst part about being in the bullpen. They don't do that now, though. Most of the time now, it's you're up, you're in, or you're done that day.
Right.
But all right, so they do have statisticians, right? So
oh God, yeah.
And so my son actually sent me this stat that happened. Oh, geez, who ended up throwing the pass? It was the first time in history that a quarterback with the first name Cooper threw a touchdown pass to a guy with the last name Cooper.
Yeah.
And the previous season, the quarterback with the last name Dalton threw a touchdown for the first time to a guy with the first name Dalton. So it was.
And it just happened in the World Series where Tucker to Tucker and who was the other one?
I didn't know that.
Do you know, here's an interesting statistic. 98% of the guys who accrue those statistics don't get laid. So, yeah.
But that's somebody's job, and my son's like, that is such a weird stat. And I'm like, but that's
it's amazing what they come up with.
Although there is plenty of that on the computer that they could look at.
Yeah, it's true. Just go right over to Pornhub. There you go.
There was an infield that Mickey played in where it was Dickie to Mickey to Ricky, right?
Yes, Dickie Thon.
Dickie Thon to Mickey Morandini at second and Ricky Jordan at first. And I always wished you guys had signed Icky Woods, the football player, to play third. Yeah, just never happened.
Nice. Hey, I want to mention this. Our buddy John Brazier stopped by and he brought these bobbleheads. You got Didi and JT represented, so Gregorius and Real Muto. And what was there's a special on these cases?
So there's a special right now. Like normally they'd be $25 a piece, but if you go over to the New Era store at Citizens Bank Park, if you mention Preston and Steve, you will get them 2 for $40.
Oh, that's
so
great.
You save $10 just for mentioning Preston and Steve.
Pick up
And that goes on sale today at 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock?
Okay.
All right.
That's
Excellent.
the ambassador, by the way.
Yeah.
Ambassador.
By the way, we still talk lovingly of the Phillies underwear that we got.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. They have the best underwear.
The best
I don't know if they
freaking
still do, but I've
underwear.
had mine for like 8 years.
Yeah,
And I still wear them.
I get asked about some of the hats that I wear all the time, and I go over to the New Era store. I got one this past summer that is just my absolute favorite. It's like a powder blue with the maroon.
It's a well-run store with good inventory. Yeah, it's good stuff.
Yep.
Well, listen, we got Ricky and Mickey mic'd up.
Yeah.
We're gonna do something with them.
Oh, by the way, this is interesting. You see this contraption?
Yeah.
Now I know what Bruce Arians.
We've got the remote mic packs and all set up, and I think we've done this with Mickey before.
I've done it once. Now, one year when I had my hip surgery, remember we had Brage replaced?
Yes.
And you had to put it on a 7-second delay because of
That's right.
what was coming out of his mouth.
We're going to play drop quiz with them in a moment. So we'll send you guys out there now and get you set up. We're going to welcome up with a couple other people to make a donation. But if you guys are set to go.
Oh, we're really excited.
Rick Metallico and Mickey Morandini.
Yeah.
Love it.
Very nice.
They're excellent, man. Love those guys. But we have a couple other people that are going to pop on, and we're going to talk about donations for just a moment. And I want to make sure that I have the right crew because I've got a list here. Okay, so we're going to go right here. Oh, thank you.
There we go.
All right, excellent. Oh, yeah. God, we talk to them every year about this. And we are happy to welcome. We couldn't do it without this fine company. We have the Vice President of Human Relations, Jonathan Berger of Bimbo.
Yeah.
Good morning.
How are you, sir?
I'm doing great. Great to be with you again.
Wonderful to see you. So, is that for Steve?
There we go. Thank you.
Look at
Oh,
this.
my God.
Thank you so much.
Do they know Steve Morrison or what?
Thank you.
We have a
This is
gigantic
quite wonderful.
Intimates package for Steve.
Preston, we think last year we gave Steve a box of chocolate chip cookies. We figured he just about finished it, so we needed to replenish.
Thank you.
Steve, what all they have over
So
there?
you have the milk chocolate, you have the regular chocolate, you have the what is it? The pumpkin spice donuts, the little bites. which rock.
Yeah.
Are awesome.
My kids grew up on those.
So there's a whole bunch of stuff here. Looks like little apple pies. Yeah.
Mini donuts.
Mini donuts. It's all great. You know I love the product line. But we were talking earlier also about the artisan bread.
Yeah, it's so good.
Which is that is my bread of choice. That is some rocking bread, especially for sandwiches. And I'm just, listen, we talk about food all the time. We sound pathetic, but it means the world to us.
Steve, everybody bonds with food.
We do.
Artisanal bread is amazing. It's great. I know you've had it as a grilled cheese, right? It is the best grilled cheese
and
you'll ever have.
It rocks a turkey and Swiss like nobody's business.
For sure.
Yeah,
Where is it made? Where's the manufacturing plant for the artisanal bread?
Lehigh Valley. It's
Thought
local.
so.
Yeah. We make it all over the country, but locally it's up in Lehigh.
No, all the product lines are tremendous.
Yeah, my go-to is Arnold. I prefer the Arnold breads. You have a really great whole wheat and then a multigrain. Really, really good stuff for my
This
peanut
stuff
butter.
means something to us.
Yes.
Nothing wrong with Arnold bread for sure.
And the Entenmann's cookies, for Christ's sake, that's everything.
The Entenmann's cheese Danish is my favorite.
Well, I used to live near
It saved my life one time.
Did it?
Yes. Okay, so we had this...
you were able to close a neck wound with one.
We went on a canoe float trip in camp, and that may have been the most I've ever drank in my life, or close to it. And the next morning, woke up, there was nothing left but oranges and Entenmann's cheesecake,
There you go.
cheese Danish.
There you go.
I would have died if I didn't have any food, if I didn't have any nourishment. And we were out in the woods, and it saved my life.
Yeah.
Preston, I'm friends with our R&D team, the people who make that product, and they told me this secret, 10 seconds in the microwave, not more, not less.
Yes.
And that product is incredible.
Yeah. Also, the chocolate chip
Never
pound
thought of
cake.
that. Never thought of that. Wow.
Chocolate chip pound cake in the microwave?
Yes.
I'm going to have to talk to my R&D people.
You heat up everything. I
Put a
heat up
scoop
that
of ice-
bread.
Put a scoop of ice cream on that, dude. Rocking it. By the way, Bimbo Bakeries, part of their broadcast, they are part of the broadcast tent sponsorship, and that does include a donation each day from one of the brands. Today, it's 500 loaves of golden wheat artisanal bread.
Awesome.
It's part of the Sara Lee bread family, and so we don't collect perishable items here at Camp Out, but you can do bulk donations arranged ahead of time with Phil Abundance, and they've been doing that every single day at the Camp Out for Hunger. They've done that for the past several years.
Well, you guys have been a part of this for a while now, and I mean, we love the association. We love your generosity, and honestly, we could not make this happen without your efforts. But also to see, just even outside of this endeavor, what you guys do for the community and getting food out to people is so impressive. So kudos to you and all your coworkers for that year-round effort.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. Our front line really is the heroes of our effort, right? They're every single day throughout the pandemic. They've been serving the market, serving our communities, making sure that people have food that they need. And it's really meaningful and special to us to be partners with you guys. We've been doing this our 5th year. And every year, our teams get energized about it, and we get excited to be able to support you. So thank you for all you're doing and enabling us to help you guys.
And it feels good to be back a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, like last year was a little bit more austere. This year we've opened up. Next year, I think we're going to be at 100%. It'll be fantastic.
No question.
Excellent. Thank you for your continued support. I appreciate it. And did you have a donation amount?
We do have a donation. So each year we roll out a bread check because, like Steve can only process one box of cookies a year.
That's it.
The banks can only process one bread check a year. This year we are pleased to donate $10,000 to Phil Abundance.
$1,000. Watch out, I'm firing the cannon. Watch out. Here we go.
Yeah.
$10,000.
That's great. In and above all you do is amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Jonathan Berger, ladies and gentlemen, of Bimbo.
I will be sharing some of this with you guys, by the way.
I definitely want to dive into some of that. Excellent. All right. Now I think we're going to try to head outside. And let's go and see if we can turn on the microphones and have Rick Metallico and Mickey Morandini. Rick, can you hear me?
Yeah, I could hear.
All right.
He does not sound happy.
How about you, Mickey? Can you hear me all right?
No.
Not at all. Wonderful. All right, so those of you who have been a part of the Camp Out for Hunger for years know what we do. It's a game called Drop Quiz, and we have a very cool ride that has been a mainstay at the broadcast that we call the Can Drop. It's from Skelly Amusements. And it is a slow-moving ride that you're strapped to. It goes straight up in the air. It's this column, and it goes up like 80 to 100 feet, something like that.
Yeah.
And at some point, it will just free fall all the way down, but you don't know when it's going to happen. You can't see above you. You have no idea where the top is, so the fall comes out of nowhere. Now, on the way up, we will ask our contestants, Rick Vitalico and Mickey Morandini, a series of simple trivia questions. Now, while they're simple, you add into the fact that you don't know that you're climbing slowly and you don't know when you're going to fall. It kind of makes it hard to search for the answer.
So in the back of your mind, as you're answering questions, there's a little clock running.
Yes.
When is it going to happen? And that's what throws you off.
And we will total up a point per correct answer. And guys, I'll ask a question, and you just shout it out when you know the answer.
Did you hear that?
No.
He just goes twice?
Twice? Yeah, we might do it twice. By the way, we can bring their audio up just a little bit because I'm having a little bit of a hard time hearing them.
Well, just for the record, we're not doing this twice.
All right, so when the ride begins, as soon as you guys start moving, Marissa, are you out there?
I am, Preston. I want to set the scene a little bit more. Mike from Skelly's out here is rocking his old school Mike Schmidt jersey. With Ricky looks over his shoulder. He's going to be able to look right into Citizens Bank Park. That's how high you're going to be.
Wow.
It's
All
going
right,
to be fun.
so Marissa, do me a favor. As soon as the ride starts moving, just say the word go, and I'll start asking the questions.
Go.
Not yet.
Go, Mike, go.
All right, so Ricky and Mickey, you guys ready?
Yeah. Sure.
All right, let's begin. Mike Skelly, if you could start it up, and Marissa, tell me when they're moving.
All right, it should be moving in just a moment. There we go. It's moving.
All right, the outermost layer of the Earth is called the what?
Atmosphere.
No, it's part of the ground.
What? The crest?
The crust. We'll give him that. That's Ricky.
That's toothpaste for crying out loud.
Michael Jordan gave up basketball to try
Baseball.
Yes, Mickey got that. 1-1. The attack on Pearl Harbor took place in which month?
December.
That's correct. Who is that? Is that Ricky?
It's Ricky, damn it.
All right. In which state is San Diego located?
California.
Who was first?
Ricky.
Ricky. All right.
No. Fuck on that.
Published after her death, what did teenager Anne Frank leave behind?
A dog.
No.
Her husband.
Dog.
Her husband? She was 14. It was her diary. We're moving on. What boxing champion was said to float like a...
Monopoly.
Mickey. Wile E.
Holy hell, we up here.
Wile E.
What the hell
Coyote
is this?
always trying to catch what desert bird?
The Roadrunner.
Yes.
Oh!
Time's up.
Oh, that's delayed. That's delayed.
All right.
I love that.
Do you guys know who Anne Frank is?
The diary.
Yes.
Left behind a dog.
Not the dog.
And a husband.
Well, I think it's time Marissa gets in the middle seat now. Back in the day.
So they want Marissa in the middle
seat.
Yeah.
If we're going to do this again, she's coming in the middle.
All right. Okay,
Hey,
Marissa.
So Marissa, are you up for that?
God.
Yeah, get in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, the crowd is cheering her on. Let's have Marissa.
Can I have some tape to tape this microphone to my hand? I'm scared I'll drop it.
Dude, I was not ready for that.
Yeah,
I don't know
that's
if
all I
I don't know if we'll be able to hear her.
Guys, I was not. She could speak into the mics. We're right next to her.
All right.
By the way,
Why do you need to hear her anyways?
the drop? Oh, okay. She doesn't have to play. She can just ride. All right, fair enough. All right. By the way, the drop quiz is part of the Camp Out for Hunger Games, sponsored by Bimbo Bakeries USA. I do want to mention that.
That was pretty high.
So, right?
It's about 90 feet, right?
Yeah, that wasn't very fun.
Ricky Bo had 4 in the first round. Mickey Morandini had 2. So 4
See, that's wrong. No, it's actually 100% I won the one, and you gave it to Ricky, so it's
All
technically
right, so there's a point of contention here.
I don't even have to win one this time.
All right.
Am I the only person up here not scared? I'm very excited.
No, they have to tape her in. You're not scared?
No.
They're literally taping her hand.
They're taping the microphone to my hand.
Or what we could do is if Mickey wins this one, we could call it a tie and then do it a third and have a tie.
Yeah, if they're up for that. We'll see.
Yeah, third doesn't do it for me.
Third doesn't do it for
Accumulated
Mickey.
points.
I got a good idea. If we tie, Marissa wins.
All right.
Yeah. All right, so anyway, by the way, Campbell Soup is also the Campbell Soup can drop is what we call the ride. I want to make sure I mention that in there. All right, Marissa, you strapped in?
I'm strapped in, Mike. We are ready to go.
Aren't you out of questions?
We got more questions.
We got more questions. Marissa, let us know when you're moving. Just say the word go. And Mike, when you're ready, you can start the apparatus.
Go.
All right, here we go. Gotham City was home to what Kate?
Batman.
Who got that?
Me, Mickey.
Ricky. What Western state is famous for Disneyland? And
California.
That is correct.
Mickey.
What?
Mickey.
That was Ricky.
It was Ricky.
1-1.
All right. What is the biggest animal to have inhabited the earth?
Elephant. Dinosaur.
No.
Whale.
Yes, blue whale. We'll accept that. Let's see. What entertainment consists of people singing to a backup tape?
Karaoke.
Yes.
Ricky.
What color are the stars on the United States of America?
White.
Flag? Yes. What used to go around at 33 1/3 RPM?
The Earth.
A record. No.
By the way, that would be 45 also. That's not fair.
True, yeah.
No, it's going to drop.
All right, which Ford first mass-produced the car?
Mustang.
Which?
Oh, God. That's enough.
Henry Ford.
Do it again. Do it again.
Wow,
No.
you didn't answer one question.
Some of those answers are priceless.
What's the score, Nick?
And round number 2, Mickey Morandini with 3, Ricky Batalico with 2.
That is false.
So that's a tie.
Oh, it's a tie.
Which means we
Daddy, I see what's happening here.
What?
I see what's going on.
Official
It's a
scorers table.
manipulation. All right.
We can do one more, right?
No, I am
Yes.
55 years
Guys,
old. You know that.
just do one more. We can make it decisive.
He said I'm 65.
I like how the Earth revolves.
Wait a minute,
around 30.
decisive. I won this thing already.
Don't you have to go to a commercial?
All right, go. One more.
All right, one more. Good, good. We got the word.
Here's
Okay.
where it all comes down to.
By the way, the
You're not
answer.
answering?
That question I had asked was which Ford was first mass-produced the car?
Henry Ford.
Oh, we're going up.
Henry Ford.
All right, here we go. Here we go. Which anti-impotence treatment became the 90s?
Viagra.
Yes.
I don't know how I knew that.
I don't need it. I don't need it.
The Heisman Trophy is presented in which sport?
College football.
Yes.
It's college football, not college football.
What was the name of flight pioneers Orville and Wilbur? The last.
Redenbacher.
No, the last.
Oh,
never,
right.
Right. You got it. That's Mickey.
Let me know if you guys
That's
can help.
3-0, by the way.
What is the capital of the state of Mississippi?
Jackson.
Yes.
Very good.
Ricky?
Charles de Gaulle was president of which European country?
France.
Yes. Who is the Prince of Thieves in a 90s blockbuster movie title?
Kevin Costner.
Kevin Costner.
No. Well, what movie was it?
You just said who it was.
It was Robin Hood. All right. In which
we're going
decade was the atomic bomb dropped on
And here
Hiroshima?
it comes. Ah!
That's getting worse.
Is it a tie again?
No,
we're done.
No.
3-2,
I'm done.
Mickey.
What was the score on
Number one, I won round 2 by like 5.
By a final score of 8-7, our winner, Mickey Morandini.
That's a bunch of garbage. You just wanted to say his name like that.
Why did you even have a microphone?
I don't know. They sent me up there.
outstanding.
They're mad at Marissa.
How did we have to go on that
Take
3
the brunt.
times?
I'm used to it.
All right. Well, gentlemen, thank you for being a part of the Camp Out for Hunger. We
All right,
really
thank you,
appreciate
guys.
Being
Thanks,
here.
guys.
Anytime. Let's hear from Mickey Morandini and
they
Ricky
were great.
Batalico.
Great.
And Marissa Magnata for being a good
I
sport,
like
too.
the brothers of flight, the Redenbachers.
The Redenbachers. That was
Well, you said Orville, right?
I said Orville and Wilbur.
Redenbacher.
That could not have gone any better.
I love it.
All right, let's take a break.
great.
We'll come back in a second. We have more to come. We have actually Claude Giroux is going to be joining us
Yeah.
in a little while, along with Keith Gandola of the Flyers. They won last night.
Nice.
Talking to those guys and more as the Camp Out for Hunger continues on MMR. We'll be right back.
And that's like, look, the bottom line is I tell the truth, and like a lot of people don't like to hear the truth, but I don't care.
Yeah.
I mean, like, so what am I doing in Philly right now? I'm here to do commercials for Martino Signs. Okay?
What is this? You wearing the hat?
Yeah, Martino Signs. So I'm a spokesman for him. So we're out there doing commercials. So then the Eagles game, and then I did for the pregame and
The tailgate?
Oh man, it was unbelievable.
It's crazy, right?
It's insane.
So you were out there promoting the company,
But then just dealing with the fans. You know, the fans. I'm a man of the people, man. The fans in Philadelphia. Look, the Philadelphia season in 1993, to me, again, I think fans will back this up, was still the most exciting season in the history of Philadelphia baseball. Because we went from last to first, okay? And then we're all drug-fueled and like, nobody wanted to come to bat, you know?
Yeah.
And then you have these fans that are crazy, that are just like, people are scared to death of, you know? So
when you're greeted, like when you're out and about here, and I mean, do you feel the love?
I do. I do.
Yeah.
I don't feel from the Phillies though.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
because I think that like one of the owners found out that I tagged his daughter.
Oh my God! Jeez,
So like the real reason I'm not on the Wall of Fame isn't. So like it was kind of a bad move, but that's what happened. I mean, what can I say? But see,
you can say more.
So were you guys playing hide and go seek tag or
look,
freeze tag?
I'm just, it's just, I love hearing those words. I can't believe I'm doing this.
Oh my God!
Holy
doing this.
Yeah. All right, Lenny, I spoke with you on the phone on Friday, and we put that up. We put that up as a fun-sized podcast. And when I was talking with you on the phone, it sounded like there were women in bed with you on Friday night. Do you remember Friday morning and chatting with me?
Yeah. I couldn't shake her. Yeah.
You couldn't shake her.
Yeah.
But it was just one person because I couldn't tell.
Maybe two. But the thing is I don't ever let them stay. See. And this one tried to stay, and I said, listen, there's a door over there, you see, and there's a handle. You turn it left, okay? Then you follow the signs, okay? And the exit down, and then, but she wouldn't leave, and I'm on the air with you. So I said, get in the bathroom, remember?
Yeah.
Anyways, we got past that. Let's move on to, how about the cheap shot that our boy put on Carson Wentz, was a rough deal. But this is a rock and roll station, man. You guys talk about everything.
We do. We talk about everything. So let me ask you. So with that, and with you talk about the sports. We talk about the Phils and the Mets. You were saying in one of the interviews I was reading about you that the Mets it was a little bit more on the up and up, but you hardcore partied with the Phils, and you also talked about doing steroids. And how that you looked at that point when you were doing them to preserve your job because everyone was doing it. Do you have any regrets of doing steroids now, or was it you had to do it to be where you were?
That's actually a great question because, and again, here comes the truth. So in 89, I told the Mets, I need to play every day because if you don't play every day, you're not going to get paid. So they wouldn't play. Davey Johnson wouldn't play me every day. So we happened to be in Philly, okay, and a right-handed pitcher was pitching. So 2 at bats into the game, Davey says, "You're done. That's enough." I said, "Like what the? Are you kidding me?" So then I go up in the locker room and I hear Harry the K, the great Harry Callis, unbelievable. I hear him say, "A lot of action here at the vet today, and initials are LD." So I said to myself, "I just got traded." So then I'm sitting in my locker after the game. I'm sitting in my little stool and I wait for the tap. I get the tap and they say, Davey wants to see you in his office. So I go in there and Davey says, well, Davey, by the way, he was best friends with Jack, as in Daniels. Everyone says he was a player's coach, manager. Of course he was. He's always hung over in his office.
All right.
But I'm in there and there's Joe McElvain, the general manager, and Davey. And he says, look, we want to thank you for helping us win a World Series. We just traded you to the Phillies. And I said, wait. The team in the other dugout? What do I meet him at home plate? It was so weird.
I remember when that happened.
It was so weird, but I was so
Juan
happy.
Samuel, right? The Phils traded Juan Samuel, I think, for you?
Yeah. A brutal trade. But for me, it was a great trade because, with the Mets, I was a young guy, and, I never saw a line of Coke. I never saw a good, and I had beer, that's it. I mean, I didn't even drink a beer until I got to the big leagues. But then I made up for it later. But what I'm saying is, so when I got to the Phillies in '89, I started playing every day. So I'm a small guy. I'm 5'9". So I didn't forget how to play baseball. I just wore down.
It took its so, and you were describing, and I started reading some of the passages out of the book too. Because we can't listen.
Yeah.
We see you out on the field. We see these athletes, and you're describing a level of wear and tear that we don't understand.
See, I was so ahead of the curve. See, remember, it wasn't illegal then either. So in '89, the general manager, because I went and I came out of the gates. I'm in 320, and I timbered, down to way down. So general manager Lee Thomas says, "Look, we're going to give you 1990. You're going to lead off every day. You're not going to look at the lineup." So I'm in Mississippi with my ex-wife, and people live there, by the way. So literally, this is how it went down. I literally just went into the yellow pages, and I pulled up some hillbilly doctor, and I didn't even know what he was going to give me. I went to him, and I told him the facts. I said, look, 1990 is going to determine whether I become a multimillionaire or I have to get a real job.
Yeah.
So here's what I need. I don't need a pill or a drug to make me play baseball better. I know how to do that. I need something that's going to keep my weight on so I can stay strong for 6 months.
Yeah.
Baseball is the most grueling schedule in sports, okay? Yeah. So that being said, I didn't know what he's going to give me. He writes a prescription. I go get in line in Rite Aid. They fill it, and he says, come back, and I'll show you how to do it. And I come back to his office. He's got a harpoon waiting for me like this, and it's Decadurabolin, okay? Because remember,
So is that a growth hormone?
No, that's steroids. That's a steroid. Then as I became a chemist later, we mixed all that stuff in. But so remember, I had to do this because I physically wasn't capable of with holding. I couldn't hold up for 6 months. So I did that for my family to make money because like I said, I don't need something that could make me play baseball. I knew how to do that. And it wasn't a coincidence that I ended up hitting 325 that year.
Right.
Okay, I walked up to the plate. I had a 15-inch, you know what? Because I knew that they knew that I was like on point. You know what I mean?
So, and this is the point, though, to like, and hearing about it and talking about, there was. There's a documentary, I forget the name in case I know you saw it as well, where these guys talking about steroids and so he's a competitive bodybuilder and his brother's a bodybuilder doing steroids, and they're both taking two different angles on it. But the truth of the matter is, and the guy even makes the point in the documentary about people love to see these incredible home runs and they love to see this incredible level of performance. So and at that point, for you to remain competitive.
See, I was ahead of the curve.
So I'm surprised in myself that I sort of see that. I see that point.
Yeah, but see, it didn't get till later, and I told the commissioner, I told baseball, listen, I said, they asking me about, because I did some work for them, and they're asking me about marijuana and cocaine and this. I said, no, you got it all wrong. I said, steroids is your problem. If you don't take care of that, it's going to be a problem that's going to just be out of control. Because anytime money's involved, anytime you can make more money, okay, people are going to make decisions they wouldn't normally make. And so if the guy next to you is doing it, okay, and he's going to get paid $30 million, what are you going to do? Say, I'm going to be a good guy. You know that? And I'm not going to do it. And I'll go get a real job and make $60,000 and be miserable.
Right.
I'm a lifelong Phillies fan, Lenny. I love that 93 team. I was 18 at the time. We went to a lot of games at the Vet that summer. Who on the team was not doing drugs?
There's a lot of them. I mean, they weren't allowed at any of my parties. So I never stayed at the team hotel, okay? Yeah, so like I got smarter as I got older. So what I did is I had the party brought to my suite. So I have like my guys that worked for me, and so when I got done playing, everything was set up and ready. That's why they all started hating Mitch Williams, because he would delay the game so long. Like the party wouldn't get started till late. But a lot of guys weren't doing drugs. I mean, you had your core group. I'm sure you know who they are, but I mean, Eisenreich was doing some, but I think different kind of, like for his Tourette's. But
so, Danny Jackson, drugs?
No, I think he just drank and he drank hard. Mulholland, no drugs. Schilling, no drugs. Milt Thompson, no drugs.
Incaviglia?
Maybe a few.
I mean, it's all speculative.
Well, because remember, at that point, I became like a chemist. So like people needed a script filled, they just came to me.
So right now, what do you think the nature of the sport is now? Have they done a fairly successful job of eliminating that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
In fact, there's no drugs in baseball. Now you might have a fringe guy that is like on his way out and he's got nothing to lose. But what that tells you though is how in the heck does Major League Baseball players break and shatter the single season home run record on no drugs? Very simple. Major League Baseball, if they want the ball to fly out there, they make it harder. I mean, they take the seams down, okay?
Right.
So when you take the seams down, the ball travels, okay? So they can it's almost like turning one on a little warmer, turn warm water on. So they control that, see? So it's like an airplane. When an airplane lands, the flaps come down.
Right.
But see, with no seams, the ball they're like rocket ships,
Huh.
Hey, real quick, I just want to tell you guys. So you see this picture that's up in our studio?
Yeah.
See the two ball boys in the first row? The guy on the left was my boyfriend, and he used to travel with the team. And I mean, he never told me any stories about you guys, but I'm just wondering if he ever made it into one of your parties.
Wait. Better than that, he made it into Showtime. So like the Bat Boys, I used to let them get in the closet, and they used to watch me do my service, And sometimes they'd make noise, and I'd say, what the, But that's the kind of player I was, a team player.
Right.
Even the Bat Boys guys about this.
Check with him.
You're a giver. So reconnect. You're a giver. You want people to
By the way, that's an absolute true story.
Is it the clubhouse?
The club is when they have to go on the road, so they couldn't wait to go on the road, man.
Yeah.
Because I'd say, okay, listen, man, get in there, get in that closet, but don't say anything. Okay.
Like in the hotel suite?
Yeah. And so, I call it showtime. And, I'm a normal. I'm a missionary man. I'm not into any crazy stuff. I mean, like, no chandelier.
A missionary man. Okay. All right.
Let me ask you, Lenny, because
normal.
You had a friendship with Charlie Sheen. And Charlie Sheen has, his legendary partier and all that stuff. And you said you got into his house, and he had like a state-of-the-art, like, drug den. To describe what he had.
Well, Charlie Sheen, by the way, the biggest and the biggest meltdown in the history of Hollywood.
Yeah.
And it was all over one reason, okay? Charlie Sheen's gay, okay? And Charlie Sheen could not live with that, okay? The reason why he was doing whatever he was doing for 10 days straight, okay, was because he had to do that to get to that place. So I had Charlie out a year before that he was forced to go out. And his people, he wanted to go out. He's being extorted. He's broke now. He's being extorted. It's one of the saddest and most difficult things I've ever been involved with. I was there every day with him.
So it's your belief that Charlie Sheen is gay?
No, it's not my belief. Come on, dude. I've seen videos. It's like, you got to look left, bro.
Wow. Okay.
I don't believe it. I mean, he's like, got HIV.
So he was a fan of yours.
See, I never knew any of this. He did this on his own.
Huh.
See, this is his own world here. But see, when you get locked up in that for 10 days, everyone was afraid to go help him. So, because they were afraid that he'd fire him. So I never took a dime from him. I was his real friend. So they'd call me and I'd go up and I'd like say, and what happened on your story there is when I got in that room, I said, to break the ice, I said, Charlie, and this is before I know about all the darkness.
Right.
I said, I got to tell you, man, if you're going to smoke crack, this is the best crack room I've ever seen.
So you said it was like behind like the classic revolving book.
Alfred Hitchcock. So like.
And just swam in your endless pool to help raise funds for Phil Abundance. And Jill says that we are huge believers and supporters of sharing your blessings and supporting your community. Ryan's aunt, who was a graduate of the University of Pennsylvania and suffered from mental illness, actually was homeless for a few years. So our family understands the plight of those struggling, and we will absolutely donate online. And would love it if you could give a shout out to Ryan and the team on behalf of Valley Forge Financial, who will make a donation. Thanks for your hard work. And that is from Jill Mayer.
That's awesome.
That was really nice.
All right, so Ryan just got out of the tank.
We have 4 swimmers, right? Was he the third or the fourth?
I think he was the fourth because
Okay.
we have a young lady that I just met who's about to go in there. But like Ryan was just absolutely crushing it. His pace was just insane, and he didn't get out. Like. He just kept going.
Did we make so far?
Yeah.
And the amount of miles, Casey, it's technically the same if you were to get in the Delaware right here and swim to Cape May, correct?
Exactly. So 82 miles, and these guys help push us, and now we're like ahead of the curve.
All right.
So now we can just chill back. But I'm going to hop into the pool a little bit later.
Yeah,
after
Casey's
the
been
show.
contributing miles every day himself.
Yeah,
So,
I love it. I was swimming in there last night as people were getting ready to go into the Flyers game.
You've got to get one of these.
I have to
You've
get one of
been
these.
raving about how accurate it is to regular swimming.
Yeah, and you can really push yourself and test yourself.
Yeah.
But as I was swimming in there last night, I was like, this is just wild. I'm like, it's raining and cold out, and I am like, I feel great.
Yeah.
I didn't feel any of that. But
Diane, let him get one.
Come on, Diane, please.
Okay.
Pretty please.
Should we give out her cell number and have everybody call?
I think
and
that's
text?
great.
But thank you to the Mayer family. Ryan is the pride of Malvern Prep. I actually, on my Instagram stories, I got a nice little slow-mo of him doing breaststroke. But thank you for your contribution to
Very
the
cool.
Camp Out.
All right, so and they'll donate 15,000 if we can get 82 miles. So we'll see if that happens. Speaking of donating, I would like to welcome from the Hometown Foundation the relationship manager. This is Jamie Hughes that we have.
Hi, guys. Good morning.
Hello, Jamie. How are you?
Hey, I am good. How are you guys?
Excellent. We're happy to welcome you to the mic. I know you're going to make a donation here in a little bit, but can you tell us a little bit about the Hometown Foundation?
Of course. Thank you guys for having us. So we came all the way this morning from Cheshire, Connecticut, the Hometown Foundation. It was quite a hike, thankfully, but it was worth
in a lot of traffic, didn't you?
We did. I was texting Kathy on the way here. I was like, I am so sorry we are late, but we are on our way. The truck actually beat us here.
All
but
right.
the Hometown Foundation's parent company, we're based out of Cheshire, our parent company is Bizzuto's Inc., which is a wholesale and food distribution company. And our foundation, we have an initiative called the Hungerless Holidays, which is kind of how we all got linked up and why we're very excited to be here today so we can assist families and individuals who are suffering from food insecurity.
Yeah, it's a major thing. And it really mobilizes a whole bunch of different charities and different organizations, and we all sort of unite around this time. It's when people feel it the most. So that's great that you do it and do it all year round.
Hey, your position is a relationship manager. What exactly does that mean? I've never heard that before.
Oh, it's a very popular position. I get to handle all the relationships and be friends with everyone. But my job is very, very fun. I get to we have so many initiatives that the foundation does year-round. Hungerless Holidays being one of my favorite, if I'm a little biased. But we get to give so much food. This year we're donating 25,000 turkeys to families and individuals in need who are suffering from food insecurity. So when we do these initiatives, I get to work with our sponsors, our local partners, our beneficiaries, and really handle all those relationships and make sure everybody gets along. It's an easy job.
Relationship
I like that.
manager.
You know, since no one ever oversees the lack of initiative.
Right, yeah. I'm the lack of initiative head.
I don't have a cell phone.
Yes, don't call me. Can you tell us a little bit about the donation that you guys in the Hometown Foundation are doing for Camp Out for Hunger?
We are very happy to be donating the turkey. So our foundation really focuses on towns that have a high food insecurity rate. We want to help those who need help the most, and that falls under the foundation's In Need pillar, which we work year-round for. So this year, Hungerless Holidays, we wanted to expand our initiative even larger into the Philadelphia area, and that's why we are very thrilled to be making a donation of 500 turkeys to Phil Abundance.
Wow. 500 turkeys.
That's going to be awesome.
That's awesome.
500 turkeys.
Yeah.
It's going to feed a lot of people. And these birds this year, I mean, these turkeys are very big this year.
Yeah.
We're definitely seeing some benefits aside effects of COVID is that our turkeys are larger, which means we can feed more people.
Oh, that's excellent.
They may be larger, but they're also harder to get your hands on, too. So the fact that you guys got 500 of them, we've been reading about the shortage on turkey. So I'm glad that it's going to go to people who really, really need it, you know?
We are very grateful. It definitely really assists the population who needs it most. We're thankful that we were able to purchase them in advance, and it wouldn't be possible without our partners and our supporters, everyone who donates, and every dollar counts.
No, that's great. And honestly, to have turkey around this time is great. We ourselves couldn't get a turkey. We're sitting down to a moth, Preston.
Yeah, that's all we could get.
Yeah, a moth was about all we could manage.
The Hometown Foundation, how do people contact you if they either want to assist or need assistance or how employ you guys in some way?
Everyone can visit www.hometownfoundation.org, and that's where all of our information is. We have our year-round initiatives and events. You can find out more, or you can pledge a meal to a family in need this holiday season.
That's excellent. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Jamie. Pleasure to meet you.
Thank you guys for having us.
Jamie Hughes, the Hometown Foundation. 500 turkeys, that's a whole lot, man.
It's amazing.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Amazing, especially like you said, Preston, we've heard of shortages. There's a bird right there.
A turkey right now.
Yeah.
And that's one of those, I assume, so it's perishable items, so that goes directly. They're working directly with Phil Abundance to make sure that they get it, and they can do that type of thing. Bimbo has been doing that type of thing as well, donating the perishables.
Oh, yes. I'm not good with this stuff. Is that a living turkey?
That was not. It was a frozen one.
Frozen.
I can see why you might mistake it from a living, real turkey.
Yeah,
it's a real turkey.
Napping.
Real dead, actually, is what it is. All right. Is our guest ready to go?
I believe so, yeah. And programming note, we are not going to have Keith Yandel on, which sucks because
I noticed that.
Really looking forward to having him on, but he's a no-show, and I was very excited because he's a good personality. But now I don't like him. I'm a little upset.
I don't like him anymore.
Listen,
I'm no longer a fan.
We love them, but we also hate them.
Yeah, but the one who will be here and be a part of this next interview has come to many campouts, and we can't thank him for supporting us year after year.
Okay, so I can introduce these guys?
You should be able to.
Via Zoom, please welcome, and they won last night. I mean, handedly won last night. Please welcome Claude Giroux and Travis Senheim.
Yay!
There they are. What's up, fellas? G, good morning. How you doing, man?
Good. You guys tricked me this morning.
What?
When you guys asked me to do this interview, I was told Casey wasn't going to be here.
Oh, no.
Dude, you're so lucky you're not here in person. You might be a professional athlete, but I outweigh you by like 50, 60 pounds. I would absolutely throttle you.
full muscle too, right?
Well, I'm getting it.
Yeah, Casey's been getting in shape. You know, he's actually he's
I saw.
Yeah.
Well, we do know that G's a better bowler than you. I saw that.
Oh, I know. I saw it too.
In person.
Hey, G, congrats on your goal and your assist last night. Travis, congrats on your assist to G's goal last night. It was a close game for a couple of periods, but you guys just took off in the third period. So congrats on that.
Yeah, thanks.
Hey, are you having fun? I mean, the season's off to, things are going well. Is it, and by that, I don't mean just winning, but, while it is work for you guys, it is possible for you to have a good time while you're doing it as well. Has it been a good start to the year in that regard of having a good time?
Yeah, it's been great. I mean, we have a lot of different guys on the team, and older guys, character guys, funny guys, and like you said, Keith Yandel's a funny guy, and you guys lucked out with Travis Senheim here. He's pretty hilarious himself, but
he's laughing already.
No, just being around all the new guys and the way that this team came so quick and the chemistry off the ice, it's kind of working well right now. So we got to keep it going here.
Travis, this is the first time we've had you on our show, so we're getting to know you for the first time as well. But Joe Seville, who works at the Flyers, said that you're a Canadian farm boy from the north part of Winnipeg, and you work on your farm in the off season. Is that true?
Yeah, I head back there, try to help out as much as I can. We got a grain farm, so try to get in the combine tractor as much as I can and help out the family farm.
Okay. Is it fun to drive that thing? Because it's gigantic.
It looks awesome.
It looks so cool.
For me, it's fun, but when I tell people I'm going 3 or 4 miles an hour, they don't like it too much.
Well, yeah, but it's still a beast. Now, let me ask you, how difficult is it to milk a moose?
Well, the one with the antlers or the one with...
It's a different kind of milk.
We don't have a cow. We have a bull.
Oh, my God. Something I was going to ask G.
What do you guys like to eat?
No, it wasn't what do you guys like to eat.
Well, I wanted to ask him, and Casey pointed this out. I was at the game last night, which it was really fun. It was a tight affair until the third, and then you guys pulled away, and Drew had a goal and an assist. But your goal there was an empty netter, and Couturier could have taken it and got his second goal of the night, but you were right next to him, and he passed it to you, and it was such a typical hockey play. It was so selfless, and so you got a goal as a result. And did Couturier say anything to you ahead of time, or is it like you're open, he passes it to you, and you get an empty netter as a result?
It just happened that you kind of follow the play. It's an empty netter, and at one point it was just me and Coots, and always taught. Drive the net, you put your stick down, good things happen, and that's what happened. But like you said, it was a selfless play from Coots, and he could have put it in, and he didn't. So it was we just laughed about it after.
Yeah, I mean, he really could have, and maybe even should have buried it as he's making that pass. And I know it's kind of a bang bang play. Did you have any thoughts like, dude, what are you doing? Like, this should be yours.
Yeah, well, he had the puck, and I was going to, skate away, let him have it. But I'm like, if I skate away and he passes it, I'm not there anymore. And it looks pretty bad, right?
It looked bad, yeah.
I'm not going to complain. I'll take it.
Yeah.
You know, we talk a lot now, and we apply it to everything because the show Ted Lasso is so popular, and it kind of, in a way, has given us a peek into locker rooms, and we sort of perceive, is this the way that it goes? Is this across sports? Is this sort of accurate? Are you guys watching it? And if so, does anything ring true, at least about the dynamic of a team to you guys if you are watching it?
Have you seen it?
No, go ahead.
No, I haven't seen it.
Oh, I've seen it. It's great. It's pretty accurate about teamwork and how a team goes well because they click together. And when it's not clicking off the ice, most of the time you're not clicking on the ice. So,
right.
It's a great show, and it's pretty dead on, I want to say.
Okay. Now, speaking of the locker room, there's a new tradition. The past few years, it's been a tradition of the star of the game gets to wear something that's been assigned. And now what is that thing called?
It's the starter jacket from the 90s, yeah. And
I'm lukewarm on it,
you were a big helmet fan.
The original motorcycle helmet, I think, was the best one. What do you guys think? What as far as that tradition?
How about this? How about we give you guys a chance to bring something for us to player of the game, and if we like it, we're gonna do it. But it's got to be good. Like we're gonna vote as a team. You guys bring anything you want to be.
We can do that.
A moose head or whatever you guys want.
No. All right.
Whatever you guys want. We're going to give you guys a chance to have the player of the game.
Oh, my God, Preston. Yeah, that's our minds are reeling with possibility.
The wheels are turning, man.
Yeah.
I can see Casey right now. I'm like, I got some good ones.
I got a couple. The first thing that came to my mind was that the kissy bear head that we had, but we can't.
That thing's crawling with syphilis.
It has pink eye in it.
Yeah. I was thinking a strap-on, but I don't know.
No, you can't get away with that.
No, it's how great would that look?
A dildo on your head? That'd be great.
No, I didn't say wear it on your head. Not an animal.
No.
That'd be ridiculous.
That'd be ridiculous.
All right, we will come up with something.
All right, something that you can wear and not lose your careers.
So G, they asked about Ted Lasso, but you have babies now. So, like, what kids shows are you watching?
We had Blippi for a while there for a long time. He actually came to where did he come?
I don't even know.
Maybe 45 minutes from here. Blippi came. They had like a musical, and I brought Gavin there, and it was just insane.
I'm not familiar with Blippi.
It's one of the biggest things. Now
Is
for
it?
kids? Yeah.
Really? Huh?
Yeah, he's thinking over for sure. You gotta look this guy up.
We had a great moment. If you remember last year with Gavin, because during the pandemic, you were still in Canada. We had Scotty Harden was calling in from Jersey, and JVR came on from, I think he was in Minnesota. But Claude, you were at home, and there was just a moment where Gavin kind of wandered into the background of the Zoom. It was pressed up against the door, and that was a year ago essentially at this point. He's doing well, and congratulations on the other baby too.
Yeah, we got 2 boys now, so it's pretty awesome out there.
Wow. I mean, we all have kids, and they're grown and stuff like that. But so we know that you end up watching what the kids are watching anyway, and so as a result, like some of our most exciting guests we've had in the studio, we had the Wiggles.
We had the Wiggles.
I was like, oh
yeah,
my God,
and they sang a song for us. And then here at the Camp Out for Hunger, we had the Fresh Beat Band.
They're not around anymore.
They're not around anymore. So, so that's why I asked you, because this stuff you become celebrities in our world. Like,
you tacitly become fans because that's all you're hearing, right? I mean, you don't see any adult regular programming for a while. You're watching kid stuff.
Yeah, I mean, when we went to go see Blippi, we met him after too, and I was looking at him and I was actually amazed. I'm like, you're sick. You're famous. Like, how can I get a picture?
With Blippi.
Travis, how old are you, by the way, if you don't mind me asking?
25.
25. All right, your kids ways off from that. What's your relationship status right now? You single
no
man?
No kids, just a girlfriend. Yeah, no kids.
The guy's driving a vehicle that goes 4 miles an hour. He doesn't have time, President. You can't cruise for women in a combine.
I don't know. Maybe in Northern Canada you can. I don't know, man. Oh, that's awesome. Well, listen, we appreciate you guys coming on, supporting this event. Travis, it's wonderful to have you be a part of this for the first time. And G, the years and years and years that you've been a part of this event, we can't thank you enough, because we know that the Flyers fans, it resonates with them. They come out, they get motivated, they help. People get fed, and it's a win-win all the way around. So thanks for that.
100%.
And good luck.
Good job, guys.
Looking forward to a great season. Let's hear it for Claude Giroux.
Thanks, guys.
Travis Sanheim, thank you. I love it.
Claude is now the longest tenured professional athlete in Philadelphia. And
ever, or
not ever, but I mean, since his career began, which was, he came up as a Phantom in like 2006 or 2007.
He's a good dude, man. You remember we had some sort of function where I forget what we were receiving an honor.
Yes.
He took time out in the afternoon, came out and spoke at it. It was great.
He was so nervous about doing that too, and he's really grown into a leader for the team, and it's just cool to be friendly with that guy.
I love it.
I have to make a public apology to a gentleman named Ed Ward. I thought Claude Giroux was going to be here today, and so he was texting, he was tweeting at me yesterday. And so, Ed, if you're here, I'm sorry about that. I
think we all thought that.
Yeah.
But in essence, his image was here.
Yes. Yeah.
You didn't know.
Doesn't seem to be that Ed's here. So
thank God.
He didn't make it.
Yeah, Ed wouldn't.
Ed's keying your car right now.
It's a blue Subaru Outback.
Actually, but you know who is here, and I want to turn our microphone on out front. Marissa, one of our coolest teachers. I see him wearing a shirt right over here. We love our teachers. Come on over. Well, you can pull your mask down while you talk on the mic, and we've met before. Tell everybody your name.
I am Justin Goulet from Holy Ghost Prep.
All right, and Justin and Holy Ghost Prep, you emailed us a little while back, right?
Yes, I wanted to make sure I could bring, I have Mr. Jacobs here, I have Andrew, Michael, and Rocky, some of our students.
Nice.
We set a goal of 2,000 pounds. Nice. And we had 3,300 pounds this year.
Holy Ghost.
There you go.
It's good.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thought about that.
I also want to congratulate you guys on Hall of Fame.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Appreciate
to
that.
everybody in Hall of Fame.
Congratulate you on being one of the coolest teachers.
Thank you so much. I always joke that you guys brought me on after Kathy was talking about STDs one day. And then I was the Kathy teacher that was brought on right after that.
I remember that's the day that Kathy revealed she had gonorrhea.
I was like, all right, let's talk about it.
Hey, did you end up going to the MM barbecue? Or
Yes.
Okay.
Went there.
Yeah.
Absolutely loved it.
Excellent.
I'm a rock and roll fan, so I was actually in the pit for as long as I could.
It was cool to see you guys there.
It was great. Yeah. Thank you so much for the free tickets, and it was a great day.
Well, thanks for doing what you do, and thanks to the gang at Holy Ghost. We appreciate
Perfect.
that. That's outstanding.
Thank you guys for another great event.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Excellent. On that note, we will take a break and come back in just a moment because there is more to come, friends. Make sure you stay with us because we will not be gone long. It's Camp Out for Hunger, day number 3, right, people? Be right back.
Sheen at the time.
Right.
He made her change her name. And the first hint there, she was a porno star. Because remember, Charlie used to say, they're best because I can pay him and tell him when to come, tell him when to leave.
Yeah.
Now he's got one as a fiance. But when she called me up, he said, you got to come help. You got to come help. Charlie's been 10 days. And I said, okay, meet me at the Beverly Glen thing, and I'll go get me through the gates, and I'll take care of it. She said, you'll never find it. I said, what? I said, I've been there for...
You've been to the house before.
Thousands of times.
Yeah.
She said, no, he built a different special room. I said, okay.
Like a hidden room.
Dude, so we get up the stairs. First, I go through the Israeli, hit squad, his security, which was really an extension of his drug dealers. And so we get up there, and she literally takes a picture and moves it to the side, puts her hand on a thing, puts some numbers on, and his bookcase opens. It was like right out of Alfred Hitchcock.
Yeah, or like a James Bond layer.
The room was off the chart. I mean, it was awesome. But then I said, Charlie, is this your life? Is this it, man?
Right.
Is this it? I said, what are you doing? You're 50 years old. You've been here 10 days. Remember that show you own? You got to be there Monday.
Right.
Because the big joke on his show was, in anger management, was, no, Charlie will be here. He'll be here at 11. He'll be here at 12. No, he'll be here. So
yeah,
it just all got bad. And, and like I said, but sober, Charlie's probably one of the smartest, greatest guys I've ever met. He's had that dark side, and that dark side, it wasn't, actually pitch black,
Wow.
So it's a tragedy. It's a tragedy.
So you did your, obviously you have your demons. You're very candid about it in the book, and you have stuff that you wrestle with all the time.
That's not one of them, though.
Yeah.
If somebody put something in my, you're going to have to kill me.
Right. Well, you did 2.5. What'd you do? Was it 2.5 years in prison?
Yeah, they put me in the cooler, for a couple years, and that's when I had to either say, okay, you can pout and feel sorry for yourself, or you can fight through it. And then I fought through it.
To that point, I remember reading the story, and I wanted to ask about this because you got your ass kicked in jail, and there was a lawsuit right against the guards.
Well, yeah. So L.A. County Jail is known as the biggest, and it's the largest in the country. The FBI did an investigation, put 23 of them in prison. So what there was there, it was like institutionalized where they had to beat up like inmates. So when I went in there, and first of all, they put me on the worst row. I'm in there with the mafia hit squad leader and killers, so-and-so killers. But I wasn't there with that one dude that Michael Jackson. They said he killed the doctor.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, a doctor.
The London dude.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah. And he was next to me, and I said, "What happened to good old Ambien, dude?" Come on.
Propofol is what.
Yeah. So he told me what happened. He said, "Look, what's that guy's name, man?" But anyways,
Conrad.
Conrad Murray. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Yeah. Conrad Murray.
So you're not with Conrad Murray.
He was there for a while next to me, and I said, "What happened?" He said, "I did my normal thing." He said, then he wanted more. So he's self-medicated, and with anesthesia, too much, the lights go out. And luckily they did for a lot of kids, if you know what I mean.
Right.
Yeah, because one
So
thing
you
I
pass
won't
out.
accept is like somebody touching kids or a man putting hands on a woman. That's just not acceptable.
Well, so you're in there, and how badly did you get beaten?
No,
Were you like a target, or
yeah, no. The guy was like they're bullies. You know, one guy was whistling, take me out to the ball game. I said, hey, bro, not tonight. You know.
Yeah.
You know, and it went from nails to thumbtacks, and so finally the guy, we had words, and the next thing I know they're coming in, and I'm back duking, it took 7 of them to take me out of there. That lawsuit's still going on. In fact, they just offered me a big settlement, which I'm not going to take, and it's going to go to trial here pretty quick.
Okay, because I was looking at some of the pictures. I mean, you got throttled.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I mean, it's. I fought them hard. You know, it took a lot. They dragged me out of there.
So why not take a settlement? You want to see them pay for
The settlement's too low.
Okay.
Yeah, because I mean, when you're, it's so funny in my life. Like the same people that put me in prison, the FBI, meaning is the same people that's going to make me millions for this lawsuit. But when I got indicted, remember, you're talking about a guy that's paid $20 million in taxes and never committed. When they said you're being indicted, I said, what's that? And when they showed me, it said the United States of America versus Lenny Dykstra.
Yeah.
I was like, really?
Yeah.
It's almost laughable, you know. I mean, the feds just do what they want to do. And by the way, I didn't want that war. Okay. I mean, that's a much complicated, deeper story than it appears on the outside.
Yeah.
I mean, but what it is what it is. So that's why my book was so well received, and why it was a bestseller, because I didn't say poor me. I didn't say, they did this to me. They did the legal stuff. I said,
no, even some of your biggest critics were saying you were unabashedly saying what it is.
I said
and there's not much more you can say if you're saying, okay, I know people love me or hate me, and here's what I am.
Unlike Ron Darling, okay, Ron Darling, who made up lies in his book, and it's been proven. I'm in a lawsuit with him too, and why would he pick me as an enemy?
He claimed you'd made racist comments. Was that it? Or
he claimed he did.
Yeah.
And the problem with that is, here comes Darryl Strawberry. Here comes Kevin Mitchell.
Yeah.
Here comes Doc Gooden. Here comes Wally Backman. Oil Can Boyd. So
coming to your defense.
So Darling, but why would he pick me as an enemy?
Right.
I'm your worst nightmare. I'm the last guy you want as an enemy. Okay. So I'm not done with him by a long shot. That's going on. You're going to see.
Still going on.
It's going on in a big way. And by the way, because what he did is you cross a line there when you start talking about that's very sensitive stuff, okay?
Yeah.
And I wasn't the only one who took shots at Gary Carter, Bob Murphy. So anyways, but on my book, the legal stuff, instead of blaming, I just said, look, here are the facts, you be the judge.
So Preston and I were talking earlier this morning about, and I say you take ownership of some stuff, and you say that you need to know the rest of the story about the other stuff. If you, I mean, where you are career-wise now, and where everything's going, you showed that you had some business savvy. What's in the future for you?
Yeah, I mean, I still do have business savvy. I mean, look, I filed in 11, and that's when 08 came, when the world was ended, and they converted me to a 7 2 weeks into the 11. So they just burned down everything I had. But so where I'm at now is I'm making signs for Martino. No.
You actually work at the company.
No, it's cool. We were doing some commercials, but no, I have a lot of things going on now. I mean, besides, I do have a few clients in Beverly Hills, that keep the gas flow going. I mean, they're elderly people, but. See, I thought God put me on the earth to entertain people on the baseball field. I was pretty good at that. But that wasn't my calling. See, he put me on the earth to help women.
To
help women.
How are you helping women?
I'm a giver.
He's helping them reach climax, Kathy.
Yeah. Well, it's not so much that because they're a little old. So it's a lot of look left type deal. But that's what I do. I give. I'm a giver.
And the teeth come out when that happens, right?
Absolutely,
All right.
bro.
All right, Lenny. So tell me, there's someone that has to have come to you with a biopic, a movie based on your life. Has anyone come to you to option your life for?
Yeah, a lot of. In fact, the guy that did with Leonardo DiCaprio played in
Wolf of Wall Street.
Yeah, Terrence Winters, who did Sopranos and everything else.
He came to you for this?
He was awesome, yeah. But my movie was tied up with Gil Netter and John Lee Hancock, and they never got it to market. So it's with another group now that is trying to put it, because it's a great story because it covers everything. I mean, the book's about a baseball player, but not about baseball per se.
Yeah.
I mean, like, it talks about, like, De Niro when I'm in, like, St. Bart's and he's stealing all, he's like he didn't even know who I was, but, like, we're at the 2 suites and like he sees all my, friends helicoptering in. I got him coming night and like, he can't take it anymore. He says to me, like, I got a daiquiris during the day, and he says, hey, what is that? And like, you know where he's going. And I said, it's a daiquiri. But anyways, and long story short, we ended up in his bathroom, and Richard's greatest hits came out.
Oh my God!
And so me and Bobby D, he said, call me Bobby D. So remember, this is in my book. Don't think 30 lawyers didn't call me and fact check this. Don't think they didn't, because it was so funny. Then he'd be sending over $500 bottles of wine, and so then I said, look, bro, if you want to hang out with Richards, he's better to hang out at night with. So if you want to get on the program, it took me years to get down. You take an amphetamine during the day, because the amphetamine, it's more of a smooth, like, ride, and then you slowly descend. And then you have to have a Xanax around just to, chip away if you need a little edgy. And then at night, you can bring out the greatest hits, okay? And you stick with that program, it's a trifecta, and you're good. So he stuck with it the whole time. And we're like, I'm getting ready to leave. He runs up to me, hey, you got some more of that stuff? So 3 months later, I'm in Tribeca, and De Niro's there with his family. And so I said, I'm going to say hi to him. I'm with my friends, and I go up to say hi to him. He treats me like a Russian spy. And my friends say, what an idiot. What a bad, like, I said, what do you mean idiot? What's he going to say? Hey, honey, remember him? He's the one that got me all the Richards and all the, I mean, so,
Well, where are you now? Are you
Are you still doing the trifecta?
You still
no,
doing the
I'm
Richards?
too old for that. No, I'm too old. Like,
your grandfather.
Yeah, I am. I mean, my son's married to Jamie Lynn Sigler, the actress from Sopranos, and I have a couple grandkids and maybe some other kids. Like, but I mean, it's kind of hard to watch a game. It's like, God, there's another one.
Hey, Kathy just found out her grandfather was a very famous race car driver, and apparently he spread his seed all over the place.
All
and
over the
she's
country.
finding out that this relative she had no idea she had.
He's a breeder,
He was definitely a breeder.
Yeah, what are you going to do? But, I mean, look, the thing about it is, in Philadelphia, like playing in Philadelphia, was like, for me, it was like an honor and a privilege to be able to play in New York and in Philadelphia, which are the greatest fans in the world. So when I still come to Philadelphia, no matter what Angelo Cataldi says or whatever, or what anybody says, or the fact the Phillies owner got mad because I serviced his daughter. Doesn't matter. The fans remember, and that's what makes it so cool,
So when you're on the street and people are coming up to you, you're getting a lot of love.
Yeah, always, man. Because I played hard, man.
Lenny, I've got Phil's been on the hold for a long time. I'm just going to ask his question for him. Are you doing any appearances soon? Because there's people that want to meet you. Do you do public appearances?
Yeah, I do. No problem. You reach me 24/7 on Twitter.
So well, listen, we found out how easy you are to access on Twitter because that's how we first got in touch with you.
Yeah. I have my guy that helps me with Twitter won Jeopardy 3 times. He's a genius,
All right.
Because Twitter, it's right here, right now. You got to be on top of it. So
You have a genius running your Twitter account?
He's a genius, yeah. I mean, he won. I mean, I couldn't even answer a question on Jeopardy. He won it 3 times. So, yeah.
He really was on Jeopardy? He won. He was a 3-time champion?
Yeah, his name's Adam Taxton. He's a big Philly guy.
Okay.
Yeah, and he's a lawyer. He passed the bar in 5 states just because he wanted to.
Hey, where's home for you now? Where do you live?
I've been hanging out at that intersection, heaven and hell. No,
heaven and hell.
The 2 streets, they cross every night.
cross, and that's where you are.
It's like a cool place to hang out,
I would love to see you as sort of the guy who walks around when the Phils play, and we're meeting with the families and telling them.
Well, see, the funny thing about the Phillies is this. So here's what happened. I'm kind of the gift that keeps giving, okay?
Right.
So when we have the big year in '93, go to the World Series, I get a $30 million contract.
Right.
So what happens is I end up having back surgery and didn't get their money out of it. Okay. So when you get this kind of contract, they insure you. So Lloyd's in London does. They flew me all over the country, and basically every part of my body was uninsurable except my back. So when it's time to retire, because my back, and a brass is coming up, hey, like your back. I said, dude, I got you.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by WPHL TV. Young Sheldon joins The Big Bang Theory on PHL 17 weeknights and 7 at 9:30. Family night every night is on PHL 17. All right, we will start with this. Okay, so I do remember this story. This is out of L.A. There were viral videos of what appeared to be a guy in a jetpack flying around LAX.
I saw this.
Okay, so new video and photos released by the Los Angeles Police Department on Monday may have finally revealed the true story behind the LAX jetpack man. The new images appear to be showing an inflatable balloon resembling Jack Skellington from Tim Burton's Nightmare Before Christmas.
Yeah.
Not an actual human being wearing a jetpack.
I think I called that when I looked at the picture. My wife and I were looking at it, and I said, that looks like Nightmare Before Christmas.
Monday's revelation comes months after multiple reports of reported jetpack man sightings made rounds on social media. The LAX mystery first captured the internet's attention in late August of 2020 after an American Airlines pilot reported seeing, quote, a mystery person in a jetpack flying in the path of incoming jets. Since the first sighting, multiple other videos surfaced online, possibly showing the same mysterious object. The FBI issued the following statement that said the FBI has worked closely with the FAA to investigate reported jetpack sightings in the Los Angeles area, none of which have been verified. One working theory is that pilots might have seen balloons. As of Monday, no arrests or charges have been announced in the investigation. So far, no one has come forward to definitively confirm that it was Jack Skellington or actually that was actually flying over the LA.
Listen, we've contributed to similar things. We had a sex balloon almost fly across the flight path of Philadelphia Airport.
Yep, so
it happens.
It definitely can happen. Let's see. Pizza Hut has replied to a customer who recently expressed his distaste for wording used on one of the retailer's sauce bottles. Adrian Shan last month slammed Pizza Hut following the dining experience at its Hull, England outlet, where he likened its tomato sauce label to, quote, an app for swingers. Mr. Shan was unhappy with the bottle's sticker, which read, shake, squeeze, and squirt. And he said, it's not innocent in my eyes. The barbecue sauce on one said squeeze.
Come on.
But the ketchup one said, well, it put me off using it. It literally sounds like an app for swingers. This guy's actually complaining about this.
Yeah.
He said, I do not understand how someone could put that sentence together. It's awful. He said, he described it
and
as...
yet he totally glosses over their queef pops.
And he said it was inappropriate due to the venue's family-friendly reputation. In an email raising his issue with the company, Mr. Shan asked for a full refund and demand that Pizza Hut rebrand its sexualized tomato sauce.
Those are actual clear and actual usable instructions for how to use it.
Shake, squeeze, and squirt.
Yeah.
That's what happened.
Come on, man.
Well, I don't know. A man in Texas is accused of shooting his friend multiple times and then barricading himself inside an apartment complex. Zachary Carl Pfluger was arrested after a lengthy standoff. Now, according to police, Pfluger shot his friend around 3:30 in the afternoon because he was offended by what his friend was wearing to a wedding.
Did it say a shirt that said shake, squeeze?
Yeah, maybe that was it. So they didn't indicate what he was wearing that offended him so much that he shot his friend. The victim was taken to the hospital. His condition is unknown. Pfluger then barricaded himself in his bedroom. Police said at one point Pfluger actually shot at a SWAT member attempting to negotiate a surrender.
Because of inappropriate or what he perceived as inappropriate wedding attire?
Guess that's what it all came down to. Pfluger surrendered around 10 p.m. Joe Biden was flashed by a large, naked Scottish man while traveling to the COP26 Climate Change Summit in Glasgow, according to a White House reporter's pooled report.
Yeah, I have one of those.
Mr. Biden was making the journey from his hotel in Edinburgh to the conference in Glasgow when the reporter noticed something unusual. The report read, at one point, when we were still on smaller country roads, a large, naked Scottish man stood in his front window taking a picture of the motorcade with his phone.
It's going to be a hell of a picture.
It's possible the man forgot to get dressed amid the excitement of dashing to photograph the spectacle of a huge motorcade passing his house with a helicopter following overhead. So the guy was taking the picture.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a picture of the guy, which I wish there was.
Oh, my God.
Because I would love to see that.
That was a wild, super long motorcade. Did you see it?
No, I didn't.
Presidential motorcades are like crazy.
Well, you
Had to be
remember-
like 60 vehicles.
We were at Y100 one time.
Yes, and Bush came by.
President Bush came by. The motorcade drove right by the front of the building.
Yeah.
It was cool, man.
It was awesome.
Yeah, it was very cool. All right, we'll do one more story, and then we will wrap it up. I have another Pizza Hut story. A Pizza Hut customer in England again was, actually this is in Wales, was furious to find that his delivery order was actually someone else's leftovers.
Oh, man.
Darren Davies ordered an American barbecue pizza from the chain's Llanelli, Wales location, but instead was given someone else's doggy bag. According to The Sun, the box included all kinds of pizza, including chicken and vegetarian. Pizza Hut says that they've reached out to the customer to apologize, ensure that he receives a refund, and to thank him for bringing the matter to their attention. But just someone's
Maybe that's a new
leftovers.
thing to offer other people's leftovers,
Mystery
like
bag.
food sharing.
Yeah, food sharing. All right, and that is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. Okay, before we get to the lesson question and the trash music news, which we are going to do in this very segment, we are going to welcome a gentleman we met not too long ago. We were doing our blood drive.
Yes.
Actually.
It couldn't have been more welcoming for us.
We had to change of venue, and, still under COVID restrictions and all. And we did the, I believe, for Preston and Steve blood drive at Live Casino. And we would like to welcome to our tent this morning the general manager of Live Casino, Mr. Joe Billheimer is here this morning.
Thank
Good to
you all
see
for having us.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you for having us.
Sorry for the fan blowing my gas in your direction.
Yeah, that was a little disturbing.
It's totally
A little
disturbing.
too much to share there. Number one, we had great success with our blood drive, so thank you for hosting that. That was wonderful.
Thank you. It's part of what Live Casino is. I mean, when we got into the market, I mean, one of our first missions was to figure out how to get into the community, and Phil Abundance has been a great part of that. And our first volunteer event that we did was right after your Camp Out for Hunger during the pandemic last year.
Excellent. And we were surprised. I know Steve and I were at the facilities that you had there.
It's great.
Well, I wouldn't call it a ballroom. What would you call it? The room that we were in.
Event center.
Event center. Yes.
About 30,000 square feet.
Yeah.
You were one of the first activations we had in there because
That's correct.
of the pandemic.
And the stage is beautiful. It's set for all different kinds of things that can be put on there. What are the plans for the future of the event center?
So we actually start our entertainment schedule coming up this week. We have a Prince tribute on Friday night, and the long snapper, John Dorenbos, performing on Saturday night. Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, he's great.
Yeah.
He's a good friend of the show, and his live stuff is awesome.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and as Preston said, in general, we were blown away with the facility. The casino itself and everything is laid out really well. It's like brand spanking new almost, and it just has a good vibe to it.
And the fact that it's got a hotel with it as well is pretty impressive, too. How many rooms, how many people can stay?
We have 208 rooms, 2,000 slot machines, over 100 table games. As I mentioned, the 30,000 square foot convention and event center. There's been some fantastic restaurants, Prime, Luck Fu, our sports and social brand, and also our Guy Fieri's and a few other great snack areas. Lorenzo's, Termini's.
And I know Marissa's been doing the Sunday game events there.
She's been loving it.
She's having a great time.
Yeah.
So congrats on the success so far of Live Casino.
Thank
and
you.
Continued on. And you're here to make a donation today.
Yeah. So I'm really proud. Again, as I mentioned, our very first endeavor out into the community was with Phil Abundance. I must say that they had me sorting peanut butter and jelly and all the donations.
Yeah.
So we can't be more proud than to be here to donate, make our donation. We're going to donate 200 additional turkeys worth $5,000, as well as $10,000.
Yes.
Nice.
200 turkeys and $10,000.
So far, we're up to 700 turkeys.
That's awesome, man. Fantastic.
And next Thursday, we're our team of executives, as well as a lot of our frontline team members, will be out there to help sort all of the food that you
That's
all
a
have
critical
collected.
part. That's a critical part to do that, to roll up your sleeves and help, because honestly, for people who know, we've said it over the years, Phil Abundance relies on this single event to really keep going year-round. And without it, it'd be devastating. So, but the sorting is a huge part of it.
It doesn't magically get, placed where it needs to be.
I am an unbelievable sorter. You can ask Lori and Kim from Phil Abundance.
In the
I'm one of the best.
peanut butter and jelly category,
I could sort with the best of them. Yeah.
That's excellent. Well, Joe, thank you for the support. It means so much to us. We appreciate it.
Well, thanks for everything you guys do to put this on.
Our
Really
pleasure.
appreciate
Continued
being part of it.
success at Live Casino. Let's hear it for Joe, guys.
Thank
General
you all.
Manager.
Thank you.
Joe Billheimer, and $10,000 and 200 turkeys. I would like to use this moment, a message to remind you hear these big numbers and all these wonderful donations. We still need your donation. It is
Absolutely.
not meager by any stretch for you to bring by 5, 10 pounds, whatever you got, $5-10, whatever you got. Anything.
We played back those young men yesterday, Preston, 10 and 7 or whatever, did their own drive, and as I said then, and it holds true, and Pierre always hits it, the single donations. Oh, does it mean anything? Think of the family that's going to sit down and eat the food you brought. Yes, to them it means everything, so we need it all.
Absolutely. All right, and by the way, I do want to mention this hour's sponsor is, who do we have here? Stauffer Glove and Safety.
We like those people.
Premier distributor of Honeywell safety products, and they made a nice donation yesterday, which was wonderful, too. All right, we need to do today's lesson question, and as a prize, we're going to give away a pair of tickets to see Bert Kreischer, whose birthday is today.
Yeah.
On New Year's Eve at the Met for his second show that night, the late show, the 10 p.m. show. And the question that we are going to go with this morning, let's see. Oh, okay. Let's see if you remember this. We were talking about fake IDs earlier today. And who were we talking to about
Kate Flannery.
Kate Flannery. Kathy told us that she had a fake ID with a real person's name. And what was that person's name? That's a tough question.
That's a good one.
215-263-WMMR. She used it forever because she was like 14 when she started using her fake ID.
No.
No, what was the real name on Kathy's fake ID? For real. 215-263-WMMR. Let's do the trash while you call in.
The trash business is a gold mine.
93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you today by Wawa. Wawa and 2SP are brewing good by donating $10,000 to Phil Abundance in honor of Winter Reserve Mocha Latte Stout. Hitting the shelves at select Wawa stores tomorrow. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Michael Bublé announcing he's set to headline a Las Vegas residency at Resorts World in 2022. Bublé admits he will have to re-announce the residency next year because most of his elderly audience will have died by then. A monkey belonging to the girlfriend of Longhorn special teams coach Jeff Banks reportedly attacked a young trick-or-treater on Halloween night. Banks says that in the monkey's defense, the kid was dressed like a banana. And finally, Sister Wives, which is actually a weird show, stars Kristen Brown and Cody Brown are going their separate ways. Christine says she believes her polygamous husband might not be sleeping with other women. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we will see if anyone can get this answer. This is a tough one today. What was the name on Kathy's fake ID for years? And on the phone, we are going to try out Megan here. Hi, Megan. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Megan, what was the name on Kathy's fake ID?
It was Dawn Durr.
Dawn Durr.
Yeah.
Dawn Durr.
That's good.
You got it right.
By the way, it was found in Westchester, so Dawn Durr has to be local, or was at least local at the time.
Somebody's got to know.
If someone knows a Dawn Durr, all right.
Yeah, get in touch. So a pair of tickets to see Bert Kreischer is what we're going to set Megan up with, and that is New Year's Eve at the Met. It is his second show that night, 10 p.m. It was just announced the other day. The Birdie Boy Relapse Tour. Tickets go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. via Ticketmaster. Complete information at WMMR.com. All right, let's get into music news.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, brought to you this morning by the American Red Cross. You can give something that means something this holiday season. The Red Cross urges eligible blood and platelet donors of all types to give now. Visit redcross.org or call 1-800-RED-CROSS. Let's see. We will begin with, and I'm going to end with an announcement, I believe. Set of alternate lyrics to Led Zeppelin's legendary 1975 song Kashmir are heading to auction. Handwritten Robert Plant lyrics, written in pencil on stationery from Chicago's Whitehall Hotel. The one-of-a-kind lyric sheet will go under the hammer on November 19th and 20th as part of Julian's Auction's Icons and Idols Rock and Roll Auction. The lyric sheet, which previously sold at Sotheby's back in 2016, is expected to fetch up to $300,000. Yeah.
Do we have an idea what the alternate lyrics are like?
I didn't look it up.
I know it's not cashmere, it's nice schmear. Is
Nice
the actual
schmear
lyrics, but I don't know what you would change up in that song.
So it's bagel related?
It's bagel related.
Okay.
Robert Plant was very much into Lord of the Rings and bagels.
Well, who isn't? They're so good.
They go well together.
Slash revealed that while recording his upcoming album with Miles Kennedy and the Conspirators, they all contracted COVID. They will release their latest album titled 4 on February 11th. Slash gave the backstory on the session, saying the funniest story about this record was the COVID story because we took a tour bus to Nashville to keep ourselves safe, to get there and not travel commercially. And then we went and recorded the whole record. And then I got a phone call from Miles in the studio when I was about to do overdubs, and he goes, man, I tested positive. And subsequently, 2 of the other guys tested positive. So they all had to go into quarantine. And we still had to do percussion and background vocals. And so we sort of stalled. He went on to explain we mixed what we had, which was a lot. And then we recorded the background vocals in the guest house of the house that we were all quarantined in. And then those guys got better. I tested positive finally. And so I had to quarantine, but I just got vaccinated, so I only had to quarantine for a few days. And
He says he thinks the big problem is that they all share a salt lick, and that was the big issue.
And he said, so I came out, and then we did the percussion and mixed the rest of the record and drove home. So that was the funny experience about this particular record, was everybody having to navigate the whole COVID experience. Slipknot appears to have posted 6 audio snippets from their forthcoming 7th studio album on a mysterious new teaser site. The link to the band's Knotfest site, titled Read All About It If You Want To, leads to chapeltownrag.com, which features the new clips.
Yeah, Kathy was showing me this.
The site appears to be an online market for Slipknot NFTs, though some are hoping that it is a precursor to the final taste of the band's next release.
She's big, like total Knotfest fan, right, Kath?
Yeah, well, you know me.
Green Day has announced their first North American tour date of 2022. The band will play at the Innings Festival in Tampa, Florida. That'll be alongside Incubus and 311 on Saturday, March 19th. Lumineers will headline the second night of that festival. And speaking of Incubus, the first single from Brandon Boyd's solo album, Echoes and Cocoons, will drop later this month. Boyd announced that the undisclosed track will premiere on November 19th, 2 months ahead of the album's February release date. Bruce Springsteen is reportedly in talks to sell his recorded music and publishing catalog to Sony Music.
Wow.
So the entire package, by the way, sources say while the album catalog deal is nearly done, the publishing catalog remains in play, according to Billboard. They estimated that the boss's entire package could be worth between $330 and $415 million.
That's it?
So close to $500 million.
I'd charge a lot more if it was my music.
According to the...
Oh, it is my music.
It is your music. According to the report, selling the rights to their music is anathema to many artists, or is it anathema?
Anathema. It's a military academy.
Okay.
No, that's not that. That's Annapolis, Bruce.
It's the Citadel.
Navy.
But
I'm sorry, I'm not good with things.
Dylan started this trend. I remember
He
Dylan did it like probably at some point last year, and I'm really surprised. And it seems to be like older kind of classic rock dudes doing this.
Nick, I was just thinking the same thing. I think at a certain point they realize, okay, well, what is it doing now? I want to get that ski-doo.
Well, according to the report, they said, but as they reach or pass standard retirement age and begin estate planning, a sale is an attractive option, especially today, as song catalogs are hitting previously unimagined valuations, and artists consider the realities of leaving their heirs with a valuable but cumbersome asset.
And I just want to look into that reverse mortgage. Tom Selleck was telling me about it. It looks very promising.
But here's something you don't consider. If you're going to leave,
he was Magnum.
If you're going to leave your music assets to a family member, song catalogs in particular require extensive management to optimize their value, so it can be work.
Yeah.
You know, even though it's worth a lot, you have to manage it. You know. So,
I wonder what the expense is. I mean, are we just talking legal costs, or does it have to be dusted?
I don't know about that. Not sure.
Who owns the Beatles catalog now? Because it was Michael, and then he sold it back, and
I don't know.
I think he sold a good portion of it back to Paul, right?
Did he? Okay, yeah.
All right, and then one last story. MMR is happy to announce a show coming to town. It will be at the Fillmore Sunday, January 30th. It's Dirty Honey and Mammoth WVH. It's called the Young Guns Tour. Tickets will go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m.
That sounds like a hell of a show.
Ticketmaster and Jackie Bam Bam this week is going to give away tickets, so make sure that you listen to him. And we are going to have Mark LaBelle, the lead singer of Dirty Honey, on the program tomorrow, I believe. Yep. So we'll talk to him about coming back to Philly again. The area
love it.
Can't get enough of that band,
yeah,
which is awesome. We love them. All right, and that's it. That's music news for you. We have to take a break. Again, we've gone to almost 11 o'clock today.
Every day this week.
When we return, Pierre Robert will be in this very studio, so don't you miss it. We'll come back in just a second here. The Camp Out for Hunger on MMR.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR. Preston and Steve's Camp Out for Hunger, benefiting Phil Abundance.
At Xfinity Live in the Wells Fargo.
Okay, something you wanted to show us?
Well, I have a couple of things. I have another audio thing, something I had told you about off the air, and then I got this thing that I learned about yesterday. So I want everybody to take your iPhones out real quick and pull up an iTunes.
Now take your tops off.
Pull up an iTunes?
Pull up your iTunes. Pick out any song on your iTunes. I don't care what song it is.
I haven't used iTunes.
I had to delete my iTunes.
No.
Really? Why?
Storage concerns on my phone. I moved it all. Well, we don't need to hear about it on there.
Gotcha.
It's a porn thing.
Yeah, way too much porn on my phone.
Pull up anything you're saying?
Anything, and also take your headphones off real quick. Well, just in a second, you're gonna have to take your headphones off.
Okay. And does it matter what song I choose?
No, it does not
cool
matter.
Song?
Whatever song you want to hear.
Well, now I got to go through and find a song I want to
Took the
hear.
first one that came up.
All right, I got one.
All right, you got one? All right, so take your headphones off.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, now press play on your iTunes and stick the speaker part of your iPhone in your mouth like this.
Okay.
And close your lips over it.
What the hell is going on?
Seriously.
And we're all doing this at the same
All
time?
do it at the same time. Everybody press play. All right, all the way. No. All right, now cover your ears, both your ears.
I refuse to do this.
Well, you can't hear it?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like bone phones, earphones.
Kathy, why are you not doing it?
It won't fit in my mouth.
Yes, it will. Oh my God, yes, it will.
Say that again, real. Say that again.
Okay, so I see what you're saying. You can hear it a little bit more. I could hear it even without putting my hands over my ears.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So what is if you're driving? Is there a way to listen to it without having the phone in your mouth?
Right. It's like bone induction.
Yeah.
That's what it's called. Bone induction speakers.
We have a couple of the earphones my wife uses when she swims.
Yeah. Well, how much did those cost? This is for free,
You just
bro.
stick her phone in her mouth and look like an imbecile. You know what? You know how you have that keep warm function on your oven?
Yeah.
Try putting the dinner rolls in your ass.
Kathy, why did you not do it?
As this was all going on, I just hear, because we had to take our headphones off, I just hear Steve go, I refuse to do this.
Yeah. Thanks for playing along, bro.
Well, I couldn't get my Asia song to play, which would have been so cool.
I did do it, Casey.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
Put it in your mouth?
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't see it.
I did.
You didn't
Preston.
do it.
All right, here's the thing.
I just did it.
Try this when you get home, Kathy.
Okay.
Draw a nice bath. Get in it.
Yeah.
Take your electric hair dryer. Dip it in the water. You'll be able to hear Prince.
While it's plugged in.
The speakers have gotten much better on these phones. My son was listening to, he was watching a YouTube video or something like that, and he was in the other room, and I was almost like, turn that damn music down.
I'm trying to listen to my story on my Stephen King story.
But it's gotten, you remember the old phones, like if you, for some reason, didn't have a Bluetooth speaker or something to hook it into, and you tried valiantly, exactly, to listen to something through it. It was terrible. It's gotten much better. They're definitely a lot louder.
I'm listening to Pearl Jam. Listen.
It won't fit in my mouth.
Yes, it will. Oh my God, yes, it will.
It won't fit in my mouth.
All right. Let's see here. Amazon has renewed. I don't know why I just went, but I did.
Sounded cool.
Amazon has
And
renewed.
now the news focuses on Iraq. We go down to Jimmy Gosevsky at the Pentagon. I'm trying to throw it back to you, Tom, but I can't do a chicken fart.
Having a hard time today.
Chicken fart. Amazon has renewed The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel for a 4th season run. That's good news. The show, which has won multiple Emmys and Golden Globes, just received 2 more Golden Globes nominations for Best Television Series and Best Actress for Rachel Brosnahan.
I'm watching season 3 right now, and it really is. It's a great show, but it's tiring watching that show, the amount of dialogue that they jam in.
It's rapid fire.
It's so rapid fire.
And
It's like an Aaron Sorkin.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
She speaks so quickly.
Oh my God!
And I will miss stuff. I do have to back it up from time to time just to catch all the dialogue. It's great.
It's done in that sort of period piece dialogue delivery way.
Yeah. Yep, exactly. So, Black Christmas opens this weekend. It's a horror film directed by Sophia Takal.
I love Christmas horror movies.
It stars Imogen Poots, Carrie Elways, Brittany O'Grady, Lily Donghue, and Elise Shannon. It's about a killer terrorizing sorority sisters during Christmas time. PG-13, hour and 32 minutes, no score on Rotten Tomatoes.
Imogene Poots. I mean, you're picking a stage name.
I know. Change that one. That's like Kelly Queef. Unless you're a porn star, right? Bella Balloon Knot. I thought the same thing, Case.
Imogene Poots. Okay, we're going to sit down here for a second. We've got a whole bunch of names that we can pick.
Yeah.
It's a real name.
I narrowed it down to 5. Well, then change it.
Yeah, there are stage names available.
It says here your name is Poop Dribble.
Oh, my God, Casey. Her middle name is Gay.
No!
Yeah.
Imogene Gay Poots.
Uh-huh.
Wow.
Dude, what is wrong with her parents?
Nick, has she been in anything? Pull up her
she has striking blue eyes, according to IMDb.
Well, was she in the...
oh, yeah.
She was in 28 Weeks Later.
Yes,
she was in Green Room.
And she's also in... she's in...
That Awkward Moment and A Long Way Down are her notable...
She's in Never Stop, Never Stopping.
Is she?
Pop star.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Is she in that, right?
Yes.
Yeah. She's got beautiful eyes.
Imogen Gay Poots. Yeah. Imogen Poots.
She pootsed.
She's beautiful. Yeah, we just pulled up a photo of her, and she stars in Black Christmas. In celebration of its 125th anniversary, the New York Public Library, which is the second largest in the U.S. after the Library of Congress, has released...
Throwing out the books?
No. They released its list of the top 10 checked out books of all time. And in
Is
first
one of them Goldfinger?
place, no.
Mr.
Goldfinger!
No.
One of the most popular books at the New York Library. It's on the list.
In first place, I'll just start right at the top here, is the children's picture book, The Snowy Day by Ezra Jack Keats.
I don't even know.
It's about a child enjoying his city's first snowfall.
I don't know that book. Yeah.
Oh, I know this book. I love this book when I was
terrible.
a kid. Absolutely.
Get the Caldecott Award. Yeah, the Caldecott medal. I remember that. Remember the little imprint on the
it's
front
a
of it?
gold sticker that would be a gold
Sticker! On this scrappy book about a kid walking in the snow.
Gold
sticker.
It's not. It is on the list?
Yeah.
It's on the list.
It's number 1 on the list.
Number 1.
So, I think, you'd find that on Where the Wild Things Are and maybe The Hungry Caterpillar, those classic ones. Another book, Dr. Seuss's The Cat in the Hat, was in second place.
Okay.
Were you a Seuss fan as a kid?
Oh, yeah. Very much so. And in fact, I've been going through a cleaning out process at our house, and
Great purge.
I found we found way too many books that we need to get rid of, and so I did, and I donated them to the Laurel House thrift shop that raises money for the Laurel House. But we kept all of our Dr. Seuss books. And I had to stop and flip through Go Dog Go, and I had to look through the birthday book, and
Two Girls in a Cup.
2 Girls in a Cup.
It was the most wonderful cup it was.
There are a lot of Dr. Seuss books, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
I see two girls in a cup.
Dozens.
I say to you, girls, can you tell me what's up?
I'll tell you what's up. Just look in the cup.
You'll know
After
this.
watching that, you won't be able to sup.
It's full of throw up.
And upchuck.
Okay.
It's full of throw up.
Come on, man.
Maybe you want to consider the shortest commercial flight in the world.
Really?
Yes. How long would you guys think the shortest commercial flight in the world is?
I'm going to say, because I've been on some super short ones, 20 minutes. I'm going to say 6 minutes.
Okay. Anybody else?
That's probably a good guess. The shortest one
Hallelujah! Thank you, guys. We appreciate the applause. Thank you so much. It's 5 minutes after 11 o'clock. It's 5 minutes after 11.
Can you believe that?
On Wednesday.
What's wrong with us?
President and Steve Show. What a beautiful day, too. 52 degrees and sunshine, and everybody seems to be happy and enjoying themselves and riding carnival rides and winning stuff.
And we need to mention again, it's not back the 100% super huge tent from years past.
Yep.
But the tent is open. If you come in, we just ask that you have a mask. We want to make sure that we do everything by the books here. And you can come in, watch the show, come say hi to Pierre when he's on, and Jackson and Sarah, and it's going on.
Yeah. And also, listen, if you can't make it down here and you still want to donate, Acme is a great way to do that. If you go,
awesome.
You do the pin pad program, you can donate through that as you're checking out. Also, Steven Singer, he's still doing the Yellow Rose.
Yes.
And so it's a Sunshine Platinum Dip Rose, and exclusively it's to support the Camp Out for Hunger. So if you go to IHateStevenSinger.com, a portion of each rose sold is going to go to Phil Abundance and the Camp Out for Hunger. So if you can't make it down here, there are other ways that you can donate.
Absolutely.
Excellent. We do some thank yous and all that stuff. Real quick, I want to say hello and thank you to Huey Dillian, who is from Philly Chit Chat, and he was going to take pictures for one day. He had so much fun for one day, he's taking pictures every
Huey's
day.
the man.
You can see his photos at WMMR.com, so those are being watched by everybody who wants to take a peek and maybe can't get a chance to come down here on their own. And keep in mind, we're also always streaming on YouTube as well.
Yes.
So you can see what's going on. Let me see. Thank you also real quick and I'll run through these. Our guest today, Jim Curtin, head coach of the Philadelphia Union. Kate Flannery from The Office. Pennsylvania Attorney General Josh Shapiro. Ricky Batalico and Mickey Morandini.
Very great.
We also had Claude Giroux on this morning. And
Travis Sanheim.
Travis, good Lord. Sanheim. All right, enough.
Okay, shut up.
You're killing me over here. Thank you.
And we have to come up with a replacement for the starter jacket in the locker room.
Yes.
G offered that up for us, and
we need to do it.
Yeah.
All right, so thank you to them and everybody else who donated today from Wawa and Bimbo and Planet Fitness and Live Casino and the Hometown Foundation. It was just wonderful and overwhelming. And thank you to the Villanova swim team for being in the endless pool today, catching us up. That goal of 82 miles.
You jumping in right after this?
I'll jump in after this. And then I was like, man, should I be the one that crosses the finish line at 82 miles? I don't know.
Maybe. You were the first man to break the sound barrier, so I think it's only fit.
I have broken the sound barrier before.
That's why we call him Chuck.
That's right.
Yeah. But we call this guy Captain Corduroy. Ladies and gentlemen, Pierre Aubert is here. That's right. How you doing, Cap?
Fine, kids. I'm doing fine.
Excellent. Happy to hear that.
Fun day again to listen. A great day to come down and help out. I was after the gymnasium yesterday at my local Acme, in fact, and there's a bag at every checkout place with food in it and a reminder to donate to Preston and Steve.
You gotta love it.
And then at the end, when you check out, it couldn't be easier. You can give a donation. So the Acme folks have made it incredibly easy.
So many organizations and companies have become an intrinsic part of this, and they keep upping their generosity. And then, as you often say, and I often mimic what you say about the individual donation, there is no difference between the one person bringing down a bag and what Acme's staggering efforts are. It all feeds people.
Well, what you said just a few moments ago, in fact, when you said, if you think, well, this doesn't make any difference, think about the family that's going to be eating the bag of food that you brought. And I'll never forget the year. I don't remember which year it was. They tend to bleed together. But this kid came down from far, far northeast, and he took 4 or 5 different buses to get here. It took him an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours to get here to bring one bag of food, and he felt guilty. I said, don't you dare feel guilty. God bless you for coming. Thank you so much for coming. You've made a huge difference. By virtue of his caring, by virtue of his willingness to do that, it was all he could do. But, I mean, he was that committed to helping out somebody else. And, in these crazy times of division, who can't agree on that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
By the way, nice job yesterday with Tyrese Maxey. You, Pierre, and Casey and Pancake did an awesome job with that interview. He was a really cool dude to listen to. I know you guys bonded over tequila.
Look, he's dribbling and shooting.
But it was a good interview, and he's the 20-year-old kid, and it was cool to hear that. And so nice job by you guys.
Oh my God, was that a bat or a golf club? I couldn't tell.
A little of both.
Okay.
And some hockey in there, too.
I'm surprised you're not over at the training facilities.
Well, it's hard to keep me away. But that was so much fun. He couldn't have been nicer.
Yeah.
So glad I brought it up.
They call it the Nova Pierre Complex.
Nova Pierre,
Nova Pierre Complex.
I'm going to work you boys.
Give me 20.
All right.
Every one of you. Every one of you bastards, give me 20 right now. Or 5.
Yeah, 5 will work, too.
Or just stand there looking.
At me like the idiot I am.
Or how about a letter? Just one letter.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, let's do it, Jason.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
E as in empty.
All right. We have a Word of the Week prize that we give away on Friday. $300 brought to you by The Bagster. A dumpster in a bag, perfect for all home improvement cleanups. You can just pick one up today at any of your local home improvement stores. Buy, fill, gone, and that is how it works. I'm sure you got some great stuff planned for today.
I do. Another pair of tickets for the more pairs and apples and pumpkins and blueberries. And a pair of tickets for the Killers coming 20 years from now, next summer or whenever the hell they're coming. But it goes on sale on Friday, and I'll have a pair of tickets for that. And I've got Tom Petty live and Nickelback in the Workforce blocks today, so we'll have some fun with that.
Nice. I love it. I want to thank our sponsors, the Preston and Steve Show, brought to you today by Dunkin', the official coffee of the Preston and Steve Show. Also by Acme. Download the Acme app, and you can see the all-new deals, rewards, and perks today. Visit acmemarkets.com for details. And also brought to you by Trinity Rehab. Have nagging pain you can't get rid of? Trinity Rehab can help. You can go to trinity-rehab.com for information. Tomorrow, live here in the studio, our buddy Michael Barkan. Always a great time.
Great.
Mike. We will also have, as I said earlier, Mark LaBelle, lead singer of Dirty Honey, joining us. We just announced that show coming up. And some more members of the Flyers family. This time around will be alums. We'll have Brad Marsh, Scotty Hartnell, and Danny Briere on the program.
Nice.
And you never know what happens between now and then. We'll probably add a few other people to that list as well. So that's it. Our show is done. So rage on. Have yourself a great day. Thank you guys for being here in person. Come and see us at the Camp Out for Hunger. We'll see you later. Bye-bye.